8:30 for the fixture of the Blaze versus Somerset women. Delighted to say I'm joined by Lucy Hyam of the Blaze. I'll bring her in a minute, but I'll just give you the news from the toss. The Blaze have won the toss and they've elected to field on a very bright, fresh summer's or spring morning. It's felt like summer, hasn't it, the last few weeks. So the Blaze are going to have a bowl. I will run through the Somerset team first, and we'll get the thoughts of Lucy Hyam on the Blaze side. So the Somerset team is as follows: Ellie Anderson, Olivia Barnes on debut. We've just seen her receive her cap a short while ago. Emma Corney, Alex Griffith, Katie Jones, wicketkeeper, Sophie Luff as the skipper, Bex Odgers, Molly Robbins, Chloe Skelton, Fran Wilson and Amanda Jane Wellington, the Australian overseas player. Good morning, Lucy Hyam.
Good morning.
How the devil are you?
Very well, thank you. Pleasure to be here. I did make a joke to you earlier. I think we found the only 5 metres of shade in the entirety of Hazelgrave cricket ground today, which is a bit of a shame, but hopefully it'll warm up a little bit over here.
Hopefully it will, as it comes over this the old ski lodge pavilion. Lucy, take us through the Blaze team. Obviously a bit of movers and shakers with the England players leaving us for the up-and-coming one-day series. So yeah, talk us through that team.
So we have got, in no particular order because it's not, we've got Maddie Green, Georgie Boyce, Catherine Bryce, Sarah Bryce, who's currently stood behind the stumps with the gloves on. Then we've got the experience of Georgia Elwis, Ella Claridge, Michaela Kirk, Josie Graves leg spinner, Captain Kirsty Gordon, Grace Ballinger and the pacer Cassidy McCarthy. And that is in batting order, I believe. You believe that's in batting order? I believe.
Interesting. Well, we'll focus on Blaze batting in about 3 hours' time, and we'll see what that looks like. We're going to have Cassidy McCarthy open up for the Blaze. Changed ends, actually, from when we were here a couple of weeks ago for the game against Essex, which is an interesting one. So I'm guessing we'll see Grace Ballinger come from this top end opening up. So it looks like we're all set. The umpires are Hassan Adnan and Jasmine Naeem. Adnan is the standing umpire and McCarthy is in. Just back of a length outside off stump, and Somerset opener shouldering arms there for the first delivery of the day as it goes through to the keeper Sarah Bryce.
I think Rebecca Rogers on strike at this, what are we calling this end? The ski lodge end?
The ski lodge end, yeah.
Nice.
So McCarthy once again, right arm over the wicket, bangs this one in down the leg side. It's going to be called a wide, didn't hit anything on the way through. 18 on the back of Odgers.
I think Emma Corney at the other end. Very hard to see the numbers from here, if I'm honest, because we're at ground level, so it's kind of a challenge, I think.
Tap of the bat from Odgers. As McCarthy is in again, and nice straight blade on this one into the offside, but there'll be no run. So how you've been? 2 weeks since I've seen you. Had a bit of a Centurion fest here, didn't we? One in each innings. Tammy backing up with a second 100. Have you been travelling? Have you been with the squad for the away games, or watching from afar and doing your rehab?
I'll just let you do this ball and then I'll...
You'll fill me in as...
Fill you in.
McCarthy's in again, and Odgers stands tall this one time and pushes it into the leg side for no run.
I would say I've spent a lot of time on YouTube live streams. I've gone to quite a few of the home games, not so many of the away games. So Beckenham's a bit of a journey. It's
a trek, isn't it? On a map it doesn't look it, but getting around London...
It's just not... It's a long way.
McCarthy once again, and Odgers tries to cut this one. Misses everything and there's no run, so solid start from McCarthy. I've been impressed by McCarthy, actually. She's very robust, isn't she? Bangs it in, hits a hard length. At times has leaked a few runs, but I think trying to do the right thing, being a bit creative, not afraid to bang the ball in and kind of get the ball above waist height as she pulls out of this one.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the role Cassidy McCarthy will play. She'll look to bowl aggressively up top. I think that's Ella Claridge stationed at first slip there. Often shapes the ball away. and then we'll come back in the middle order and probably go a bit shorter, which I think is a great. Oh, we've got someone walking behind the side screen, which is a great option at Hazelgrave with the huge square boundaries, and the straight boundaries notoriously short.
Yeah.
It gives us a good option through the middle to go a bit shorter and back of a length.
She's in now and bangs this one in. It will be cut away. Grace Ballinger's got a bit of work to do, and it's in vain. So first runs of the day for Somerset ends. I was about to say it ends the first over. It doesn't, because there was a wide. So Odgers is off the mark with 4 runs. That's the bit. This is the bit I was talking about, where she at times just bangs it in a little bit short, and if she offers the width, they're able to get her away. But I do think it's just that point of difference in the women's game that it excites me, actually, that robust, quick, shorter length bowling, just as a bit of a change-up. She's in now, and this time Odgers lets that one go, and it's actually a wide, signalled by umpire Hassan Adnan.
Yeah, and I think this, where we're so fortunate with the role that Grace Ballinger plays and how consistent she is early in the innings, and the movement she gets, we can afford to be aggressive from the other end, because you know Grace Ballinger is going to be very economical.
Banged in again, and it's cut away again. This time it'll go straight to Grace Ballinger, who is in the action once again. So single to finish the over. Somerset 5, sorry, I beg your pardon, they are 6 without loss. No, they're not. They're 7 without loss. What a start.
You just keep adding at once.
Yeah,
we'll get there
adding
eventually, won't we?
There was 4, a 1 and 2 extras. That makes 7.
Correct. One early observation. Cassie McCarthy, slightly short and wide on one ball. Cut. I reckon it's beat Grace Ballinger by, what, she had to move 2 metres?
Yeah.
Absolutely raced away.
Lightning, yeah.
As is often the case at Hazelgrave. And if we have a pitch anything like the one we did 2 weeks ago, could be a very interesting watch of cricket.
So what do you make to the fact that Blaze won the toss and inserted Somerset in? What do you reckon the plan is behind that?
That's a good question. I think, well, Heather Knight scored a lot of runs for Somerset at the top of the order, so I think it's an opportunity to make some inroads early. I think that's the plan, is put some pressure on, take some early wickets. And I think also because we know the pitch pretty well, I think we know what we're going to try and restrict them to and what we're willing to chase. And I think hopefully our batters know how to go about it. As Grace Ballinger's in, straight ball just defended out into the leg side.
It's an interesting point, that. I mean, we know how good it is here, the outfield, like you say. We know how good the surface is for batting. It's that balance between, is it runs on the board and build, put the pressure back on them and flog them in the field, or know what you want to chase, I guess. I just always feel that the advantage with the ball is this 10 overs.
It's Grace Ballinger in again. Oh, it's a good length ball, that, well kept out by Odgers. Another dot ball to the total. I think it's a real toss-up, isn't it, on days like this where the weather's pretty good. You probably make a case for both, can't you? I mean, there's no clouds in the sky. You're going to have to bowl well up top, but I think the pitches here don't tend to get any worse.
Yeah.
And I think at a high-scoring ground, sometimes it is good to know what you're chasing.
Yeah.
And I would say that's probably the line of thinking that Kirsty Gordon's gone down. Grace Ballinger in again. Slightly fuller ball, driven out. Oh, and it's a misfield. It's bounced horribly in front of Michaela Kirk at back point, who sprints it down. Is she going to get there? Oh, it's pulled up just short of the deep cover boundary. Come through for 3 there. Have Somerset. It's good running. Big boundary out there. Very big boundary square of the wicket. Especially to that cover side. They put it all the way out to the performance centre. If you've ever been to Loughborough Uni, that's from pretty much the middle of the wicket. That's a very long way out there. So going to have to run hard, I reckon.
Yeah, we'll work out how far that is with the old stripe method.
Yeah, you're going to have to do that
in a while.
It's too much maths for me on a Tuesday morning.
Yeah, going back to this early power play starting at 10:30. I always found in April and September, with just a little bit of moisture around, this was your chance to nick a couple early in that kind of half an hour, 45-minute window.
Ballinger full and straight to Corney, just defended back to it.
Whereas you don't get that at 2:30 when the second innings perhaps starts.
Yeah.
But we're in late May, and we've had a glorious start to the season, haven't we? That perhaps with the little bit of gentle shape from Grace Ballinger, but nothing off the surface.
I'd be surprised if we saw too much. I don't think it's going to spin a great deal either, to be honest. It's like a pretty good wicket, doesn't it? Pretty flat as Ballinger comes in again, left armour. Nice and straight, and just defended back to her again by Emma Corney.
A few people starting to trot in here at Hazelgrave. Had a very good following, I thought, for the game 2 weeks ago against Essex. Somerset, obviously, the other side of the country, not the easiest place to get to and from. But I've seen a couple of Somerset caps and a few followers.
Ballinger in once more. Another full delivery on the pads. Oh, Grace Ballinger stuck a foot out there. Deflected to Maddie Green at mid-wicket for no run. She didn't really fancy bending down for that one, did she? Stuck the big right boot out early doors.
So Somerset 10 without loss after 2. Good first over from Grace Ballinger there. Drawing the batter forward on many occasions, hitting that maker's name that you want to see as a fast bowler. Gentle shape through the air. No real alarm from either bowler so far.
No, and I think you can see kind of how the pitch is going to play by the field the Blaze have set early. Got a slip in, quite hopefully, I would say. But it's Grace Ballinger's left arm in swing. We've got 2 mid-wickets in early, knowing that it's a good wicket, so we're almost going. We're going to bowl our best ball for as long as possible here and wait for a mistake. Hopefully Cassidy McCarthy can produce something with her second over of the day.
She's in now, and this one hits Hodges high on the thigh pad, and the appeal is very quickly stifled. Just looking at the stream, the sun is baking down on that straw-coloured pitch here at Hazelgrave. I'm sure it was a bit of a dull. It was very dull this morning, the pitch, but it's starting to kind of lighten up. And McCarthy's in once again, and Roger stands tall on this one, just runs it off the face of the bat to point.
It looks like some decent pace in it so far.
Yeah.
Cassidy McCarthy, a couple of wides in the first over, but it ball carried through very nicely to Sarah Bryce.
Well, I think that dullness in colour will be because they will have obviously tried to keep these surfaces together, applied lots of water to it. We'll see that lighten up as the day goes on, as McCarthy's in again, hitting that hard length. A little bit of shape into the right-hander as well. But Hodges is equal to that with a nice full straight blade of the bat. Hodges has a little lean over when she rests on a bat. Perhaps there's a little plan to sneak one through her defensive. This one's banged in and it's going to be pulled away. It's going to land safe. Catherine Bryce down at fine leg. He'll do the fielding. She throws that into a sister. So another single to the Somerset total. 11 without loss.
The cap got through nicely, that short ball, didn't it?
Yeah.
Well directed.
And it was a false shot, really, wasn't it? It was aerial. It just didn't have the distance on it. And Bryce, as you mentioned a couple of weeks ago on commentary, she likes to just creep in off that bounce, and she's like, she reminds me of a fullback in rugby, really, kind of at the back line, waiting for a kick over the top. And
I've got a funny story about that. I'll tell you in between overs.
McCarthy in again, and Corney on strike for the first time against McCarthy today is forward and straight and well in behind that one. Is it a rugby story? No,
it's a Catherine Bryce being very far off the boundary funny story.
Right, okay. Which obviously works when it...
Against the Diamonds, actually.
Oh, was it?
No, it was, yeah.
McCarthy in again. This one's banged in. This one didn't get up as much, and it's tickled round the corner by Corney, so she'll get off the mark. She turns in and out of a crease, but won't come back for 2. So that's the end of the third. Somerset are 12 without loss after 3.
So,
talk me through this.
Played a game, must have been 2 or 3 years ago now. We played it at Durham. The boundaries were massive.
Yes.
Grace Ballinger and Nadine de Klerk.
50 over or?
It was a 50 over game.
Okay.
And I can't remember what this. It was like 40 for 8. Right, Grace Ballinger and Nadine de Klerk just ripped through. They bowled
I remember
in
that
tandem
game.
from both ends.
I remember that game, yeah.
And we had one fielder on the boundary, and it was Catherine Bryce. I think she was at deep square, and Kirsty Gordon, captain, just said, Bryce, just make sure you're a couple off the ring, a couple off the boundary edge, because it was huge.
Yeah.
There were 2 balls into the over, we turn round, the ball goes out to Bryce, and we're thinking, oh, no two. She's in the ring. As Grace Ballinger comes in. Always a bit of bat, I think. She just whips it down to fine leg. And Josie Groves comes in to do the fielding. And I remember thinking, Brycey, there's one thing being 5 metres off the boundary, but you're actually in the ring. And I remember Kirsty saying, go back out. 10 metres off does not mean. And she's like, oh, I'm just reading the game. She kept saying, I'm just reading the game. And I was thinking, oh my God, there's going to be a fight here in a minute.
And was it animated that it almost became unintelligible because of the Scottish accents, or could you understand what was going on?
I got a translator. There's Grace Ballinger in once more. Bit of width off it there, and that's beautifully played by that Odgers, as slices that through the offside. A boundary to her name.
Yeah, just a slight bit of width that time, wasn't there? And Odgers just stroked it really with a kind of a diagonal bat just off the face. Half a drive, half a cut almost, but beautifully timed. So Odgers looks... I've not seen much of it, to be honest. Not seen much of this Somerset team because some players have come in, some players have moved on. But a very organised player from what we've seen so far.
Ballinger straight back onto her line of length. Straight to delivery. It's just pushed up to Kirsty Gordon at mid-off and no run. Usually it's pretty tidy. I can't say I've seen a massive amount of Odgers either, but I've watched bits and bobs, obviously, of the games recently. She's a good player. Could be important for Blaze to try and get a wicket in this power play. We need the experience of Fran and Luff in the middle, or Fran Wilson and Sophie Luff in the middle order. As Ballinger comes in once more, again defended back up the ground for no run. Oh, it was 2 fielders trying to do the same bit of fielding. I think the strength for Somerset does lie in their middle order with that experience. They've got a bit of youth sprinkled in and around that. So I think trying to get an early wicket and get one of those 2 in early will be pretty critical. So just taps her bat and Grace Ballinger runs in again. Now that was a lovely shot, pushed up the ground but well fielded by Cassidy McCarthy. Timing there from Bex Odgers.
Yeah, Bex Odgers is a Cornish cricketer that came through the Western Storm and the Southwestern cricket system. Played for Cornwall, Somerset and the Western Storm.
Ballinger in, driven beautifully down the ground. That is a stunning shot by Odgers. Dissects mid-off and mid-on and goes straight over the boundary for 4. It's a shot of class, that, isn't it?
Beautifully balanced shot. There's nothing more pleasing than to see the ball go straight up the ground.
Don't think Grace Ballinger will mind that too much though. Touch full, but she'd rather be a touch full than anywhere back of the length on this pitch. But met with class. I'll give Odgers a lot of confidence early into her innings. She moves to 17 off 18 balls.
So Somerset 21 without loss after 4. The early jousting has shown us that if you miss your areas full or short, or too straight or too wide, you will be punished. Really important to hit that hard length. I'm sure the message will be to build that pressure, as Lucy Hyam was saying about building dots and creating pressure, as McCarthy's in this time. She hits that length and ball's turned into leg side, but Georgie Boyce will cut that off at square leg. So yeah, it's a day, isn't it, for dot ball strings, as they would say in the trade. Trying to get 3 and 4 dot balls together and perhaps then start to spread the field, so we can take a run here and you can take a run there, but really try and minimise those boundaries. In again, and this one's going to be driven on the up. It won't quite get through. Good hand on that by cover. Who was that coming around?
Georgia Elwis.
She's everywhere, isn't she?
She is an absolute athlete. I saw another beautiful shot there by Emma Corney this time. Just leant on that through the offside, and Georgia Elwis both feet off the ground. Fantastic diving stop, saved definitely 3 runs.
Absolutely.
I think that's what you need at Hazelgrave, though. You know, if it goes past you in the ring, it's 4. Anything you can get on it, especially in the power play, is critical.
In once again, this one's square driven. It'll be cut off by Michaela Kirk. So a couple of attractive shots there being cut off, or one being reduced to just a single, one being cut off for no runs at all. And that's the other thing, isn't it? Getting your field in the right place, that when good shots are played and you don't get any runs, it creates that frustration, doesn't it? Banged in this time and pulled away by Odgers. Catherine Bryce scurries round efficiently as ever to cut that off, just a single.
I think that's why it's one of the harder places to bowl, because if you look at the dimensions of the ground, you think, oh, I don't want to get too straight. Because as Odgers has shown us, you can just lean on it with the quality of the pitches and get punched back down the ground. But as soon as there's any kind of width, it's such a good wicket that you can just throw your hands through it pretty much. So you have to be bang on the money here.
McCarthy bangs this one in. It didn't get up, did it? But the evasive action of Corney managed to get herself just about under it. Bounced in front of Sarah Bryce behind the stump, so goes down as a dot ball.
Yeah, she might have been in 2 minds there. I think her first instinct was to pull it, and then she ducked at the last minute. And like you said, I don't think it was that far away in the end. It didn't get up like the previous one had from Cassidy McCarthy.
Banged in again, down the leg side. It's been signalled wide. Sarah Rice hands in her head in her hands, thinking perhaps there was a bit of glove down the leg side, but the umpire signals wide.
It was an interesting tactic there. I think it's Maddie Green at mid-wicket. I originally thought it'd come off the glove. Sarah Bryce diving away to her left. Didn't quite go to hand. Maddie Green still appealed. Almost as if to put the umpire off. He's still giving her wide. He's not falling for that.
The dark arts of women's domestic cricket, as McCarthy pitches this one up, asking questions of Odgers, who looks like she's got the odd one that she can fall over when she doesn't quite stand tall.
Yeah, so I think it's a beauty of the skills of Cassidy McCarthy there as well. She's gone a couple back of her length. And Odgers doesn't really want to camp on that front foot.
Yeah.
And then she's brought that one back into her pads, hasn't she? And like you said, just falling over, looking to access probably more mid-wicket than straight like she did against Grace Ballinger, if she can hold her shape and keep looking to target down the ground.
Indeed. So Somerset 25 without loss after 5. Pretty steady start if you're a Somerset fan. Pretty happy if you're under those lovely Loughborough University branded gazebos over there that form part of the players' area here at Hazelgrave.
Kirsty Gordon just having a chat with her bowler. Still going on.
What changes have we seen here?
The slip has come out and Ella Claridge has gone into cover, so just reinforce that offside. Means she doesn't have to bowl too straight as she comes into Corney. And is on the pads and just flicked away beautifully by Corney. It's going to race away. Not too far away from Josie Groves, who's stationed at a slightly wider fine leg, but that's raced off the bat to that short boundary.
Yeah, she played that with a straight blade, didn't she? Just flicked her wrists at the end and it got it very fine. Who's that out at long leg, did you say?
Josie Groves, she's currently running boundary to boundary in the power play. It's just what you want.
Yeah, it's a big area to cover out there.
Ballinger in once more. Short ball, well bowled from Grace Ballinger. Not something you always expect, but well evaded by Corney, who just ducks underneath it. Don't see that very often from Grace Ballinger, but I think it's an underutilised delivery for her. Because people assume she's going to run in and swing the ball early. It just keeps batters a bit honest. A few short balls early in this innings, and I must say, I'm here for it. I'm a big fan. Not when it's bowled at me. Watching it.
That's because you don't open the bat.
It's a good job. Ballinger in once more. A back of a length delivery, worked out. Into the leg side for no run. Well, I'd say so far, it looks, the wicket looks pretty true, but there have been a couple of short balls that have stayed pretty low. Or not got up as much as others have. Should be something to keep an eye on.
It's the same wicket we played on 2 weeks ago, isn't it, though? So perhaps as the game goes on, we might see a little bit of two-paceness to it, or tennis ball bounce, but The odd one's also carried through as well, which is encouraging.
Ballinger in once more, fuller of a length, driven up to Cassidy McCarthy for no run.
What I've noticed in club cricket is that there's loads, the wickets are hard, seeing more carry and pace in the wickets than you normally do at this time of year. And I think that's been reflected in some of the surfaces that we've seen here at Loughborough in particular, which I think is great for the women's game, because then you can bang the ball in.
Absolutely. As Grace Ballinger gets driven down the ground, Cassidy McCarthy tried to slide tackle that, which hasn't gone very well. Beautiful shot by Corney straight down the ground for 4. And that is the problem. You get a touch too full and you get punched back down the ground. It wasn't bad delivery that from Grace Ballinger, just watching it was a touch full.
But it was a check drive, wasn't it? It wasn't like a full-blooded drive. It was just a push up the ground, almost just a slight extension of a forward defensive, and loads of value for a low-risk shot.
Ballinger in once more. Back of a length. Oh, it didn't look particularly comfortable there, Corney. She just tries to work it off a hip. It bounces once in front of mid-wicket, which is Maddie Green. Well, I think that's the challenge though, isn't it? You want to pitch the ball up to try and take wickets early, but your margin for error is so small. It was a good reply there from Grace Ballinger, just to drag a length back a little bit and target the hip.
But equally, you can't bang it in too much either, can you? Because you have only got those 2 fielders out. That you can't have a deep square leg and a deep cover point.
Yeah.
Like you can in the middle overs, where you can bang it into the pitch and say, well, try and beat us square.
And especially when having played here a lot, the value of wickets in the power play. There's a fine line between being too defensive, but being smart with your field.
Cassidy McCarthy then to continue. Odgers throws her head back there because she felt she should have done better with that one, as she pushes the ball or tries to drive the ball at the ground, but mistimes that one. The sun is just about coming over, Lucy.
Oh no, I could not be happier.
It's starting to shine on my laptop screen, which means I'm going to have to move that. Banged in again and pulled away emphatically with precision. Splits square leg and mid-wicket. And as Lucy Hyam said, there is a very, very small margin for error here.
Yeah, just a bit in between lengths, wasn't it? Not quite short enough to be challenging enough to bring Catherine Bryce at 5 leg into the game, and she looked pretty comfortable pulling that between the 2 fielders. One at Georgie Boyce there at square leg in the ring, and Maddie Green at mid-wicket in the ring.
Carthy in and on the money this time. Good response from her.
That's the ball for me that looks to challenge Odgers. That line and length. It's a little bit straighter. And you can see she definitely does want to play it through mid-wicket, doesn't she? Her head's gone slightly there, so that's where they'll be targeting the Blaze opening bowlers, I would say.
Carthy in again. Short, and this one's going to be cut away for 4 more. Just missing a radar a wee bit here. Cassidy McCarthy, and Bex Odgers will be very happy with receiving deliveries like that. Josie Groves can only be a spectator on the boundary there as it goes over the ropes. Somerset on to 41 without loss now in the 7th over. Odgers on to 26. Well supported by Corney at the other end. Just the 11 so far, as this one's driven up the ground. It's going to be 4 more. Beautiful shot by Odgers. Just dismissing anything too full, anything too wide, and anything too short. Really good start by the Somerset batters here. 45 without loss. Odgers on to 30.
It'll cause some headaches here for Captain Kirsty Gordon as Slip's come out and gone to reinforce that offside. Touch too short, banged through the leg side. Touch too wide, slashed through back a point, and touch too full and punched beautifully down the ground.
McCarthy in again, driven up the ground again. Bit of work for mid-off to do. Cut off by Kirsty Gordon, the skipper. Launches it into a wicket keeper, and that is the end of the 7th. Somerset 45 without loss. Odgers on to 30. Corney playing the quieter role at the moment, just admiring her partner at the end. She's on 11.
And here we go, first change of bowler. Grace Ballinger is going to be replaced at the, as we're calling it, ski lodge end. And skipper Kirsty Gordon is going to come on with her left arm orthodox. Just trying to get a field right here. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a change from both ends. I wouldn't be surprised if Catherine Bryce comes on at the other end.
Is this a gamble in the power play, or do we just trust the experience of the skipper and her international and well-travelled experience?
I don't think it's a gamble personally. I think she's got enough skill to bowl any over in the power play. And I think matchup wise, with Odgers falling over that front pad, I think it's a very smart matchup from Kirsty Gordon. She's just moving Josie Groves a bit square, so there's one fielder out on the leg side, almost at a deep mid-wicket. And I think in fact she's the only fielder on the boundary. She doesn't even need 2 fielders on the boundary, she's going to have the one out there. So then she comes to Corney. Dragged down slightly, giving the leg side wide. But I think this is a time to be a bit brave. They've stormed to 45 for none off 7, so going to need to hunt for a wicket here, Blaze. Gordon comes in again, straighter this time, and flicked off her pads for 1.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. It wasn't a loaded question, Lucy. I actually like it because I just think it makes the batters have a think. And are they willing to take on spin bowling?
Use for feet from Odgers down to Gordon. It's defended back to it, and the fielding done by the bowler.
Because we've seen that a little bit, didn't we, with some of the Blaze batters. Amy Jones kind of hitting the ball to mid-off and getting herself out.
Ooh.
We're kind of looking for that kind of dismissal here, aren't we? Someone, a batter to go mow across the line and get themselves bowled, or LBW, or try and go over the top and take on mid-off and mid-on and get it slightly wrong, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. As Gordon comes in once more. Flicked, just going to fall short of mid-wicket. Tried to flick that off a hip, did Odgers. And Catherine Bryce there nearly in the game. I also think it just makes the batters do something a bit different. They seem to have got the pace of the wicket pretty sussed out against the seam. So just a slightly different challenge. Odgers on strike, Gordon back of a length. Worked off a hip again. It's going to be a run-out chance at non-bowl. No, at the bowler's end, but not to be. I think she would have been home in any case. A tidy over so far from Kirsty Gordon. She's gone for 2 runs. And she's going to be very sensible here and drop her long on fielder out. And try and get out this over now. Then she comes once more. And it's driven beautifully into the offside, but the fielding done by extra cover. That completes the over. 47 for none of 8 overs. You happy with that start?
Yeah, smart, experienced bowling from the skipper there. Just angling the ball into the stumps from round the wicket. Just as we see all too often, you keep the stumps in play, it reduces the run rate, reduces the boundary rates, and it's also just making the batters think, like you say, that pace of the wicket will change your bowling, change your style of bowling. Just makes the batters have to readjust, reassess, and they're just having a bit of a conflab now, because there's going to be another change. And Lucy Hyam, it's almost like you play in this team, Lucy, has called it. Catherine Bryce is going to bowl, what we call in that end, the athletics centre end?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I think we used to call it the high pack, high performance athletics centre end.
Right.
Just a bit mouthy.
Yeah, and we've just named them ourselves because we've done our research and there is no official names for the ends of these grounds, of Hazel Grave, so we're just making them up.
Yeah, I like it though. Makes sense, doesn't it?
Why not? Catherine Bryce is in for the first ball, a little bit leg side, turned into the leg side, but Grace Ballinger, who's at square leg, will cut that off. She stood next to umpire Jasmine Naeem. Standing umpire is Hassan Adnan, as Bryce passes her now, down the legs, him now, down the leg side, stopped by Sarah Bryce down the leg side. Umpire signals a wide. So another one to the Somerset total.
Yeah, a clear plan of trying to target the stumps here with 2 leg side fielders on the boundary from Catherine Bryce.
She's in this time, a bit full, turned into the leg side. Great fielding by mid-wicket. She stayed down for a minute.
I thought for a second she might have landed on the ball.
Yeah.
Almost winded herself there, but she is one of the best fielders I've ever seen, Maddie Green.
It's in her blood, isn't it, being an Australian? They're phenomenal fielders.
She's a Kiwi.
I beg your pardon. Of course she's a Kiwi.
You can't do that. I'm going to tell her you said that.
Tell her. Turn round the corner this time by Corney. So run off the bat in Catherine Bryce's first over. Brings Odgers on strike. Angled in from Bryce, and that's probably the best balanced shot she's played up to mid-on from Odgers. So working really hard on trying to play straight and late is Odgers. Play some gorgeous shots through the offside on the up, and very good on the pull and cuts. And she's gone a bit creative this time, trying to lap Bryce, and gets a toe end on that one. She needs to apply some chalk on the end of a cue there, I think.
But I like that. I think this is the danger with the Blaze bowling attack. It's now they can bring Kirsty Gordon on and Catherine Bryce on and squeeze.
Yeah. And it makes the batters be a bit creative, doesn't it? And can create those mistakes as well. Bryce down the leg side, another wide. Was it signal wide?
Yeah, it was a wide, yeah. Just straying a little bit down the leg side, isn't she? I think worried about no protection on the offside.
Gone again this time with the lap as Bryce is angling it into Odgers, but it's going to be signalled another wide. A little bit rough that, isn't it? Because the batter's moved.
Yeah.
Would it have hit the batter in a normal standing position? I'm not sure from the angle we're looking at, but I'll have a look at the replay in a minute. And yeah, a little bit unfair. Turn around the corner this time. It's fine, so a bit of work for McCarthy to do. Just the one.
I enjoyed the stalemate there. I think I just thought if she kept playing the shot, whether she hit it or not, captain would have to move their fine leg a bit straighter, and Kirsty Gordon, I think, has effectively gone, I'm not moving them until you hit one.
Bryce, a bit floaty this time. It's going to be met on the full by Corney. Turns it round the corner. And the ground that was covered there by McCarthy was incredible, just keeping it to one. So, eventful over.
It's gone for 4 in the end.
Yeah, gone for 4, couple of extras, couple off the bat. Somerset on to 52 without loss after 9.
I do really, and this is really pedantic, so just a warning. I feel like it's always good when you have to caveat things with this is really pedantic. I really enjoy a scoreboard that gives you the rundown of the over, ball by ball.
Yeah.
I find that enjoyable, so I know how many balls are left, what's gone on in the over. Unfortunately not to be here, so I'm using my phone screen to
well, we know
figure out.
We've got the graphics on the stream today, haven't we? We had a bit of a technical issue, so we can see that on the stream today, which always helps.
As Kirsty Gordon comes in, it's flicked off Emma Corney's legs out to cow corner. I'm struggling with the batters at ground level until I see Emma Corney's got a beautiful pair of spikes on, and the heel has got a pink tone to it. So until I see a turn, it's taking me a second to figure out which batter's which, but I will get there. As Odgers takes strike to Gordon this ball. She comes down the wicket and drives firmly at mid-off. Good work done by Cassidy McCarthy, sliding away there. They come through for a single.
That's Mick Newell in the background, bringing sweets again, I hope.
Gordon into Corney, defended back to it. She's been nice and straight with her line, has Kirsty Gordon. And she dropped long on again, so good tactics from the Blaze skipper. Then she comes once more. Corney obliges and drives it to the long on fielder and trots through for a single. She'll be happy with that outcome, will Kirsty Gordon. She's bowled very tiredly so far. As in she comes once more. Dodges on strike this ball. She uses her feet to come down. Another single taken to long on. I think she'll be happy with that though. Squeeze a couple of dot balls and then she goes for 4 singles. As Corney drives again down to that long on fielder and come through for another single.
Yeah, I think you're happy if you're not conceding boundaries as well. Your score doesn't tick along the same psychologically, does it? And it can create that frustration in the batter, create that pressure, which is certainly the ploy from Kirsty Gordon here, from both ends, I think. So, after 10, the power play is done. 58 without loss, Somerset. So I think first blood, you'd have to say, goes to Somerset, almost going at a run of ball, not losing a wicket. Long way to go, as we've seen in all these games so far. Catherine Bryce looking to make some inroads, change this game as she's in now, and driven by Corney. Through extra cover, it's cut off, and there'll be no run.
I don't think Blaze will panic here though. They've played enough cricket at this ground to know that it's okay. Would have liked an early one, but they haven't, and that's not the end of the world.
Turned, well, whipped actually, not turned, whipped up the ground from Corney. This one cut off by mid-on.
I've really enjoyed the way these two have batted together and gone about their business in the first 10 overs of this game. Not let the Blaze bowlers settle at all.
Another good drive from Corney. Same result though, cut off by that extra cover fielder. Who's that with her back to us extra cover?
That's Georgia Ellis.
Georgia Ellis is there.
She'll be camped there now, extra cover, stopping everything, and Josie Graves just gone to deep cover with Ella Claridge shuffling round to backward point.
This one hit up the ground by Corney, cut off by Georgie Boyce. Yeah, when they were both in the circle then, in a line, almost all three of them looked the same person with the straight dark ponytail coming out the cap, so it was doing me.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it?
Turn into leg side this one again, can't be squeezed through, so pressure being mounted here by Catherine Bryce. It's a really well set field this. Those two remaining inside the circle on the leg side. Mid on and mid off still in the circle as well. Point and extra cover in. Driven again, can't be squeezed through. That's a maiden over from Catherine Bryce, just what the skipper would have ordered. We've kind of seen that first hand be shown a little bit there, didn't we? After 3 dot balls, cover went out to the boundary, almost saying, well, I've got 3 dot balls in the over. If you want to get 3 singles, you can have them, but you're not having a 4. But rolling the dice still with keeping mid on and mid off up to just tease them perhaps a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to what Blaze believe, A, is par score and what they'll be willing to chase, and also where they think these batters' strengths lie. So they might think the hitting over mid on and mid off is higher risk, especially at this point in the game, if you want to take that risk in the 11th over, being my guest, but you can have a deep one to cover.
So 58 without loss, Somerset after 11.
Sorry, I've got a bug on my glasses. Just the essentials as Kirsty Gordon comes back in. It's driven down the ground, but stopped at mid-on, who's currently stationed in the ring, and I assume will be for the first couple of balls of this over. She looks much more balanced now, playing those drives. Odgers now she's in. There's Gordon in once more to it. That's a beautiful length. Just took a bit of pace off that, did Kirsty Gordon, and just defended into the offside for no run. Just it's where she's very skillful, Gordon. Just subtle changes. She's got an arm ball, but she'll just subtly change her pace. She can do quite easily in the flight. As that's beautifully chipped over mid-wicket by Odgers, and that's going to race away for 4. A valiant chase by Josie Groves, but in vain in the end. And again, just a bit of pace taken off by Kirsty Gordon there. I think almost tempting her to hit straight down the ground, but Odgers was having absolutely none of it and has just flicked it over mid-wicket quite nonchalantly in the end, doesn't she?
Yeah, just looking at the replay, it's unlucky in a way. She almost did it for flight, but then corrected herself and went over the top.
Was driven into the offside this time by Odgers for no run.
But I think that shows the quality of the surface, that she was kind of done in the flight and then was able to correct and go aerial and play with a straight blade and then just flick it at the end. So fair play to Odgers.
It's Gordon with a full toss this time, but drilled straight. Oh, Georgia Owens has lost the ball and she's found it again. They don't come through for a single. As Kirsty Gordon will be trying to get out of this over now, as she's dropped long on and deep cover out to the boundary, as in she comes once more. Back of a length, Odgers running down, looking to go down the ground, gets beaten in the flight and ends up making her way back into the crease before Sarah Bryce can whip the bails off. It's the end of that over. And Somerset is 62 for no loss after 12. That's nearly done me because it changed just as I was starting to speak.
This is the challenge of outgrounds, isn't it? No disrespect, the scoreboard could be a ball behind. We've got a stream on that's probably 30 seconds behind. We're not as blessed as the media suites that we have at Trent Bridge and some of the other first-class grounds, but that's just a little bit of insight into our commentary box, or lack of, here. As Catherine Bryce is in and on the money as that one's turned to leg side.
Yeah, we've gone for the sympathy vote there, haven't we?
Yeah,
we really have. We've played it early.
It's terrible, isn't it? The sun's
such a tough
shining.
life.
Stood outside watching cricket.
It really is.
Poor us. Bryce in once again. Full and straight. This one's been driven wide of mid-on up to the boundary, and it's just got there. I didn't think it had the legs. I thought it'd be cut off by mid-wicket first, but it teased the pair of them.
I tell you,
it teased me, and then it hit the boundary rope for 4.
I'm just gonna. That is a superb cricket shot. Because it was on off stump.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Didn't look too straight, and she's held a bat face beautifully. And instead of trying to whip it through mid-wicket, she's actually beaten mid-wicket and mid-on there, and it's raced to the boundary.
Bryce once again. Back foot punch this time. Josie Groves will do the fielding out on that cover boundary rope. So Corney just starting to get going now as she goes into the 20s with that 4 and then that single. Hodges back on strike. Just that low crouch before standing tall and driving up to mid-off for no run. Skipper Gordon doing the fielding there. She fizzes the ball in, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. She creates good energy, and it's something we speak about a lot, is making sure the batters know that we're there.
Bryce in, and this one driven up the ground to mid-on. That is been pushed out to the boundary rope to long on, offering that single. So just trying to manage each over. Damage limitations after the boundary earlier in the over. Bryce once again. Corney on strike. They're going to get this one through. They're just teasing mid-wicket at the moment, aren't they? One's going straight, one's then going a bit squarer.
Yeah, I think Maddie Green also, she's such a good fielder that she tries to premeditate slightly. And it's almost like it's come off the inside half of the bat.
Yeah.
And because it's come off the inside half of the bat, it's ended up going past her, which can be a little bit frustrating as a fielder when you think you've called it the right way.
So 7 off the 13th, 69 without loss. Another good over for the Somerset women. What are your thoughts on that? Somerset women, should they have a secondary name? to differentiate from the men, or is it just Somerset men, Somerset women? You know, I know the Blaze have kind of kept that regional identity, which so it's this distinct that you've got Notts and you've got Blaze, but
Oh, you've put me in a difficult spot there, haven't you? Because we've got some.
Well, I like
some
that.
stick for the Blaze.
I don't like you getting the stick. I actually like what's been done around keeping the Blaze name, but
I just think it works for us, and if it works for us, it shouldn't really matter what anyone else thinks, to be honest. As Kirsty Gordon comes into corny, and she's done her in the flight there, and she's tried to throw her hands at that corny and drive it down the ground, but it's come off the outside edge, and it's chased down by Georgie Boyce. 2 runs added to the total. Beautiful bit of bowling there from Kirsty Gordon. What I do like, and I noticed for the first time 2 weeks ago, since I've ever started playing cricket, I went onto one of the apps I use to check the scores, and it said Derbyshire men and Derbyshire women. It's Gordon in once more, and that's flicked off the legs by Odgers. I know, that's corny, my bad. Fielding done by Josie Groves. And I thought, I enjoyed that.
yeah. Yeah, I often see it'll say England, meaning England men, and then it'll say England women, meaning England women. Like they don't use the men's suffix, if you like.
Yeah. So Odgers on strike for this delivery. Kirsty Gordon flatter. And down the wicket was Odgers. The fielding done well by Kirsty Gordon. It just lets the non-striker know that she's not going to be getting too far out of a crease there. But yeah, I don't mind Somerset men, Somerset women. And I quite like our name, the Blaze, as well. As that one's driven, almost pulled off the back foot to long on by Odgers. They come through for another single.
Yeah, I guess the angle of my question is like, you've got Lancashire Lightning and you've got Lancashire Thunder. Like the names are related in terms of the weather and the theme.
As that one's just back of a length and flicked off the hip by Corney. But are they Lancashire Thunder? They're just Lancashire women now.
They're Lancashire in the 50 over in a T20.
Oh, are they?
They are still Thunder. But I just like that we know the Thunder are the women and we know that the Lightning are the men. I quite like that. If you've got a couple of nicknames that can relate by the theme, if you like.
Oh, and tossed up a little bit by Kirsty Gordon, but Georgia always does the work at extra cover. Ooh,
Warwickshire, they're going to be the Bears, aren't they? They're going to be.
They Birmingham Bears in the T20,
Got you.
But Warwickshire women in the 50 over. I would assume similar to Warwickshire men in the 50 over, and then they become Birmingham Bears, so they'll have the same name. Birmingham Bears men and Birmingham Bears women.
Yeah.
I would assume.
Whereas in Australia, the brands are aligned, aren't they?
Yeah, Sydney Thunder men, Sydney Thunder women.
Yeah. Whereas in New Zealand, you've got Volts and Sparks, men and women, Aces and Hearts, etc., and so on. Catherine Bryce to continue. Square driven this time. Bit of work to be done by backward point. Gets a hand on it, and then it'll be cut off by Josie Groves coming in from the boundary.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. I'm quite torn. I really like the Blaze, but I think in the future it will be interesting to see whether it moves to Nottinghamshire Blaze and you have Nottinghamshire Outlaws in the short format stuff.
Bryce in again, and this one is opened the face by Odgers, and it's going to beat backward point, and that is very creative batting, very smart batting from Odgers. Another boundary to her, just making the Blaze think again after a couple of tight overs. Scoreboard's behind here, but they've moved on to 79 without loss now in the 15th. It's just teetering above 5 and over as Bryce is in again, this one into the leg side, and Maddie Green slams her hand on the ground there as she's frustrated as she jumps over that one.
See, she'll be annoyed with that, Maddie Green, but I think she's making the Somerset batters think about whether there's a single there, and sometimes you're not going to get everyone.
Yeah.
But keep throwing yourself around, and she's putting pressure on.
Corney back on strike, banged in by Bryce, well taken by her sibling behind the stumps. Nothing worse than receiving a bouncer as a keeper stood up.
I think they're quite used to it now because she stands up to so many players.
Yeah.
No, and Amy Jones is fantastic at it. And Catherine Brunt used to do it, just run in and bowl pretty sharp bouncers.
Bryce once again into the pads and turn round the corner by Corney. Runs the first one hard, thinks about second, but McCarthy, as ever, quick to retrieve the ball and fizz it in. Yeah, it's unforgiving, that mid-wicket position. She's very straight, so there's a lot of ground to cover. Hodges stands tall this time with a full blade and will just negotiate the last ball of the over with a dot. So 7 from the 15th. Somerset on to 80 without loss.
I think that might be another change of bowling from the Ski Lodge end, as Josie Groves is going to come on and bowl her leg spin. Kirsty Gordon just organising her fielders. I think it's a day, and I think sometimes in 50 over cricket, when the pitches are good, you almost have to have that T20 kind of vibe to it, where you go, we're going to let one bowler bowl a couple of overs and then we're going to change it. Because I think on a pitch that's so good, if you get too comfortable, it's tough. So Josie Groves on the back of Pfeiffer actually at the weekend. Oh, it's the pavilion end.
There you go, pavilion end.
Pavilion end.
We should just listen to the guy who knows what he's talking about on the tannoy.
Oh, we're so sorry if we've caused any offence to anyone listening. We'll call it the Ski Lodge / pavilion end.
Other names are available.
Other names are available. Just trying to sort their field out here. There's deep square, very far behind actually. It's Cassidy McCarthy out there. There's a cow corner, long on, and a deep cover to the leg spinner. As Corney's going to take the first ball of Josie Groves, and in she comes. Slightly short and pulled off the back foot by Corney, and they come through for a single.
She gets this right. It's the teaser of a field on the leg side, isn't it? Can you go across a straight one?
Yeah, I think there's a big gap. There's a very big gap between both fielders. I think if Hodges is sensible here, just bringing all the fielders slightly high, but Cassidy McCarthy is right on that boundary out there, and I wouldn't mind seeing a 5 off. If she gets this right and just dabs it into that leg side, she could be running 2 here as Josie Groves comes in again. Oh, it's beautifully flighted delivery. Almost chipped into the offside by Hodges for no run. In she comes once more. Slightly back of a length delivery and just defended for no run. If she gets it right, Josie Groves, she does force you to do something you don't really want to do.
She's tall as well, isn't she? She gets a bit extra bounce as well, so you can go hard on the drive and it just bounces that little bit more and you can shovel it into the hands of a short extra cover.
Swept. Oh, and it's gone straight past Grace Ballinger at 45 there. I'm going to be nice and say it's spun. It's hard to see, but we'll give her the benefit of the doubt. But slightly down the leg side, and she was very quick to latch onto that, was Hodges, who moves quickly onto 48.
Well, it was good contact, wasn't it? She got good contact. Wrong-footed Ballinger, who kind of shuffled to her left and then had to shuffle to her right. There's a song in there somewhere.
Oh, it's nice and straight from Josie Groves. Big appeal, struck on the pad, but not doing for the umpire. Just went across a straight one there, it looked like, and I think her eyes lit up at that. Being 2 away from a half century into that big leg side gap. Groves comes in once more to Hodges, who's down the wicket this time and just driving very casually up to long on and trots through for a single. And Josie Groves' she won't be happy with that. Josie Groves' first over. Emma Corney on 30, not out. And Hodges on 49. Just going to be on strike here to Catherine Bryce, who takes a cap off at the end that we still don't know the name for.
The athletics centre end.
Yeah, nice.
Somerset 87 without loss. The 17th over about to come down. Hodges will be on strike. She's 49 not out. Catherine Bryce will continue. Deep extra cover is out to start the over on the offside. Banged in, pulled away into a gap between that mid-wicket and square leg fielder. So Hodges goes to 50. Really good start. Set the tone really well for Somerset after being inserted by Blaze. Just a subdued raise of the bat and a little point to a team. Corney back on strike, turning to leg side again. They've took off for a run here. This could be a run out. It is. Confusion there. Hodges, I just have to pass in 50. Has set off for a single there. Corney didn't even leave her ground. She gets sent back. And that's the first wicket for the Blaze. Much needed wicket. Disappointing circumstances for Hodges, having made 50, and such a great start for the Somerset women. But Hodges has to go.
Yeah, a bit soft there from Somerset, unfortunately. It's Corney. She plays it a couple of strides to Maddie Green's left. I originally thought if they were going to go straight away, it might have been both get a dive out. There's probably one there, I think. But Emma Corney had no interest whatsoever. And unfortunately, Hodges too far down to turn around and get back. Smart bit of work by Maddie Green, actually. Because she lined up to throw it at the keeper's end. I think a shout came in pretty quickly that bowler's end was the way to go. And calm as always, Catherine Bryce in taking the bails off. So probably not the way they thought they were going to get it, the first wicket, the Blaze, but it comes nonetheless. And she batted really nicely. Did Hodges. Now it brings captain Sophie Luff to the crease, who's just getting her bat checked. It's got to fit through. There's kind of a plastic gauge to make sure it's not too big. And I've had the pleasure of playing against Sophie Luff at Hazelgrave numerous times, and we have set some of the roguest fields ever to her, so it'll be interesting to see how Blaze go about this. She's been in fantastic form as Sophie Luff. Got a wonderful 100 at Edgbaston a couple of weeks ago, I think, if my memory serves me right.
Bex Hodges run out, Green, K.E. Bryce for 50, 57 balls, 9 fours. In 58 minutes. Bryce to continue, hit on the pads. Big shout, umpire unmoved. Perhaps a little bit leg side from our very fine leg position here, stationed under the ski lodge or the pavilion.
Yeah, and Sarah Bryce, having just gone up in arms for an appeal, has just signalled to Ella Claridge that in fact it was going down the leg side.
She's in again, swinging in to the right-handed Corney, who pushes that ball up the ground to long on for a single. Georgie Boyce out there doing the fielding. What's going through your head now if you're Corney, you're 31 not out, you've just run the set batter out?
I think Sophie Luff will have come out and said, it's unfortunate, it's okay, but you've got an opportunity now to go big. You're looking good touch, just bat with me for a little bit till I get myself in, and then we can reassess and have a think about what par is. Lots of experience here associated Sophie Luff in these situations.
She's on strike now for the first time. Back foot drive for no run.
Josie Graves has slid there to help Georgia Ellis out, and in fact nearly taken her out, and it would have been a definite yellow card.
Studs up, could
yellow
have been
card
red.
offender. Could have been red. VAR. Oh, we don't talk about VAR though, do we?
Bryce in, and Love plays another back foot drive. Bit squarer this time. Point will do the fielding, and there's no run. So, eventful 17th over. 2 off it. 87 for 1. Bex Hodges has departed with a run out in that over. Sophie Luff has joined Corney at the wicket. All that experiences. Lucy Hyan explains. Is she unlucky not to have played for England? Off?
I think so. I think so. She's kind of that era that unfortunately just missed out. She's got a bulk of runs for Western Storm over the years. It's just honestly, she's a nightmare to play cricket against.
Yeah.
Because for the first 10 balls for innings, you feel really in the game. Almost because she wants to go back. She's short of stature. You feel like you're in the game, and then before you know it, she just accumulates and accumulates, and she can rack them up pretty quickly and take the game away from you without really noticing. They're just going to change the field here. Going to bring another fielder over to the offside. So that's 3 deep fielders on the leg side and a deep cover to Josie Groves, who's going to bowl to Corney, who's played nicely so far. As Groves comes in back of a length and pulled. Not quite as well as she would have liked by Corney, but it goes for 1 nonetheless. And the fielding done by Catherine Bryce. So it's like a crowd of Blaze supporters near deep square leg. There's a fair few people in orange out there, and I think that's Anita Groves, Josie's mum, with her Blaze flag. Oh, Grace Ballinger's getting some yards in as she's brought back into square leg. Now, this is a good field against Sophie Luff, because she almost to spin likes to run down and smother it, and it can kind of come off that inside edge and she'll just run 1 to square leg. So Grace Ballinger's been brought in there to try and cut that off and make her think about something a bit different. Extra cover mid-wicket, very tight. As Josie Groves bowls a slightly fuller, leapier delivery, and it gets punched out by Luff to deep cover. Definite squeeze on here by Blaze to the new batter. The extra cover and mid-wicket are extremely tight to Sophie Luff. They've dropped out slightly to Corney, who's been at the middle for the best part of 17 overs. Oh, as Josie Groves back of a length, big appeal as it strikes Corney on the pads. Again, umpire not interested, and they come through for a leg bye. She almost looks to be going back almost across the pads, doesn't she, into that leg side?
Yeah, I think the ball's just a little bit leg side, a bit high as well. That's a bit of a licence to go across it, but if she lines it up.
As Luff just drives that one down the ground, they come through for a single. I think that's almost the danger of having a leg spinner on with just a mid-wicket in the ring. Your eyes do light up and you see a big vacant gap out there.
Yeah, well, it's almost the same ploy they use for Sarah Glenn, isn't it? They want her to mow across the line to that straight on her and bring the pads and the stumps into play.
As Corney goes back to that one and cuts it out to deep cover. It's another single, it brings Sophie Luff back onto strike. Yeah, and I think that's the danger, especially because she's tall, Josie Groves, but she's quite skiddy still. So your eyes do light up. And if you're not careful, it'll be your demise as she's in once more, and Sophie Luff not falling for it. And just defends that one back to the bowler. End of a tidy over there from Josie Groves.
18 gone, Somerset 90 for 1. Sorry, 94 for 1, that's just skipped over. Did we have for 4 in that over? We didn't, did we? 4 singles in the over.
And a leg bye, I think. So we go for 5.
Yeah, it was 89 at the beginning of it. Just the scoreboard deceiving me there as it has been corrected. So 94 for 1 after 18. Run rate really good from Somerset. Wicket column pretty good if you're a Somerset batter. Blaze trying to apply that squeeze. It's just ebbed and flowed a bit, hasn't it? We get a couple of overs that are tight, no boundaries, and then the pressure valve is released as the Somerset batters find the ropes. So, Corney on strike. She's 33. Catherine Bryce, Scotland captain, with ball in hand. In past the umpire, hits Corney on the pads as she kind of falls over that one. Again, just lots of shape into the pads, but probably doing too much. I think Catherine Bryce is, as her career's gone on, has found it harder to probably get LBW decisions because she swings it that much. This one driven on the up. Georgia Elwes doing the fielding at extra cover.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see here how long Kirsty Gordon lets Catherine Bryce go on for. You know, she's ever reliable and a bit of a golden arm. She's got a knack in tough moments to take wickets. But Blaze only playing 6 bowlers today, which, for as long as I can remember, is fewer than we've played.
Back foot driven this time, squeezed into that gap. Casty McCarthy out at deep extra cover now.
So Georgia Elwes to bowl some right arm medium pace. And normally we'd have the luxury, as we did for the first 6 games, of Sarah Glenn to lean on as well.
Luff on strike, couple of taps of the bat. And then she's going to run this one off the face of the bat down to the vacant third region. Chase is on. It's going to hold up short. Good work, good chase there.
Ella Claridge, that is.
By Ella Claridge. So Luff gets her scoreboard ticking. Luff back on strike. Stands tall, pushes this one back to Bryce, who fields off her own bowling. The scoreboard, the main scoreboard, is teasing us at the moment. I make it that lower Luff's first 2 runs of the game, but it says she's on 4. Our graphics say 2, not out. Well, she's on 4 now, so I don't know what I'm talking about. As this one's guided down to third man region again. She's got more on this. It's going to be a chase on for Ella Claridge, in vain in the end. So Luff gets her first boundary as that ends the 19th over. It's a coach killer, that, isn't it, when the last ball of the boundary over that goes for a boundary.
Yeah, just a touch wide from Catherine Bryce, unfortunately, but such is the skill of Sophie Luff, she can just hit the ball in some very weird areas. She's incredibly hard to set a field to, so she's going to have to be smart here on what looks to be a very good wicket. I did, interestingly, Luke Fletcher just walked round, fast bowling coach for the Blaze, and Grace Ballinger was at fine leg just in front of us, and she said absolutely nothing up top. I'm assuming pretty flat.
Yeah.
Not a lot of seam or swing, which we kind of did.
We didn't see any seam, did we? Saw some gentle swing.
Not really enough to be threatening, though, was it?
No.
It was kind of slow.
Absolutely. 100 up for Somerset, 101 for 1 after 19.
So Josie Groves is going to come into Corney, who's on 34 not out. Here she is, back of a length. Corney trying to work that into the leg side again. She gets wrapped on the pads. She's insistent on trying to hit it through square leg, which I think Josie Groves is bowling a leg stump line to her at the minute. And there is a big gap if she can get hold of it. As in she is once more. Back of length again, and the same shot played. She's kind of trying to whip it. Quite fast hands through square leg. I'm not sure if she'd be slightly better trying to hit it a bit higher up the ground. I think Blaze will feel in the game here. And she taps her bat as Emma Corney grows in once more. Loop your delivery, full toss, and smacked into the leg side by Corney. It's going to dissect the 2 fielders out on the leg side and bring up a boundary. Not quite what Josie Groves was going for there, unfortunately, after 2 good deliveries where she'll have felt in the game. Just a slightly loose one, and well put away by Corney there. She's not going to miss out on that one as she moves to 38. What's Josie Groves going to come back with here? It's a better length. Oh, and she's run down the wicket there, has Corney. Beautiful delivery, beautiful comeback from Josie Groves. Does her in the flight, and Sarah Bryce whips the bails off. Second wicket to Blaze. I think Emma Corney will be frustrated with that one. She looked fantastic. She'd got a boundary off the over. She faced 2 dot balls, hit a 4, and then ran down and looked to try and smash that through the covers, and not to be from Corney. At the end of her good innings as she goes for 38 off 53 balls.
Bit of extra flight there from Groves, just done her in the flight, and bit of guile there, so fair play, fair play.
Yeah, brave bowling, I think, to have bowled a full toss that gets hit for the ball before. Brave to toss it back up, but a beautiful delivery by Josie Groves.
Yeah, Corney will be kicking herself there because she's got the 4, like you say, and after a full toss,
didn't need to do it, did she?
You're expecting it to be dragged back anyway, aren't you? So are you going to get there if it is dragged back? And the guile of Groves has paid off there, and the courage, as you say. So play starting to make inroads. 2 new batters at the crease now. The squeeze is back on for the Blaze.
And here they are. 2 experienced heads at the crease for Somerset as Fran Wilson comes to the crease. This will be a really important period for both teams, I think, now. I think Blaze will feel right back in the game after those 2 wickets. And Somerset will feel like they've got a great foundation.
But if you're Fran, and Luff, you want to be walking out 100 for 2, and the early morning sun has burnt away the dew, and the pitch is as dry and as flat as it can be. The new balls are doing nothing. So it's a well compiled innings so far from Somerset. A long way to go, 30 overs to go still.
As Wilson reverse sweeps straight up. no messing around from Fran Wilson. It was a full toss nonetheless, but she's put it away and it's run down to a vacant third man region for 4.
That wasn't premeditated, was that? That was a reaction to the full ball, wasn't it? That was
I think so, yeah.
Incredible wrists from Wilson, who is a very creative cricketer, isn't she?
Yeah, and it forces a change here straight away for... Oh, bear with me, I'm just trying to figure out what's happening here. So they're going to bring square leg up. So Cassidy McCarthy's come into the ring and Catherine Bryce has gone to almost kind of a deep square in front. So just the one fielder out there now. And reinforce that third man region. As Fran Wilson taps a bat and Josie Groves in again. Better length delivery and just nurdled, and they've just set off straight away and come through for a very well run single. And that is the problem Blaze are going to have, is these two are exceptionally quick and they know each other's games. There's almost that tap, yes, go straight away. There's no hesitation. We're going to have to be really tight and on our toes here, Blaze, whilst also trying to defend the boundaries. So we're going to have to get the balance right.
Yeah, that passage of play there, those two balls, just reminds me of the Georgia Adams and Elwys era of the Vipers when they batted together, and also what we've seen in this very early county cricket era of women's cricket of Tammy Beaumont and Georgia Elwys again, where it's 4 and a single, 4 single, and compiling those frustrating partnerships and those classy innings of accumulation. So we're going to see Georgia Elwys as well. She's going to bowl from the athletics centre end for the first time today. Wilson on strike, twiddles the bat, takes a guard, tapping away now, high back lift, banged in from Elwys. She'll be cut out to that boundary rider on the square boundary on the offside for a single. 20 gone, 20.1 gone now, 111 for 2. Stand on one leg if you're superstitious, stand on 2 if you're not, or sit down if you're Lucy Hyam, as Georgia Elwys is in.
That's
on the money.
Long time for this body to be standing up.
Yeah, I'm stood just behind Lucy, trying to not get sunburned by the shade of the ski lodge. Lucy sat down in the sun.
Yeah, I'm a bit cold in the shade actually. I'd much prefer to be in the sun.
In again, Elwys, and driven on the up. Oh, misfield out there. They're going to come back for 2. Absolutely pelted in frustration from Cassidy McCarthy, having misfielded it. Absolute rocket, but it's 2 runs nevertheless.
That will frustrate Georgia Elwys. She doesn't get annoyed if there's a misfield normally, but what she is not is casual.
Elwys in again. Back of a length, turn around the corner off the thigh pad of, or the hip of Sophie Luff for another single. So we've seen it already, haven't we, that these two are deft with their batting, manoeuvring the ball into the gaps. They run well. They've accumulated 9 already, and they've only been at the crease together for half a dozen balls.
They just constantly put you under pressure. You just can't really settle. You bowl a bad ball, it goes for 4, and you bowl a good ball, and often they run 1.
Elwys in, and this one square driven, cut off by point.
Be interested to see when Fran Wilson came to the crease what the chat was with Sophie Luff about whether they were going to get to drinks and then have a conversation about where they were going to go from there, or whether they've got a target in mind already.
Whipped into leg side this time by Fran Wilson, cut off by Michaela Kirk at deep square leg. Another single to the total for Somerset. That's the end of the 21st over. The Somerset women are 114 for 2.
Yeah, tardy start from Georgia Elwys there, and Kirsty just having a conversation with her now about a field. So Josie Groves is going to continue from the pavilion end / ski lodge end. Just going to have to keep battling here, I think, Blaze. I think they'll know the importance of this partnership. I just need to not get too lost in it, as I'm sure they won't. As Fran Wilson's on strike to Josie Groves. That's a leg side delivery and it's swept. Oh, great. For 4. Was that Cassidy McCarthy there? I think she threw out a dive and she was honestly about 2 metres from the ball.
Yeah, she swept it really fine, did Fran Wilson.
Yep.
That creativity coming out again. I think she just tried to anticipate it with a dive, but, you know, almost like a goalkeeper when they cover their post and it was going wide.
Well, normally if you do that, you don't have to go and get the ball. So that's why I do that. As Josie Groves comes in once more. Better line and length that time and just defended into mid-wicket for no run by Wilson. That's a much better delivery that from Josie Groves. I'll be frustrated with the way she started the over, but in she comes once more. Slightly back of her length and cut straight to Georgie Boyce at backward point.
It's mad to think that he's two. I know Fran's a World Cup winning batter, but hasn't had as many caps.
Lovely delivery there from Josie Groves. Just tossed up a little bit slower, just enticing Fran Wilson to hit the ball down the ground. Just skewed off the inside edge straight into the pitch for a dot ball. So in she comes once more. Full delivery, just defended into the leg side by Wilson, who looked for a single but turned down by Sophie Luff. Rightfully so, I don't think there was one there, if I'm honest.
And then you throw in Georgia Elwes, whose England chances at times were few and far between. Kirsty Gordon. You know, so even without the England players today, there's some serious quality.
I reckon you've got a lot of players that would make a best of.
Yeah.
Best of regional system. As Wilson taps about and is ready, tossed up by Josie Groves, and didn't quite get hold of that, did Wilson, and Ella Claridge does the fielding mid-wicket. So it would have been a tidy over that from Josie Groves had the first ball not gone for 4. Which unfortunately it did.
Yeah.
Completes her 4th over.
The Blaze just not been able to get a stranglehold of the run flow of Somerset. Boundaries coming at the beginning of overs, like you say, Lucy, or at the end of overs, having done a lot of good work with the other 4 or 5 balls in the over.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw one of the quicks from the pavilion end in the next couple of overs, either just before or just after drinks. Yeah, bit Grace Ballinger, I reckon. Just try and...
Round the wicket?
Yeah, potentially, and just try and block off one area of the ground.
Yeah.
Which she is very, very skilled at. I know she's worked incredibly hard at.
Well, for now, it's Georgia Elwes running up the hill, driven into the offside this time. I'm going to think about 2 here. Luff ran that first one really hard, having played a beautiful little stroke, teasing extra cover. But they decide on just the single in the end, so it brings Fran Wilson on strike.
She times it beautifully, doesn't she? She almost just leant on that and it nearly rocketed its way past Catherine Bryce.
Driven on the up from Wilson, cut off by Kirsty Gordon at mid-off. She rubs the ball there, and talking about how the ball bobbled in front of her there, I think, to a colleague in Georgia Elwes. She's in again, this time dabbed into the offside. Thoughts of a single, and then a loud shout of no from Luff, sending Wilson back.
Yeah, good there from Ella Claridge at backward point. It's going to be with cover through, that's going to be a high tariff area, so she's going to have to be on her toes there.
Driven again, this one will find the gap. Just be the single though, as Cassidy McCarthy sends another thunderbolt into the gloves of Sarah Bryce. Tidy over so far from Elwes. This one's worked as a leg side. Very quick single. Wayward throw. Great pick-up by mid-wicket. Josie Groves doing the fielding, but it was a wayward throw, but she had to get it away quickly. I think they would have been safe. Although there was a bit of a scamper at the end.
Yeah, I agree. She's going to put some pressure back onto the Blaze fielders here. I think she might have been in as well, but good work nonetheless from Josie Groves, keeping these two batters honest.
Howison again, driven again beautifully on the up, well stopped at extra cover. Catherine Bryce, is that Catherine Bryce?
Yeah, she went
Catherine
down in
Bryce
stages for a second.
Yeah, it was a nasty one, wasn't it?
It was horrible.
So
it was horrible.
That's the end of the 23rd. 3 from that over. Elvis trying to put the squeeze on the Somerset run flow. Somerset women are 122 for 2 from 23.
Yeah, she's given Georgia Rose has given the captain some much needed control from that end, bowling 2 overs number 7, and she's not strayed in line or length particularly, has she? It's been some good shots that have challenged extra cover and often brought a single about through deep cover, but the field is set for that. It'll be exactly what Kirsty Gordon, the captain, is asking Georgia Elwes to do, as Josie Groves is going to continue from the pavilion end. And I think that's the beauty of someone like Josie Groves and your leg spinner, is they're your wicket takers. And then you've got the likes of your Georgia Elwes and your Catherine Bryce to try and bowl economically at the other end in tandem. As Luff is on strike. Tries to flick that into the leg side, but just trickles off the pad. Just having a little look at that leg side field is Luff, and that square leg's come up into the ring to try and block off that rotation option. Slightly short from Groves and cut through the offside. Despairing dive from Georgia Elwes. A slightly different field to Fran Wilson, as that square leg in the ring just comes into a 45, so I think a bit worried about the ramp shots of Wilson, even as she just steps across and sweeps that from Josie Groves behind square. Walked quite a long way across the stumps there, I think. Almost ended up outside off stump, didn't she? And swept it. Nothing square leg can do out there.
It's incredibly smart batting though. That creativity again to access the ball, knowing that deep square leg has got a lot of ground to make. If you beat short fine leg, it's destined to be 4. It just stops the Blaze settling in bowling dots, keeps the scoreboard moving, and we're seeing Gordon have a chat with the bowler, making the Blaze think all the time. Real game of cat and mouse in these middle overs at the moment.
A reverse swept this time beautifully by Fran Wilson. Josie Groves looks disappointed there, but quite frankly there's not really much she could have done about that. It's probably where she wanted to land it, and Fran Wilson's just kind of gently dabbed the bat, and it's raced past Grace Ballinger at short third. And this is where she's so difficult to bowl, because there's a big vacant gap at mid-wicket, as you want to keep the pressure on with mid-wicket in, but she uses the crease so well that she punishes your bad balls but also hits your good balls for boundaries, as Groves in once more. It's a full toss and that's swept, and I don't think Catherine Bryce are going to cut that off either, unfortunately, at square leg. It might have to change the field here as Kirsty Gordon comes up. I think they might have to get rid of their 45 here and put 3 fielders on the leg side. It's that fine cat and mouse of creating pressure, but also...
Well, the full toss has been created because of the pressure, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
And the field's not set for that kind of bowling. The other interesting thing, I mean, Cassidy McCarthy's gone out there now, as you say. You've got your 2 opening fast bowlers fielding at short fine leg and short third. Like, it's a big ask. It's a big ask to cover that ground because it runs so quickly, and the angles you've got to cover.
Yeah, Cassidy McCarthy in particular is one of the quickest across the ground. She's got a jet arm, so she will always be one of our boundary fielders. We've got a big change here. As Michaela Kurtz come from deep cover to almost a deep third man to try and cover that reverse sweep that is one of Fran Wilson's strengths, as Josie Groves comes in once more. Cutting is Wilson. And she's going to run the first one hard. It's gone to a deep point area and she's going to come back for the second. So the problem Blaze have got here is with the short, straight boundaries, you've almost got to have where you would normally have a deep point. They've almost got to be a deep third because you're not cutting off anything down there. But what that does mean is Josie Groves is good ball now. The skill of Fran Wilson, she can just rock back, hit it through the offside and run two. So
yeah, you cover one gap and you create another, don't you? And like you say, that was an easy two. And also the fielder's got to run 30 yards, so you're just putting extra miles on the GPS of the opposition fielders, which, you know, tires them out
and it sounds simple,
grinds them down.
But one of the things these two are so good at is hitting the ball where the fielders aren't. And then what do? You move your field. And then what do? Hit it where they aren't. And it is incredibly frustrating. And the wave, I think Grace Ballinger's going to come back on at this end in a minute.
So 15 off the 24th over, 137 for 2 are Somerset as Elwes continues and Luff hits that low full toss along the ground straight at Maddie Green at mid-wicket, a very straight mid-wicket. Big gap through square leg now with a deep square leg 10 in, 10 off and a fine leg. Beg your pardon, it wasn't Maddie Green doing the fielding at mid-wicket because she's right in front of us at fine leg.
It's Josie Groves.
Josie Groves
stationed herself at mid-wicket.
What's the thinking there? That Green's been changed from mid-wicket?
I'm not entirely sure, truth be told.
Elwes in again this time. Wilson opens the blade, gives herself a bit of room to try and squeeze it through the offside, but it's cut off by Ella Claridge at point.
I do feel as though Maddie Green might be wasted at fine leg.
Yeah,
I know she's covering some ground, but I wouldn't be surprised if after drinks she switches with potentially Cassidy McCarthy. Ouch.
driven right up the ground this time by Wilson, hard, and Elwes fields off her own bowling. Well, I say fields off her own bowling, ricochets off her, which takes the sting out of the ball, and then Georgie Boyce mops up at mid-on.
I wonder if Georgia Elwes has got the surprise bouncer in her. That's something we used to speak about a lot to Fran Wilson, who likes to use her feet and just kind of shuffle down the wicket. Is occasionally just, it doesn't have to be quick, and it doesn't have to be express, but just oh, she's moving the field, so it's definitely not going to happen now.
Kirk has gone from deep square leg to more of a deep mid-wicket. Third has come in to the circle. Grace Ballinger's inside the circle now. And long gon's gone out. This one's into the thigh pad of Luff. It's turned round the corner. They think about two, and then they decide against it as Maddie Green cuts that one off efficiently.
I was about to say there is a huge gap now with no square leg, and Maddie Green having not moved round much to cover that. But that is the beauty of having someone that is absolutely rapid with a gun arm, is she can cover a lot of space, and she covers the space of pretty much two fielders.
Elwes in again, and looks like she bowled a bit of a cutter there. Luff equal to it. So that's 25 gone. 139 for two are the Somerset women. The players are going to take a drink. We'll do a little recap, and then we might just take a little break ourselves. So just a reminder that Bex Hodges, she scored 50, was run out the next ball, having scored 50. Corney departed for 38, very classy, until she was dismissed off the bowling of Josie Groves, stumped by Sarah Bryce. Sophie Luff at the wicket now with Fran Wilson. 14 and 27 not out respectfully. Their partnership has moved on to 34. Players are taking a short refreshment break. We're going to do the same. We'll see you back very shortly. pressure valve just gets released again. We're going to see a change after drinks. Josie Grove is going to make way for Grace Ballinger. She bowled 4 overs up top. We've seen her often bowl in the middle overs, come round the wicket, try and cramp up the right-handed batters. So Gordon just having a chat with the bowler, talking about just imitating a shot to the leg side there, so just thinking about where they're going to station those leg side fielders. Regulation fine leg, deep backward square leg, and then a very straight mid-wicket on the square, and then mid on inside the circle as well on the leg side as she's in around the wicket. Down the leg side, cut off by Sarah Bryce, who's the keeper, stood up. And then on the offside, 3 inside the circle, point, extra cover mid-off. 3rd down on the ropes. And a floating Catherine Bryce, kind of a deep cover point. So, Grace Ballinger will try again. Oh, got this one to beat the outside edge of the bat. Didn't stick for Sarah Bryce, and there was no edge. But it's one of the few balls we've seen beat the bat today. Just slightly straightening off the surface, that one from Grace Ballinger. She's in once again and driven on the up this time into the leg side. Slightly frustrated or false shot this time from Fran Wilson. Not as convincing and as compact as we've seen.
Could just hear Kirsty Gordon shouting 300 is par at the grave. Which, to be quite frank, I think is probably not far off.
Ballinger in again and just pegging Fran Wilson back, saying you're going to have to hit through this field. Much more balanced field now, I think, Lucy.
Yeah, I'm just enjoying watching Luke Fletcher, who has stationed himself as close to the sight screen as humanly possible, watching his fast bowler. He's very happy with how she started her spell in the middle overs. She's been right on the money, hasn't she?
She has indeed, and she's in again and hits that hard length as Wilson pushes it up the ground, but she can't get it through, so another dot. Wide to start the over, followed by 4 dots, so good pressure thus far. Just what the captain would have ordered from a Blaze point of view. Can she get out the over? No change to the field, so as is. She bounces in round the wicket, full, and just snatches at that shot. Wilson just practices it again, trying to hold that shape, hold that full face of the bat. So 26 gone, 139 for 2.
Did you say that over started with a wide?
Yeah, it was wide and then 6 dots, wide down the leg side.
Just what the girls would have wanted coming back from drinks. I'm sure that's exactly what Kirsty Gordon, the captain, was saying, was to apply a bit of pressure to these two and make them do something they don't particularly want to do on what is a very good wicket and a very fast outfield. Hopefully Georgia Ellis can, well, I say hopefully, am I supposed to still be not biased, or am I allowed to be a bit biased?
We want your Blaze.
Sorry,
I can be impartial.
I actually can't hide it either.
I can be impartial, don't worry, you just say what you think.
Yeah.
Just don't get sacked.
I'll try my very hardest to not get sacked. As Georgia Ellis is going to come back in.
We've swapped ends here, Lucy.
Yeah, we have. Do you want to do 2 or do you want to switch?
No, you go.
Okay. Ellis back into Luff, who rocks back and cuts relatively effortlessly to deep cover.
We just change it up here at Loughborough.
Yeah, why not? That sun's out. Keep inching my chair slowly forward, you see. Just try and creep into the sun. She's coming slightly over the towering tree that's above us. So always comes back into Fran Wilson this time as she cuts off the back foot as well. And same result. 1 to deep cover. It's Cassie McCarthy. That bullet arm out there. The ball makes its way back round the field to the bowler, Georgia Elwes. Love on strike for this delivery. She's trying to run that off the face to a vacant third man. And just misses it, and Sarah Bryce does the work behind the stumps. Stood up as she will be for the majority of the back end of this innings, I think. Sarah Bryce. Full of delivery that time by Elwes, and driven down the ground. Good work from Georgie Boyce down there at long on to come round and cut off a potential 2.
Looks like she's trying to bowl off cutters. Eula faced her in the nets obviously quite a bit, Lucy, but it looks like she's getting drift with the off cutter, and it's almost tailing away from the batter a little bit.
Yeah, she's not my favourite person to face, Georgia Elwes. She's got a lot of skill and a lot of variation. As that is a chip straight up in the air from Wilson and caught by Kirsty Gordon at mid-off. Again, looked like an off-pace delivery there, and Fran Wilson just threw it a little bit early, takes one hand off the bat. Just what Blaze needed after drinks. She'll be really disappointed with that, Fran Wilson. It's a little bit fuller and off pace, and she's looked to try and hit that straight down the ground. Threw the shot a little bit too early. I'm not sure whether it stuck a bit or she didn't pick it, but result Blaze required, and safe pair of hands there from Kirsty Gordon, who'll be very happy with how Blaze responded after drinks. Just one run off to Grace Ballinger's first over, and Georgia Elwes backing it up with a much needed wicket.
Yeah, if you're a Somerset follower, you'll be really disappointed with the mode of dismissal there. But I think Grace Ballinger has to be given some credit for the over before, just creating that pressure. Sometimes you see days where bowlers go none for spit, and the other bowler at the other end goes 4 for 40, and it's all about those partnerships and being a bowling unit, isn't it? And bowling in tandem and bowling as a group. And I think the change at the pavilion end has actually paid off for the wicket at the athletic centre end for Georgia Elwes.
Absolutely.
So 142 for 2 as we see a aeroplane in the sky there taking off above the scoreboard.
Katie Jones is just taking guard. Young wicketkeeper batter. She joins Sophie Luff at the crease, who's currently 16 not out. So Fran Wilson quick fire 28 off 30, including 5 fours. She was causing Blaze a bit of a headache, in particular against the spin. As Jones drives beautifully her first ball, and the fielding is well done by Catherine Bryce, diving away extra cover. It's a lovely first shot from Katie Jones. That'll give her a bit of confidence, but yeah, struggled to contain Fran Wilson, especially against a spin. She manipulated the field ever so well, so that'll be a big result from Blaze there. As Grace Ballinger gives her cap to the umpire. Who do you feel is in the ascendancy now then? You think that's a big wicket? Do you think Somerset's still pretty happy?
Well, they're happy, but to quote your skipper, 300 is par on here. You know,
it's a good accent, that.
Aye, it's not bad.
No,
I lived in Edinburgh for a wee while.
Oh, of course
so
you did.
My daughter was born in Edinburgh, actually. Yeah, so I just think if Blaze build pressure and Somerset can't absorb it and kind of hold their nerve, if they only get 100 from this second half of the innings, and they're looking at a 250 score, I think they're well under par. And we've seen that with the run chase here 2 weeks ago. Beaumont and Elwes making, you know, it very simple and easy to chase offers. Ballinger's in and on the money again. First ball of this over.
And I tell you what it's done, it's given Blaze, who have come out after drinks with a bit more of a skip in their step, a lot of momentum. The ball's flying in when it's patted out to fielders. Grace Ballinger's running in hard, hitting a length, and she's been fantastic in the spell she's bowled after lunch so far.
This one's a bit fuller and wider and driven square by Luff, but she can't squeeze it through. Just started to see a bit of frustration in the body language of the Somerset batters.
Yeah, and they've got batting to come. Katie Jones, good batter. Alex Griffiths can bat. And then Amanda Jade Wellington is very tough to bowl at, but they'll want to try and keep her in the shed and allow her to bat and be explosive at the back end, I'd say, which is her natural game. So have to rebuild a little bit here, Somerset.
Banged in this time by Ballinger. They'll just drop this into the offside, into that gap for a single.
I think Blaze will just try and sneak through a couple of overs here.
I just wonder whether Gordon will try and get herself back on to bowl the new bat. Just try and dot her up, although Elvis is doing that job for the Blaze at the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some left arm spin shortly.
Ballinger down the leg side, well stopped. Not easy those when you stood up as a keeper. They'll be able to come through for an additional run. So wides signalled by umpire Jasmine Naeem.
Just having a look, Georgia Earl was 4 overs, 1 for 12. So she's got 6 left, as has Kirsty Gordon.
Full again and driven up the ground, cut off by Georgie Boyce at mid-off. Yeah, Bryce bowled 6, hasn't she? So Bryce bowled 6 on the bounce. First change.
Bryce through 6, Groves through 5, Cassidy McCarthy with 6 also remaining. I think she'll be a good matchup to Amanda Jade Wellington, potentially later in the innings.
Round the wicket against Katie Jones this time, and just keeps her honest and plays a good forward defensive shot.
She always makes me laugh, Grace Ballinger, because
Sorry, it was Sophie Luff on strike.
the thing she gets most annoyed at is when people block the ball against her. She sometimes says she'd rather go for 16 off and over than have someone stand down the other end and block it.
Yeah.
Which I can confidently say is not the case for me. But I try to say to her, don't get bored of being good, but I don't think it ever really resonates. I think she'll enjoy one of the batters. Try to take a bit of a risk here.
It's in again, round the wicket, driven beautifully up the ground by Sophie Luff. Hits the sight screen, hits the advertising hoarding, bounces over into the sight screen. Kirsty Gordon at mid-on was just watched it go past her really, because there was never a chance of her stopping it. So disappointing way to end the 28th over. Somerset move on to 149 for 3. Yeah, the way I interpret Grace Ballinger's body language around this matter, which we had a chat about it a couple of weeks ago, didn't we, is she's basically saying, come on, play another shot. Come on, come on, come on, come after me, come after me. I think that's the frustrating bit. It's almost like she's saying, come on, you know, if she was in the boxing ring, she'd be saying, come on, punch me. That's the way I kind of interpret what she's saying to the batters when they play a forward defensive, like take a risk, take me on.
Absolutely, as Elvis comes in for another over. Back of a length delivery just pushed into the offside by Katie Jones, who's yet to get off the mark. Yeah, I don't think she'll enjoy that final ball though. It was a beautiful shot by Sophie Luff, wasn't it? Completely risk-free, just bunting it back down the ground, all along the floor. And like you said, Kirsty Gordon had barely even moved by the time it gone past her.
Yeah.
As Jones faces once more, whipped into the leg side, and they set off, and as Josie Groves says, oh, excellent bit of fielding there from Josie Groves. As she dives away, spins, and throws whilst almost sat on the ground, aiming at one stump, and by the reaction of the Blaze players, it wasn't far away at all, but both batters make it home in the end, but creating some pressure here, and I feel like both the Somerset batters are feeling that pressure. Really keen to get down the other end, and that's the first run from Jones. It's Luff on strike, rocks back, pushes that into the offside, and they come through for another single. It's also 150 up from Somerset, the 28th over.
Yeah, and that last ball you were talking about from Grace Ballinger was when you talked about she got a ball one side of the wicket and cut enough area of the ground off. She just went searching that ball, didn't she?
Yeah. Driven through the covers by Katie Jones.
I think you point there about don't get bored being good. That's what she's got to do. She can't get bored being good. And we've seen that here with Georgia Elwys. She's not going to get bored of being hit for singles and bowling cutters. And
Just defended back to her this time by Sophie Love. And I think that's the problem. As soon as you go searching for it on a ground like this, very similar to, I think, problems that bowlers have at Beckenham, which is a renowned, fantastic batting surface, is as soon as you go searching for it, you get punished. Just got to keep plugging away here if you're the bowling side, as Elwys comes into Love once more, who rocks back, flicks it down the ground. Again, diving in there is Josie Groves, but can't lay a hand on it.
The game at Beckenham, were you head behind a cushion watching that, or even sat behind the sofa? Such a thrilling game, especially those last few moments, that last over.
It was a bit of a roller coaster of a watch, if I'm honest. Felt like both teams were going to win it. And I probably shouldn't say this in a Blaze shirt, but it felt like a game that both teams deserved to win. And sometimes I think, whilst I'd have loved to have seen Blaze take the points and run away, probably a draw felt like fairest result sometimes. Do you know what I mean? It was a fantastic game of cricket, and I think it
probably felt like a loss for the Blaze, surely, because they were in the ascendancy
at the back end
with the wickets. They took and the tail wagged.
Absolutely.
150 for 3 then, as Ballinger's in to start another over, left arm round the wicket, and she is on the money first up this time. Luff standing tall, just playing with a lovely vertical full face of the bat.
One thing Sophie Love will do is not panic if she faces a couple of dots. She knows she can catch it up. And then she's got to bat for a bit of time here, those two, and just accumulate for a while.
And she has so far, 23 from 31 as Ballinger's in and adds to that total now with a single, making Josie Groves work hard, covering ground there, a backward point. Slight misfield, but she's got the insurance policy of the boundary rider behind her. Brings Katie Jones on strike. She's just got a couple to her name. Only faced 4 balls so far. Ballinger then, 1 on her back. Skipping in, full, and has to be dug out by Jones. Squirmed into the leg side.
Yeah, and Blaze have brought the deep cover fielder up to Katie Jones. So just currently got a deep third, fine leg and a square leg out on the boundary. So Grace Ballinger's going to try and hold her line and length and put a bit of pressure on Katie Jones here.
Down the leg side, we've seen a couple of them so far. Umpire Naeem will signal a wide.
But again there, going back to the trying to defend one area of the ground with cover up, your miss is your leg side wide. If you're a touch 4th stump, your 4 is 4 to a good batter. So I think Grace Ballinger actually won't be too disappointed with that, knowing where her miss is. But deep cover has gone through now, so it gives her a bit more margin for error.
Ballinger in again, square driven, hard at backward point. Again, it'll be cut off by the boundary rider. Michaela Kirk doing the fielding. So Jones adds another single to her total. 156 for 3. Luff back on strike. Ballinger round the wicket. Gonna steal a single here as it's hit up to Georgie Boyce. Puts pressure on Boyce. A slight misfield, but recovered quickly, just be the single. Good bit of cricket that, just to squeeze that run out. She's called yes straight away. She knew it had beat the right hand of extra cover. Maddie Green stationed there, and it just puts that bit of pressure on mid-off to get round, pick it up clean, and there's never really a chance of a run out. So well ran single. Jones back on strike. Ballinger in. Bowls a cutter. Just sticks in the surface, and Jones has to negotiate that one with a straight bat. So that's the end of the 30th. 4 from that Ballinger over. Somerset are 157 for 3. Jones recently joined Luff at the wicket. She's 3 not out. Sophie Luff 24 not out.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's the end of Grace Ballinger's spell. She's bowled very well there and done a job in being part of that bowling partnership that's taken that wicket. But she's got 4 overs remaining, and I wouldn't be surprised if we save a couple for her towards the back end, as always is going to continue. Sophie Luff on strike. But you see what I mean about her accumulating. She hasn't really taken any risks, Sophie Luff, and she's 25 off 33 and cutting that one to deep cover and trotting down the other end. It's all just very low risk, very calm. And I think sometimes her running can come across frantic, but it's not that at all. But it's almost because she hits it and runs, you always think you're in the game. But actually, she's very smart with how she goes about her batting and creating that pressure on the fielding team, as that one's just knocked into the leg side by Jones, and Josie Groves cuts that off at mid-wicket. The dot ball for Georgia Alvis.
Would you try and squeeze Jones? The field stayed the same. They've got Luff off strike first ball, but the field hasn't changed. Would you try and squeeze Jones or leave it as is?
Alvis comes in. Wide ball. It's just cut to deep cover. I think, well, they did to Grace Ballinger. They brought that cover fielder up and said to Jones, if you want to score a run through that offside, you're just going to have to go for 4. I think Elvis is just merrily going along, going through her work here, and they've kept that cover out and said, I'll probably squeeze 1 or 2 dots in the over and I'll go for 4. A slightly different way of going about it, as Luff just leans on that and works it down to long on. Another single. Let's just find how many balls have gone in this over. So that's 4 balls gone, 3 runs scored. So I think, to be quite honest, Georgia Elves would take going for 5 at this point in the game.
At this point of the over, you'd certainly leave them out, wouldn't you? I just thought there was an opportunity to squeeze. But that's still, you know, that's been hit up to mid-off for no run. That's still a really positive fielding position to have mid-off up.
Especially on this wicket, on this boundary. As always comes into Jones once more, and this one's flicked off the legs. She runs the first one exceptionally hard. Michaela Kirk coming in to do the work and does well there to stop Somerset coming back for 2. Was that 4 off that over? 2 dot balls. So Blaze will be very happy with that, I think.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the coaching team, the analysts, they'll be looking at that going, no boundaries, couple of dots, no 2s. And they're the kind of, you know, the cricket business speak, or even just business speak. They're the KPIs, aren't they? That are the metrics that we believe win games of cricket.
Yeah, it's actually just coming off the pitch here, Georgia Alvis. Marie Kelly has come back from a bit of illness/injury, but she didn't look particularly comfortable jogging off there. So I assume that'll be the end of her bowling spell, and hopefully she's okay.
Her hand looked like she pulled something off her hand and flicked it away then, like a plaster or some kind of bandage.
Yeah, I think it might have been. I wonder if it's that one that got hit back. Because she fielded one off her own bowling, didn't it? Got hit back pretty hard and looks a bit painful at the time. But
Ballinger's going to get another over. She's round the wicket now and beats the edge of the bat there. Banged that one in a little bit. Jones looking to guide it. Slightly risky that, but got away with it.
Yeah, interestingly, deep cover's now also gone to the boundary, in comparison to the start of last over, where they kept the squeeze on for the first couple to Katie Jones. She's giving her the one now.
Ballinger's in it. It's been driven on the up. This is going to go into the gap. They could come back for 2 because cover is quite square. They do come back for 2.
And fantastic running there from the Somerset girls. Pretty low risk cricket, just lent on by Katie Jones through the offside. Beats a sprawling Maddie Green extra cover and a pretty comfortable 2 in the end.
bit straighter this time, worked into leg side. Catherine Bryce will field. Just marching in from that deep square boundary. It's not gone flat, but it's just gone a little bit subdued all round, really, hasn't it?
Feels very much in the balance. So that's the energy that I'm getting from the pitch, is that it feels like both teams kind of just biding their time here.
Ballinger once again is going to go find this off the pads of Jones. Sorry, Luff. Just be a single. That was well cut off, actually. I thought that might have run down a bit quicker and challenged the fine leg fielder.
Big question for you. 2 questions. Who do you feel is happier at this current point, and what do you think Somerset will be targeting here? I'm just going to throw those 2 up for you to...
Ballinger's in. This one is square driven, dug out a little bit by Jones, but it's cut off by Josie Groves. I think Blaze are the happier, because the wickets have just slowed the run rate down ever so slightly. They've teetered around 5.5, 5.75 run rate. It's still around that, but
5.2 currently.
Yes, it's been clawed back a little bit, hasn't it? Ballinger's in once again, and oh, she's knocked over Hannah Jones. Looked like a bit of a variation, perhaps the cutter. Fuller length. Jones looking to dig that out. And she's knocked middle stump out the ground. So to answer Lucy Hyam's question, who's the happier? It's definitely the Blaze now.
It's currently Grace Ballinger, I think.
Somerset are 165 for 4. Jones has to depart for 8.
Like a slow ball Yorker, that, to be honest. A fantastic delivery from Grace Ballinger, who's been phenomenal from the pavilion end since she came back into the attack, and I'll just set Somerset back ever so slightly more as Katie Jones comes off and is replaced by Alex Griffiths.
So what was the second part to that question? It's like a science exam.
Oh, sorry. Well, it'll now change, obviously.
But what
I
was
said,
the
what do you think Somerset will be targeting here? Do you think they'll be happy to try and defend, having seen the wicket and the outfield?
Well, it's really cliche. If they get 250, it's runs on the board, it's defendable. They'll just have to bowl really well. 275, I think, is par. I think 300, you're in the game. I think that's what I deduce from what I've seen so far. I think Kirsty Gordon's, kind of being vocal, saying 300's par here is probably 25 more than what it actually really is. But plays have shown when you get it right, you can stifle the run flow and build pressure. So you can defend 200 if you bowl really well, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But it's unlikely you're going to defend at 200. So
6s from here will get them to 270-ish.
that's doable. That's doable with the firepower, with the experience of Luff and some of the firepower to come in.
That's exactly what I was going to say, and I think Kirsty Gordon probably is aware of that, and she's going to bring herself back into the attack. She's going to be trying to get the prize wicket of Sophie Luff here, who leans forward and hits that one into a pad, and it just trickles into the offside. The fielding's done by the wicket-keeper Sarah Bryce. So when you think about it like that, they don't seem that far away. And like you said, because they've been trickling between 5s and 6s for the whole game, really, slightly shorter and flatter from Kirsty Gordon, and Love just rocks back and knocks that back to the bowler. Another dot ball. It's 2 dots to start this over from Kirsty Gordon. Just the 3 fielders out for her. As Love tries to go back and work that one, there's some appealing from the Blaze girls, but I don't think that was ever going to be out, to be honest. 3 dots. Kirsty Gordon comes back in again, left arm. Slower, flighted, and just knocked down the ground from Sophie Luff. Again, lovely change of pace there from Kirsty Gordon.
I think the other thing to think about, to answer your question, is we shouldn't discount how deep all these teams bat now.
Absolutely.
In the domestic game. How good the all-rounders are, and the middle lower order, how good they are as batters.
Griffiths to face her first ball, just goes back and whips that off what looks like leg stump into mid-wicket for 1 run, and she's off the mark straight away.
I never really want to compare the women's game to the men's game or vice versa, or the club game to the pro game. But the best teams are the teams that bat deep. The best teams are the teams that have got lots of bowling options and people they can turn to. So there's no reason why they can't make 300 from here.
Absolutely, as that's Sophie Love just trots down the wicket there and makes that into a full toss and hits it down to long on for 1. End of a very solid over from Kirsty Gordon, just 3 runs conceded. And Somerset moved to 166 for 4 at the end of the 32nd over.
I've got a question for you now, Lucy.
Oh God, absolute panic stations.
How many overs would you give Amanda Jane Wellington to come out and light some fireworks?
That's a good question. I've got a slightly... I don't think she's just a power hitter. I think she's got that element of a game, and I think that's what we see most, but I honestly think she can do it. For a lot of power hitters in the women's game, you're often talking 4 or 5 overs, and you think if they make it through 4 or 5 overs, you're in a good position. But she can do it for a sustained period of time. I'd give her 10-12, honestly.
I'd love to see her now. I'd love to see what...
She'll be next in for sure.
Josie Groves is the new bowler. Fields off her own. Bowling there. Feigns a run out, but it's never a run out.
And I think because for some power hitters, they can't...
Now to be disruptive.
Yeah, but they also can't rotate the strike, whereas she can do that as well. That's, for me, what makes her so dangerous.
Groves in again, and this one is shovelled into the leg side, up to long on for a single. So Luff continues to tickle the score along. Marie Kelly doing the fielding there. Good to see her back on the field. Not that we don't like her being in the commentary box as well. As Groves in to the new batter, Griffiths.
She had a good weekend, did Marie Kelly. She got 46 not out in a T20 for Blaze in the County Cup, and then 195 not out in a club game.
Oh wow,
I
that's
know.
good. Down the leg side, and it'll be signalled wide by Jasmine Naeem, this one. Jasmine Naeem, a fellow Lancastrian, hailing from Blackburn. Did an umpiring course with me the other week, actually. Groves in again, very full. Griffiths just struggling to time that.
Yeah, and I think this is the importance now of trying to starve Sophie Luff of strike. You know, she gets up and down pretty well, Sophie Luff, and she won't like standing at the non-striker's end for too long.
It's the thigh pad, this one. No run though. Kelly is now sent out to long on, having been brought up to squeeze the new batter. So just protecting the over here, which has only gone for a couple so far. Dragged down this one, it'll be pulled away. Bit of work to do in the outfield. It's pretty elementary though, and it's fired in. So just a single. So 3 off that 34th over. 171 for 4. 16 remain. Yeah, I agree. You know, Wellington isn't just a one-trick pony. Give her 5 overs, and if she comes off, she comes off. I just think, you know, from a neutral point of view, from a spectacle point of view, it would be really disruptive if she comes in now, because she could score 60, 70, 80 on her, on her own. You know, if she came in now with enough time. I think it's sometimes she's left too late from what I've seen so far.
That's whipped away off the back foot by Griffiths. But Michaela Kirk does well out there to just concede the 1 run. Didn't look that short from Kirsty Gordon there, and she just rocked back Griffiths and kind of whipped it through mid-wicket. As long on, long off have both gone back for Sophie Luff now. Happy to get her off strike as she comes down. Doesn't quite get hold of that, and Kirsty Gordon does the fielding off her own bowling. Yeah, it looks, if you look over to their dugout, it looks like Amanda Jade Wellington and Chloe Skelton both kind of staying loose, both ready to come in. It's Gordon in once more, and that's just kind of deflected by Sophie Luff, who was down the wicket very early, trying to work that down the ground, but Kirsty Gordon just pulled a length back. That's another dot ball to Blaze. Feels like a big game of cat and mouse here between these two. They'll have played a lot of cricket against each other. Quicker and flatter might have been the arm ball from Gordon, and wonderful diving start from Claridge there at backward point. Did have a fielder behind her, but good bit of work. Just keeps the pressure on. Griffiths now to face Kirsty Gordon. Mid off back up into the ring, so going to challenge Griffiths here to play a big shot. She goes back and cuts to Cassidy McCarthy, who's still doing a mountain of work out there at deep cover.
Just a little cool breeze come across the ground, hasn't there? I don't know if anyone's picking that up at home from our effects mic.
As Love just happy to defend that straight ball from Kirsty Gordon. Brings to the end another over from her, and a good over again.
It's just cooled the run rate down as well. 174 for 4 are the Somerset women, 3 off that over.
Yeah, run rate comes below 5 for the first time in this game, I think, which Blaze will be very happy about.
Josie Groves will continue.
I think Kirsty Gordon just calling for some painkillers there. He's struggling a bit with a bad back, unfortunately. Either that or she's very hungry and wants a snack. Could be either.
Who doesn't want a snack, eh?
Exactly.
Full toss, can be worked into the leg side, hit very hard. It's cut off by Catherine Bryce doing the fielding. So another single to Griffiths. Brings Luff back on strike. Marie Kelly sent out to long gone. Up and over the top from Luff. One bounce for right in front of us here. Gorgeous shot from Luff. Good use of the feet.
Yeah, she won't mind seeing that though, Josie Groves. She'll feel right in the game there. It's kind of where you want Sophie Luff to try and hit the ball, I would say. As if Josie Groves can do her in the flight here, it brings in that outer half of the bat. I think Kirsty will be loving a little catch in there.
And again, she does shuffle down the wicket, then just stands tall and hits it square into the offside for a single. That 4 single combo, we've not seen that for a while. Yeah, we seen that earlier on, didn't we, with the stumping of Corney, didn't we? Beating the outside edge of the bat, good flight as well as Groves is in again. This one's dug out into the leg side, not convincing, but enough bat on it from Griffiths, so she gets another single.
I would say Kirsty Gordon's doing some ridiculous kind of dance move in front of me.
.180 for 4 as Groves is in and down the wicket as Luff tickles this into leg side. They're running hard, legs pumping from Luff, really good running in fact. Just
Fantastic
split
running.
the 2 fielders on the behind square there, teased them, eking out 2 more runs to that Somerset total. So long off has come out now, which is skipper Gordon. Long on has come back inside the circle to mid on. This one's dragged down, it's gone fine from Luff and it's going to run away down the hill very quickly for 4 more. So a bit untidy again, having put the brakes on for momentarily.
Yeah, I think that's the pressure that Sophie Luff puts on you, because her first step, almost her trigger, is to run down the wicket. And because you see that as a spinner, you then think, I've got to change my line. And unfortunately, I think she's just double bluffed Josie Groves there, who's seen her start to come down, dropped it slightly short, and unfortunately missed the line and length and almost paddled around the corner by Luff. Just looking over to the Blaze dugout, and Georgia always seems to have a fair chunk of ice on her hands, so I think that might be the end of her day.
That is disappointing. So 187 for 4 after 36. As Lucy Hyam described it, cat and mouse is very much the game that's being played here. It's just ebbing and flowing. Somerset have had built really good foundations, really good opening partnership. But the Blaze have clawed it back. Run rates teetered around 5.5 and over for most of the gamers. Gordon's in, and there's a loud appeal as that one hits the pads of Griffiths and then runs down to short third. So they'll take a leg by there.
What should VAR say, kind sir?
Just having a look. Well,
Close.
It looks adjacent. It'll be all about height, I think.
I looked full, didn't it?
We've got a rear view of it, so it looked like height from the blinded rear view, to be honest. But
I enjoyed Kirsty Gordon's Stuart Broad celeb appeal, though. As Kirsty Gordon beats Sophie Luff's bat there, well taken by Sarah Bryce. Josie Grove stationed as stood like basically on top of the non-striker, isn't she, at short mid-wicket, as Kirsty Gordon takes a bit of pace off that one. And Ella Claridge just about manages to stop that.
that's where she's kind of bunted the ball up the ground, isn't it? So now she's got to go squarer.
And this is what I mean about setting funky fields to Sophie Luff. That square leg in the ring stops her running down and blocking it off her hip. Should make her do something different. It's down the track this time, and she has beaten that fielder and knocked it slightly squarer. Michaela Kirk does good work and just going to come through for a single. But I like this from Blaze. I think she will just continue to accumulate if we don't do something different.
And Luff's got to be precise there.
Absolutely.
And there's not much to him, but it is going away from us. If she gets that wrong when she closes the face of the bat, it's a leading edge, or she misses the ball.
As Griffiths this time's going back and cutting, and they think about a run. Sophie Luff sent back in the end. Good fielding again by Ella Claridge. She's been very busy in that point region. Griffiths just having a little look into that leg side. There's a long on and a deep mid-wicket. Gordon in, slower, and just defended back to her. End of another over ticks by. Somerset 189 for 4 off 37 overs. What I will be interested to know is when Somerset flip the switch here. Got batters in the hutch. 13 overs remaining. Luff looking good, 43 not out of 54, but hasn't really taken any risks. She's hit 4 boundaries, but she's not had to do or create too much to hit those boundaries. She hit a beautiful shot over mid-off in Josie Groves' previous over, which you would have to say is the highest risk shot she's played so far. And I'm just looking over, and Wello has got a helmet on, which would indicate to me that she's very much in next. So
Run rate 5.11 now. So it's been clawed back by the Blaze. It's in the high fives before this partnership was broken. Josie Groves will continue from the pavilion end. Down the track, hit hard. It won't be mid-off. Good work by skipper Gordon there. It bounced kindly for her, but there's still a bit of leg work to be done.
yeah, she's in a really pivotal position there as Kirsty Gordon, but she's got a safe pair of hands.
And Luff trying to put the pressure on the young bowler. This time turns into leg side and turns down the single. Groves just deterring that run with a bit of athleticism, fielding off her own bowling.
This seems like the over for me. Well, Luff's going to put her foot down. You have to just stay calm here, Blaze. I think she's going to look to knock it into the leg side or hit it over mid-off.
She's down the track now, meets it on the half volley. Giving herself a bit of room as well to try and access that offside. Gordon does the fielding again. She is ticking. What do? Do you get off strike here, Lucy, or do you keep going?
I think she's going to keep going because cover's still out and mid-off's still up. think she wants that boundary.
Rocks back this time, hit it square. Michaela Kirk will do the fielding out on that boundary. So that's a bit of a win, isn't it? Get the
That's a huge win, that for
less
Blaze,
sat
yeah.
batter on strike. 3 balls gone in the over.
I think it's that
4
cat and mouse
actually.
again, isn't it, of saying we're going to keep that mid-off up until you'd hit it over the top. It's high risk, but if we get her out now...
Groves in. Griffiths trying to turn that into leg side. Hits a thigh pad and there'll be no run. 1 remaining. This will be a huge win if Groves can get out this over. She's in now. It's full.
Catch.
It's hitting the air. It's going to get into that pocket. Marie Kelly in the way. Oh, great work by Marie Kelly. Covered some ground there. They'll come back for 2. So 3 from the over. Definitely a big win in the 38th there for the Blaze.
I thought it's a huge bit of fielding there from Marie Kelly, to be honest. It doesn't seem like much, but there, if she goes for 4 off her final ball, it's 5 off the over, and they're up with the run rate.
And we've seen that a lot in the first half, didn't we, before drinks, of first ball of the over going for a 4 or the last ball of the over going for a 4. So Somerset 192 for 4, 38 gone, 12 overs remain. It feels like Amanda Jane Wellington territory now with 12 to go.
And I think Kirsty Gordon's going to keep herself on here. She bowled 7 overs, none for 23. She's been very economical, and I think she understands that we're in the balance here. 2 fielders back straight, long on, long off. Deep mid-wicket, deep cover. Luff down the wicket, works it into the leg side, and Michaela Kirk, who's stationed at mid-wicket, does the fielding. That's a result there for Blaze. I'm now going to put the squeeze on and bring the 2 straights up and force Griffiths to come down and hit over the top. And I think, to be quite frank, Griffiths is going to have to take a bit of a risk here. As Gordon comes in, back of her length, just rocks back and hits it into the offside. Just going to take the 1.
I think Griffiths has got a licence to thrill now. I think Luff needs to deal in singles and back to the end.
I agree with, especially with the shortest part of the ground being straight. I think Luff's got to get off strike and Griffiths has got to do something here. As Luff comes down and goes straight across it, and Kirsty Gordon even, sorry, colloquial, appeals, along with no one else. Gordon comes in again to Sophie Luff, who's down the wicket, skews it over extra cover, chases on for Cassidy McCarthy. As well, they're coming back for 2. That's okay for the Blaze.
Almost hit that too well, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. There's a big gap out there because of... I keep banging on about how short these straight boundaries are, so I can only apologise, but because you're mid-on and mid-off are slightly straighter on the boundary, it does give you a big pocket over that offside. As Gordon in once more. Bit of a drag down, potentially harsh maybe. Wide nonetheless, definitely down the leg side. But I think that's the one there that you almost bowl thinking that Sophie Luff's going to run down. So you try and slide one in, but not to be on that occasion. As that one is just blocked into the offside by Sophie Luff. She's so quick at coming down and then going back. So even the one you fire in, she can still hit for 1, which is what makes it quite a challenge at times. As Luff comes down and belts that straight, and that's massive. That's a big 6 from Sophie Luff, who I thought for a minute got done in the flight, actually. I don't think she quite got there, but went through with it and just smashes it over long on's head, and there was nothing Marie Kelly could do. I mean, if you put 5 of Marie Kelly on top of each other, she wouldn't have got that. And it brings up the 50 for Sophie Luff. Fabulously comprised innings. 53 off 63. 4 boundaries in that. Enjoy watching that 50?
Yeah, very, very silky, accumulated, just the 4 boundaries, like you say. So a lot of deft batting, a lot of dropping the ball into gaps and accumulating. But she's been the mainstay since she joined after the drop of the first wicket. Groves continue, drags this one down, be pulled away by Griffiths. I think Griffiths has really got a licence to go hard now with Lough being set. And Lough will play those shots, those aggressive shots, but they're very calculated.
She's going to target a long off here, Sophie Lough.
Oh, she's nicked that one coming down the track. It's going to run down the hill. Bit of work to be done. It's in vain. It'll be 4 more. Moral victories count for nothing, unfortunately. She's definitely targeting the offside. Big gap over extra cover and mid-off. Because she plays so well and beautifully with a straight blade, it's an element of low risk to it as well. This time turning to leg side off the face of the bat and whippy wrists. And another single. The damage is done in this over already, isn't it? Get off strike. And now Griffiths perhaps has a bit of licence.
Did you see how Kirsty Gordon was stood there at mid-off?
Yeah,
she stood pretty much side on, almost saying, go on, Sophie Lough. I know you want to.
Groves
give it a go.
Drags this one down the leg side. I think it's flicked the pad, so it won't be a wide. See, I'd love to see Griffiths come down the track as well. Either target that pocket between long on and deep mid-wicket, as she does along the ground, but it's cut off by regulation mid-wicket, or go into out over the offside. Hit the ball where there are no fielders, as you say, Lucy.
Yeah, I think almost she doesn't really need to move her feet down the wicket, but I would here be moving to the leg side and trying to open up this offside and saying, look, if it's short, I've still got space to pull it, and if it's full, I'm going to belt you over mid-off.
Rock's back on this one. She's found the gap. They'll get 2 here. Lough calls her through for the second run. Great running. She's done well to get 2 out of that because they moved that mid-wicket fielder to short third to reinforce the offside, and he's still able to squeeze 2 runs out of that one. So that's 40 gone here at Hazelgrave, home to the Blaze and Loughborough University. 211 for 4. Last 10 incoming. Sophie Lough well set, 58 not out. Griffiths has joined her at the wicket. She's got to 12 without really playing a shot in anger. Been a good support for Sophie Lough, and the partnership is worth 46 now.
Yeah, Cassidy McCarthy is going to be brought back on from the athletic centre end. Just having a look at who's got overs left. McCarthy 6, Ballinger 3, Gordon 2, Bryce 4. Can't see Georgia Ellis bowling again. Just trying to sort the field out here. There's a wide, fine leg in place. Michaela Kirk stationed at square legs, just being moved a little bit squarer. Third man on the boundary and a deep cover. Sophie Lough on strike, and Cassidy McCarthy comes back in for her first ball. Short and given a wide. Oh, she's going to have to re-bowl that one, fortunately. Josie Gray is just clapping at mid-wicket, trying to create a bit of energy. I think Cassidy McCarthy turns and readies herself to come back into Sophie Lough. In she comes, straight to delivery, full and whipped through mid-wicket, but Georgia Boyce just comes around at mid-on, does the fielding. Another run added to the total. Takes Somerset to 212 for 4. I still have the feeling Alex Griffiths might need to put her foot down a little bit here. 9.5 overs remaining for Somerset. And Griffiths on 12. She's just having a look around the field. Field hasn't changed. McCarthy comes in, full delivery. I think it might be an off-cutter actually, and it's just bunted by Griffiths, batting it back into the wicket. And the fielding done at extra cover by Marie Kelly. Good start this from Cassidy McCarthy. First ball wide. Potentially 2 off-pace deliveries to follow it up. As Griffiths readies herself to face again. McCarthy in. Short ball, bouncer pulled. Long way in front of square. Michaela Kirk sprinting round at mid-wicket. Will cut it off. Good bit of work from Kirky and good running from the Somerset girls as they come back for 2. So that's the change-up from McCarthy. 2 off-pace deliveries well executed, and then a sharp bumper. And McCarthy dealt with it well and pulled it a long way in front of square. It's quite a vacant gap out there, actually. McCarthy into Griffiths again. Back to a fuller length and driven nicely by Griffiths. Covered as well to run round and cut that off. Just run through for a single. So a little bit more intent being shown from Griffiths here. McCarthy's been right on her line and length, and she's bowled some good change-ups so far, just keeping both Somerset batters thinking. Gonna have a change in field here as Grace Ballinger comes up to 45 in the ring. And mid-wicket goes out to deep cover, so there's now 3 fielders on the leg side. No one in the ring on the leg side. So there's big gaps, but both fielders quite far off the boundary. So if Left wants to hit a 6 over there, she's going to have to hit it quite a long way. Slower ball down the leg side. Was that down the leg side? Must have flicked the pad maybe. Kept a bit low. It might have been out the back of the hand actually, and Luff almost looked to try and ramp it and help it's on his way, but might have flicked something, but bounced in front of Sarah Bryce nonetheless. Another dot ball ticks by.
Yeah, just flick something looking at the replay.
Bit of width offered by McCarthy on that occasion, and Luff obliges and carves it out to deep cover. Catherine Bryce does the work. So another over potentially won by Blaze there. No boundary conceded, and that'll be all that's needed.
Yeah, 6 off it, but at this stage with no boundaries, I would take going for 60 in the last 60 balls here now.
Yeah, I think if Blaze can keep Somerset below 260, I'd be pretty happy trying to chase that on a good wicket. So Kirsty Gordon's going to come back on. Change of ends for her. I wouldn't be surprised if she brings deep cover up here and puts 2 straights back after a couple of balls. So I have a feeling that's where Sophie Luff's going to want to hit this.
Yeah, we've got a long off and a long on straight away. You've called this, Lucy Hyam. It's like you know what you're talking about.
Fluke.
Maddie Green stationed at long off. It's full toss. It's going to be square driven for 4, so the plan hasn't worked.
I think the plan's right. Just an unfortunate bit of misexecution there from Kirsty Gordon, but she's good enough to bounce back. I think she has got the right plan here with 2 straight, 2 leg side. She's going to try and tuck Sophie Luff up.
Gordon will try again into the pads this time. Sophie Luff, no run. Marie Kelly stationed out at long on. Catherine Bryce at deep mid wicket. Cassidy McCarthy in front of the scorebox at deep square leg. This one's hit into leg side. Call of 2 here. Oh, there's indecision. They decide against it, and there's no casualty in the form of a run out. So just the 1.
That was a good decision in the end. I don't think Alex Griffiths would have made it. No. Back in at the bowler's end. Slight change in the field as Ella Claridge comes back in to mid-wicket in the range to try and put some pressure on Griffiths.
Dragged down slightly, and Griffiths turns this into leg side with a great pull shot. That short boundary that Lucy Hyam has mentioned so many times down towards the athletics centre. He's found for the first time by Alice Griffiths. She moves on to 19. Somerset 2-2-6 for 4 now. Plan not going as would have liked for Skipper Gordon. This one's a dot though, as it's worked into the leg side and cut off. The second bite of the cherry by Ella Claridge. Gordon in once again, hit hard into the leg side. Price will cut that off, so it'll just be a single. I say just a single. Very, very good over for the Somerset women. 2 singles, 2 fours, 10 off it. 227 for 4 now. After 42.
Yeah, she'll be a touch disappointed with that Kirsty Gordon. I mean, we all know the skills she possesses. She very rarely bowls bad balls, and she'll feel like she's bowled 2 there with a change in the field to then get beaten through the offside will frustrate her. But Kirsty McCarthy is going to continue. Kirsty straight back to her skippering duties, trying to organise this field. Oh, just brought Josie Groves up from cow corner. So they've gone back to deep cover, deep third, deep fine, deep mid wicket. So you'd assume back of a length or off pace would be what I was thinking if I was facing, as Griffiths leaves that one outside the off stump. Looks slightly frustrated it wasn't given as a wide.
I'll let you know when our stream catches up. No, well inside the line. Good call.
McCarthy into Griffiths again. Back of a length, hit hard. Oh, Josie Groves done an excellent job fielding that there. Got hit very hard at her at mid-wicket in the ring. She almost fell over. But dot ball nonetheless. Looks like she's dived right on that dry wicket end there. Puff of dust as she went down. 2 dots to start this McCarthy over. In she comes once more. Short delivery, under-edged by Griffiths. Gets a cheer of well bowled from a supportive fielders there. Change of field as fine comes up and cow corner goes back, so assuming a change of plan here. I don't know if that was signalled one for the over, was it?
Short ball?
Yeah.
No, I don't think
I
it was
don't
short.
think it was short enough.
No, I don't think it was.
She's got to get more aggressive. I don't think I'll be telling her that, to be honest.
But it's why that variation is good, because some go through and some don't.
Exactly. McCarthy in, back of the hand slow ball flicked by Griffiths. Not much Maddie Green can do about that one, unfortunately. It was raced down. So quick down there, just looked like a back of the hand. Was it back of the hand slow ball? I think just got it slightly wrong and it ended up being a kind of a leg side Yorker full toss situation that was just clipped off the pad.
Yeah, it looked like come out the side of the hand like a bit of a leg cutter.
Which she can bowl. And there's a good variation for McCarthy. Just didn't quite execute, but got to try things on this kind of wicket, I feel, at this point in the game. Another back of the hand slower ball is drilled at Georgie Boyce at mid-off. Mid-on even, I'll get my angles right in a minute. No run. So 4 off the over so far. 1 boundary, 4 dot balls. Change of field again. Fine leg comes into the circle this time. Long on is pushed back. It's final ball of this McCarthy over. Can she get out of it with a dot or a 1? Slower ball back of the hand, pulled hard into the leg side. Josie Groves does very well out there in the end. It was hit very powerfully by Griffiths, who were disappointed in the end to not find a gap. So 5 off that McCarthy over. Again, I think a win for Blaze.
Yeah, 2, 3, 2 for 4, 7 remain. Kirsty Gordon will continue from the pavilion end. Slight conflab going on off air.
Sorry.
As Simon Guy, Luke Fletcher go past Talking about par scores, they're saying 320.
Oh, I said 260 from here.
Gordon in and rearranges the furniture. They just needed to break that partnership, didn't they? Griffiths will have to depart for 25 from her 31. I think it was a well-compiled innings, actually. Didn't panic, let Luff do her thing while she got in. Useful partnership, but it's also probably good timing to see what I've been pretty excited for about 10-15 overs, as Amanda Jane Wellington will join Sophie Luff at the crease. So Somerset 2-3-2 for 5 with 6.5 balls to come.
Yeah, she held her nerve nicely there, Kirsty Gordon. She had a bit of a conversation with Marie Kelly at the end of that penultimate over. And as soon as she took that wicket, she turned around to Marie and gave her a thumbs up. So I'm not sure what the conversation was, whether it was pace off. But whatever it was, it's worked. And I'm excited to watch this next little period.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit more flight and guile, wasn't there? And she was through that kind of slog sweep, if you like, across the line a bit early. That partnership was worth 67. So good work by the two Somerset batters there. Luff remains. She's joined by Australian Amanda Jane Wellington. She's got 6.5 overs to try and entertain us, try and get that Somerset total as close to a number with a 3 at the beginning, you would think.
Yeah, and immediately deep point goes out. So, done her homework. That's Kirsty Gordon. Area of strength Wellington, who goes to it immediately.
Reverse sweep from Wellington, first up. Bold move. She'll get a single, so her clock is ticking. She's off the mark. 2-3-3 for 5. Change in the field for Luff. Long off will go out to long on. Maddie Green stationed there. And Gordo is going to come over the wicket. She darts that one in down the leg side. Jasmine Naheem will signal a wide.
There'll be a lot of moving parts with these two batters at the crease. Both play very different styles of cricket, both in very different areas. There's going to be a lot of running for the fielders.
Floaty this time into the pads from over the wicket is Gordon. Luff runs the first one hard. They decide against the second. She's a tinker, isn't she, Gordon? She's not afraid to come over the wicket, change the field, and I think at times does it overtly to let everyone see. Just perhaps part of the psychology of it all.
I would love to see her be brave and take all the pace off this.
She does float it up. It's reverse swept. It's met on the full. Bit of work for Michaela Kirk to do, but she picks it up cleanly and throws it in over the stump, so it's just a single. So I think that's a result from Kirsty Gordon, a Blaze point of view. Back over the wicket to Sophie Luff. Long off, out again. Long on, also out straight. Turning to leg side, running this one hard again. Just be one though, as Catherine Bryce, who always seems to be everywhere in the field, does the fielding, deterring the Somerset batters returning for a second.
Such a smart cricketer, Kirsty Gordon. She's changed the pace really well here, not allowing either batter to settle. She's got to find a way to get out of this over now.
Wellington on strike. Sweeps hard. Gets it to the left hand of short fine leg, and it'll run away for 4. Deep backward square leg. It's too far away. So not the end to the over that the Blaze would have wanted. 9 off it, including a wicket. 6 remain now.
Yeah, the end of her spell as well.
2, 4, 1 for 5.
You got the figures.
Yeah, Kirsty Gordon 1 for 49 from her 10. So you could say she's under par in terms of runs conceded for herself.
Yeah, she leaked a few in the last 3 overs, didn't she? Brought herself on in the power play, which when Somerset were going well, and managed to gain a bit of control. So a good day out for the Blaze captain. She's going to bring her golden arm bowler, Catherine Bryce, captain of Scotland, back on from the athletic centre end. Sophie Luff's going to take strike. 67 not out is Luff. Just having a little look around as to where she's going to try and target against Catherine Bryce, who comes in right arm over the wicket. Luff gives herself some room and carves it over mid-off. That is a glorious strike. It's 1 bounce 4. Just waited there and shuffled a little bit to the leg side to access over mid-off, who's currently in the ring. I say currently because there's an immediate change in field. Cover's come up and long off's gone back. Smart cricket, that, isn't it?
Yeah, these are the things that the coaching staff will work on in the winter, as you well know. Can you hit over here? Can you hit over there?
Bryson again. This time Luff deep in a crease, works it out to mid-on, and Marie Kelly does the fielding. Long on, excuse me, and they come through for another single.
You know, on a bowling machine, you might have whole coloured cones up. You've got to hit over the offside when at the last minute when the green cone's held up and the right, and that was almost like that drill there. I'm going to give myself space because there's areas on the offside to score runs, and she just lifts the ball over long off for 4 and just throws the first punch within the over and puts the pressure back on the bowler.
Bryce into Wellington, who has just smoked that down the ground, but is it going to be a oh, not quite. Looked like for a minute it was going to be out. Kirsty Gordon tracking it back from mid-off, must have come off the toe end of the bat there. 2 fielders running around, just dropped short, but boundary managed to save the boundary there, and they come back for 2. Almost just held in the air there, didn't it?
Yeah, she got the elevation, but just didn't quite get the distance, and then it plugged. The breeze is coming across us and slightly towards us. It would have held up in the breeze, I suspect, as you hear that in the effects mic.
Bryce in once more. Wellington sweeps. A fuller delivery from Bryce, and just a single conceded there. Sophie Luff back on strike. Smart cricket so far from Catherine Bryce. Luff taps a bat and waits, walks down the wicket and ramps it. Maddie Green, great catch mid-wicket, at 45 even, honestly. You'd think I'd know the fielding positions. Slightly leg side there from Catherine Bryce, I think, and Sophie Luff's almost tried to ramp it and help it round the corner, but can't find a way past Maddie Green, who I'm surprised is fielding at 45, to be quite frank, but actually, what great field placement.
Yeah, I have a slight element of empathy for Sophie Luff, who's batted so well, been so creative, so calm, and she's nailed that really, hasn't she? But there's also the risk, if you don't beat that fielder that's left inside the circle for that reason, that you kind of got to be accountable for taking that risk. But so fair play to the captaincy for keeping the fielder up.
Yeah, I think sometimes it can just be an almost instinctive shot. You see it there and you almost just play it before you realise what you've done, but it was the right option. Unfortunately, just probably got not quite the elevation she wanted, and it's catching height to Maddie Green. But
and we've seen with the sweeps on the ground, if it's 2 or 3 yards to the side of you, it's 4. So if that was another yard and a half to the side of Maddie Green, it's a couple of bounces and it's 4 in front of us here from our commentary position.
As Chloe Skelton comes out to the crease, she's about to face her first ball, just taking guard.
I love left-handers in the women's game, is that just to disrupt the rhythm of the bowlers.
No, not too many at all. Going to need to be nice and straight to Chloe Skelton. Very good through the offside. There's Bryce in once more. Oh, I think she might have been a nick on that one. Just popped out of Sarah Bryce's gloves there. Good over from Catherine Bryce. A really good over. Was under pressure there with Luff and Wellington, looking to move around the crease, but held a nerve. Somerset moved 249 for 6, 5 overs remaining. Grace Ballinger, left arm seamer, going to come back on. I think now it's going to go round the wicket. Try and block off one side of the ground like you were speaking about earlier.
Are we in danger here, Lucy?
I think we might be. Might be time for me to stand up, actually.
Put your shoes on and get ready to...
Oh, exactly. I'm not sure these Birkenstock clogs are going to be much help being on my feet. They're probably better off my feet, to be honest, for a quick getaway, but it's alright. We've got the height of Maddie Green in front of us, so I don't actually need to move.
So Ballinger will reconvene. Long on, long off, out. Everyone else inside the circle on the offside as she's in now. Ball's a tweaker, a cutter.
I like this to Wellington. Saying to her, look, if you want to get funky and hit it behind the wicket, you're going to have to create your own pace. If you want to reverse sweep it, step across and sweep it, you're going to have to generate enough pace to be able to clear the fielders. It's going to be hard, I think.
Ballinger's in, this one's whipped round. Wide of that short fine leg. And as we've said, it's such a hard angle to defend, and with the pace on the ball, it's 4 runs. Just looking, looks like she's tweaking that. Trying to take pace off. Probably.
Yeah, just missed a line of touch, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's just got to get it outside off stump, or at least straighter on the stumps. She's in again with another cutter, whacked up the ground, and a great first touch there. Sorry,
all I can do is laugh because she makes 0 effort to bend down. Literally just almost looked a bit disgusted that Amanda Jodie Wellington had the audacity to hit the ball back near her. Oh, fantastic. I do really enjoy watching Grace Ballinger play cricket. It is entertaining.
Well, I like it because she just wears her heart on her sleeve and her emotions on her outside. It's fantastic to watch. She's in now and shuffles across the stumps, does Amanda Jane Wellington, digs it out, can't squeeze it through for a single because we've got a short third, a backward point, a cover point and an extra cover in the circle on the offside. The only fielder out on the offside is Maddie Green at long off.
That's fantastic execution. That I'd spoken about that yesterday at training, the plan to Wellington at the death.
She's in again and clubs this up the ground straight. Lots of work to be done by the straight fielders. It's in vain as the two meet. Hits the advertising hoarding. Gun barrel straight from Amanda Jane Wellington. So second boundary in this Grace Ballinger over in the 46th. With one still remaining. Ballinger once again. Wellington shuffles across and hoists this over. Short fine leg, couple of bounces, and that is the third boundary of the over.
Oh, it's such good batting, that, isn't it? Like, what do you do there as a bowler? Because I feel like she's bowled a good ball there. Or not. I mean, I didn't think she was going to hit it there, if I'm honest. Like, just back of a length, wasn't it? Maybe a bit straight, but Wellington's just moved across the stumps and almost flipped it over 45.
I mean, it's easy after it's happened, after the horse is bolted, but she's moved early enough that Ballinger has to react. She either has to pull out or she has to bowl it wider and, wide line Yorker, but she's followed her, and with the short fine leg inside the circle, becomes a bit of a risk that Ballinger hits her length because she can just elevate the ball, lift it over short fine leg. So it's very smart batting from Wellington. I've no empathy for the bowler there. I'm in the batters union.
Fair. As Bryce comes in, Skelton goes back, tries to cut but can't beat. Extra cover. Dot ball to start the over. Yeah, and I think that's the problem because she's got the whole offside. She had the whole ring on the offside, so if she goes wide and misses her length, it's 4 anyway. So it's a bit of a Tricky situation. I mean, that's why you don't bowl seam, isn't it? As Catherine Bryce comes back in. Oh, Skelton's nicked it. Pass a diving Grace Ballinger for 4. Sarah Bryce, hands on head. I think that's a good shot, you know. You can't set a field to that. If you're going to swing hard. And it's, you know, it's a motto that I very much live by. You pay for all your bat.
Use all your bat.
Use all your bat. Don't think that'll be of much consolation to Catherine Bryce, unfortunately. Or Grace Ballinger, who's had to retrieve that from the boundary. Nonetheless, Bryson again. Skelton this time, driving down the wicket. Going to be a dot ball fielding done by Kirsty Gordon at mid-off. So they've surpassed 260. They're on 265. I think Blaze just need to get keep Wellington off strike here. Ball at Skelton, who's flicked that with one leg in the air. It's kind of a leg stamp York from Catherine Bryce, and it's worked out to deep square leg for 1. Which brings Wellington back onto strike. Which, if you're a Somerset fan, is fantastic news. She's 21 off 11. Is Wellington. And she's facing up to Catherine Bryce. She's given herself some room and smashed that through the offside. Good fielding done out there by Cassidy McCarthy. But excellent running from the Somerset girls, who are going to come back from 4-2. But this is what I mean, she moves around, but she still plays some very orthodox cricket shots.
Yeah, she just puts herself in a position to make the ball what she wants it to be, but then plays correct shots from that position, as you say.
Absolutely, as Bryson once more. Down the wicket is Wellington. I think Bryce might have seen her coming and has gone kind of a slower ball, short bouncer. I think she'll take the wide there, to be honest. But it's one thing that I really enjoy when I watch Amanda Jade Wellington bat, and when you watch the best power hitters in the world bat, is she moves around, but when she hits the ball, she is dead still. Bryce in again. Wellington goes deep this time, smashes it. Oh, great fielding by Ella Claridge, diving one-handed, saved 3. That's fantastic work from Ella Claridge. Just a lovely strike from Wellington, who, for all money, I thought had 4 through extra cover, but
well, with the greatest respect to Kirsty Gordon, who would be scurrying round to stop that, I was gun barrel straight with that. She wasn't stopping it. That was destined to be 4. So that was an important hand on the ball there.
What it has done is meant that with that single at the end of the over, Somerset moved to 270. And Wellington's going to be back on strike.
Yeah, 18 balls to go. If Wellington farms most of the strike here, we could see another 40 runs, another 50 runs perhaps.
From a Blaze perspective, I hope not. But she's a great batter to watch. Change of field here from Ballinger, isn't it? She's gone for more of a split. And Maddie Green come a bit straighter at long off. Michaela Kirk's gone out of deep cover. You okay? Sorry, I shouldn't have laughed at that.
Yeah,
Should have checked you're okay before I just laughed at you.
Ballinger in, and she beats the bat there as Wellington shuffles across the crease and tries to whip back to leg side. Yeah, I just slipped on my own wire.
Sorry, that's really bad actually. My immediate reaction was just to laugh at you.
Well, I'd have landed on you, so you wouldn't have been laughing then.
That's a good point.
Ballinger tosses the ball up in her hand before setting off from the edge of the circle. She's in now, round the wicket. Wellington ramps that over the offside. What a shot.
That's silly.
What a shot.
That is silly. As Maddie Green has just said, you can't do much about that. Reverse ramp. Not far away from Grace Ballinger wanted to be, was it? Nearly a Yorker. Reverse ramp over short third for 4. Thanks for coming. Skill. Techers, yep. Doth your cap.
What has Ballinger got in response? Another slowie. She's going to get bat on this as well. Just working it round the corner. Actually got that far across that it went inside off stump for 4 more.
Can I be slightly controversial here?
Yeah.
she's going to move her feet, whether she comes down, she stands still, whatever. But I almost think Sarah Bryce could be an extra fielder. I don't know what she's gaining from standing up, apart from the stumping.
Yeah.
But I think if Sarah Bryce goes back here, she can almost... I'm not sure actually she's going to put her off ramping or doing anything, but it must be incredibly tough when you're a wicketkeeper stood up and the batter's moving everywhere in front of you.
And if she pre-meds, so can Sarah Bryce then, can't she? She can pre-med down the leg side or go wider down the offside with some of the funky shots she's playing.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to catch a call behind the stump, so I'm probably the worst person to be having this conversation, but I'd be interested to see if that ever went through the mind of the keeper.
There's a conference now. Well, I say conference. It's a two-person conference. It's more of a conflab between bowler and skipper. You can probably hear the instructions from Kirsty Gordon as she bellows it across Hazelgrave.
A big change here.
Yeah. Talk us through this, Lucy.
Yeah, under the bus, thank you. What we got? We've gone completely leg side. A complete leg side field. She's going to go full and at the pads. And what has Amanda Jade Wellington done? She's taken a leg stump guard. So Grace is going to be trying to cramp her and get her to hit just the leg side, and Amanda Jade Wellington's going to say, OK, fine. I'm going to bat on leg stump and give myself some room on the offside.
5-4 field, 5 in on the offside, all 4 out on the leg side, and she's edged it for 4 more. Fine, a very fine edge. Would have gone through a 1.5 slip. Hits the sight screen. Absolute killer for the bowler and captain.
Put your keeper back. Your keeper's back, she catches that. Or she at least stops it.
Spot on. I'm nodding at you, Lucy Hyam. Spot on.
This is when I'm a terrible spectator, unfortunately.
She's rocking in a chair.
Yeah, I find it.
Ballinger once again into Amanda Jane Wellington. Bangs this one in. It's going to be a wide. Well stopped by Sarah Bryce, who's acting almost like a hockey goalkeeper at the moment with the wafting bat and creativity of Amanda Jane Wellington. But it will be a wide nevertheless, signalled by Jasmine Naeem. So this over has gone 0, 4, 4, 4 wide. She's in again. Bangs this one in. Tries to lift this one over the keeper. That's the one short ball for the over, but it's a well executed plan from Grace Ballinger.
I also actually only think Grace Ballinger's bowled one bad ball, and it was that leg side wide.
Yeah.
Apart from that, I think she's had a plan. Her field has depicted that plan, and unfortunately, Wellington's just been too good.
Ballinger once again. Just guided into the offside. This is cut off well with a diving hand of Georgie Boyce. So that ends the 48th. 2-8-4 for 6. Amanda Jane Wellington will be on strike for the penultimate over. She's 36 not out from 19 balls. Skelton 5 not out from 5. Well, Kirsty Gordon might be right now. 300 part. Luke Fletcher's saying 325's part, but actually I think 325 is your VAT. That's your. We're really, really happy.
Yeah, I agree. I think they've got more than Blaze would have wanted them to from the position they were in, for sure. They're going to have to dig in here, Blaze, now, because every run is going to count at this back end as Bryce comes into Wellington, runs down, slashes it over point. McCarthy does well in the end, just for that to go to 4-1. I'll put my teeth back in a minute as well. Wellington's coming down for a chat here with Chloe Skelton. What do you think she's saying? Get me back on strike, please.
Get a single or hit 6.
Yep. 4 wickets in the hutch for Somerset. A bit of a licence here for Chloe Skelton. She taps it back, Bryce in. plays that out to extra cover. Doesn't quite get the timing she wants. Going to be a dot ball.
That is the difficulty when you've just come in as well and you're scratching around a bit. She almost needs to drop that and run rather than hit it hard, because it was almost a half volley. You're tempted to hit it hard.
And they're going to take on the fielder, Maddie Green here. Sarah Bryce whips off the bails, but not out. Amanda Jade Wellington makes it home. I reckon that was pretty tight, but safe.
Yeah, the reaction of Amanda Jane Wellington wasn't one of concern, was it? But it was a tight single to take, because she hit it hard at that fielder and it was a clean pickup.
Here we go again. Wellington on strike. Bryce comes in. Wide delivery. Signal to wide. Gonna have to re-bowl that one. Here's Catherine Bryce. So another one added to the total. Bryce turns. In she comes again. Full delivery, slashed by Wellington. Protection out in the covers though. Just a single added. Good result that from Catherine Bryce.
It's good execution, isn't it?
Very much so. Just a simple plan. Don't bowl it anywhere near her. If she's reaching and she hits it for 6, fair enough. Skelton works that one to long on. Down to the other end. Another single added from Somerset. Yeah, I think if you bowl it out of her arc and she hits it for 6 one-handed, well, really what can you do? But Catherine Bryce looks like she's going off pace and wide here, which I think is very, very smart. Same again, but that one's drilled over extra cover. A little bit too straight from Bryce and a little bit too full. And Wellington up to the task, smashes it over Ella Claridge's head. Not a lot Cassidy McCarthy at deep cover can do, and the last ball of the over goes for a boundary. Shame that was a tidy over before that, wasn't it? Very well executed, but you just get it a bit wrong and she punishes you, doesn't she? Has she lived up to the fireworks you were expecting so far?
So far, yeah.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
You happy with this?
She's 43 from 23 balls, so yeah, she's thrown the punch. I just think she should have come in earlier.
I agree. So 8 fours.
When Griffiths came in, she probably should have came in then. And then I think if she comes off, you're in 350 territory.
But it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. If she takes risks with regards to moving around, but if the ball's not there, she doesn't just try and hit it anyway. So you feel like you're in the game with regards to you could get her out, but it's not reckless.
Yeah.
So she could bat for longer than sometimes I think she's given the opportunity to. And also, minus when it's against Blaze, I quite like watching it, so I'd like to see her bat for longer, selfishly. Apart from now.
Last over, Grace Ballinger, ball in hand. Left arm round the wicket. This will be hit up the ground.
Oh.
It'll be 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot from Skelton. Teased Marie Kelly for a second. Do full stretch dive. Couldn't cut the ball off.
They've got the field wrong here. And Grace Ballinger is not happy with Kirsty Gordon here, because she wanted her long on out. However, both parties potentially should have checked that before she ran into bowl, so I wouldn't say anyone's to blame there, both parties.
Fine legs come in, long on has gone out. This one's full outside off stump and driven square. Just be a single. 5 off the over from the first 2. Brings AJ Wellington on strike. 297 for 6. 298 for 6. Scoreboard
Keeps doing that to you, doesn't it?
Absolutely doing me over. Mid off up inside the circle. Will Wellington target the boundary straight here on the offside? She moves across the leg side, turns it round the corner, full toss, and it'll be 4 more runs down the hill to that vacant long leg region. Short fine leg, can't cut it off. Backward square leg, can't cut it off. Creative batting once again by Wellington. 300 surpassed, 302 for 6. Wellington on to 47. Not that she's thinking about her own personal milestones here, just thinking about as many runs as possible from these final 3 balls.
Yeah, she's got to be really clear here, Ballinger. Just having a chat with Kirsty Gordon, just pick a ball. Trust yourself to bowl it, and if you get it wrong, you get it wrong. She's got to be really clear with what she's trying to do here.
Here we go. Wellington goes across the stumps again. Well executed this time from Ballinger, who almost yorks herself there, doesn't she, by going across? But well reacted by Ballinger.
Yeah, it's a perfect delivery, isn't it? There's not much you can do with that.
2 remain. Dug out this one. Wellington will get a single as Maddie Green does the fielding at mid-off. So 1 remains. Skelton on strike.
That's the perfect result for Blaze, that, isn't it? Just concede the 1 and Wellington down at the other end.
Very still here in anticipation of this last delivery. As Ballinger's in, it's driven hard up the ground. It'll be cut off by Maddie Green, who slides and hits the thigh. They'll gamble on the second.
Well
It's
done.
in vain though. Umpire Naeem will raise the finger for the last ball of the over. They'll just get 1 from that as Wellington is eventually run out for 48. So that is the innings as the sun has brightened up here at Hazelgrave across the duration of this first 50 overs. Somerset finish on 303 for 6. Penny for your thoughts, Lucy Hyam.
Yeah, I think ebbed and flowed that game. Somerset in the ascendancy in the first 10. Wicketless for Blaze in the power play. And then spin of Kirsty Gordon, Josie Groves taking an early wicket. Georgia Elwes and the seamers did well to bowl to hold the Somerset players back through the middle, and then Amanda Jade Wellington coming in at the back end and doing what she does best and adding some real impetus and momentum into that innings and scoring 48 off 25. Unfortunately run out of the last ball, but yeah, I mean, highlights of that, Odgers 50 and before getting run out, and that really changed the tide of the game, didn't it, in that initial phase, because they looked pretty comfortable. Sophie Luff 72 off 76, and then, like I said, some back end impetus. So it's gonna have to be a good chase from Blaze, but I think that's about par. Potentially a bit over, but not far over.
303 then, 4-7 from their 50 overs. Just a recap of the bowling. Cassidy McCarthy, none for 36 from her 6. Grace Ballinger, 1 for 71 from her 10. Kirsty Gordon, 1 for 53 from her 10. Catherine Bryce, 1 for 55 from 9. Josie Groves, 1 for 65 from her 9. And Georgia Elwes, who had to leave the field, we suspect with a finger injury. So we're not sure if we're going to see her bat, but her batting will definitely be missed in pursuit of 304. She bowled 1 for 20 from her 6 and really put the squeeze on in those middle overs that Lucy Hyam mentioned. So that innings ebbed and flowed, teetered around the 6 runs per over mark for a long period of that first half of the innings, and then it was clawed back to around 5, and then they were able to expand in the final 10-15 overs. So 304 is the target. The jury's out on what par is, but we're certainly in for an interesting run chase in the second innings. We're going to take a break whilst the players and officials do, and we'll be back in about half an hour. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. The field as umpires and batters have assumed their positions. Plays in pursuit of 305. Opening up is Georgie Boyce and Maddie Green. Just waiting to find out who is going to take the new ball for Somerset. Looks like it's Ellie Anderson. So, Lucy Hyam, penny for your thoughts. 305 required. You know this ground incredibly well.
Try again. It's going to be a good chase, I would say, for them to get near it, for us to get near it. But we've got the skill, the batters to do it, but Somerset have also got a strong bowling lineup. So what I've done there is not answer your question.
Anderson's in for the first ball, and that's shouldered arms. And there's no run.
Penny for Georgie Boyce's thoughts. We were having a little chat off air, weren't we? He's played a couple of games in the middle order for Blaze and has been given a chance with Tammy Beaumont having gone and Amy Jones having gone at the top of the order.
Anderson's in again. Same result.
She's getting a bit of early shape.
Just trying to have a look.
Yeah, it looks like it, but we're kind of at a fine leg position, so it's a bit tough to see. But
Yeah, a little gentler ways, it looks like. Boyce behind this one. On the money is Anderson. Just tightening a line up there. I always think it's always just good to feel that first one on the bat, even if it is a forward defensive, just getting in line with the ball. Not having to feel for it outside your off stump, feel bat on ball. Anderson once again full of this time, and elegant push up the ground from Boyce, moving into the ball nicely now.
yeah, should be happy early with that Boise, I reckon. Just getting some nice weight through the ball. Been a tidy start from Ellie Anderson, hasn't it? On the money straight away.
Floaty this time and down the leg side.
That's my fault, that.
First runs of the innings for the Blaze will go in the sundries column, or extras if you're English.
I'm going to have to leave you for 30 seconds. I'm going to have to take my jumper off.
It has certainly heated up here at Loughborough. Just gently got warmer through the morning and early afternoon of the first innings as Anderson's in again and pushes Boyce back in a crease this time. He plays a check back, foot drive for no run. It is very warm here.
It's that sun's hot. There was a bit of a breeze, the back kind of 10 overs of the first innings, but now that's gone. It is. I mean, you had to apply your sunscreen, didn't you?
Well, I did, yeah.
To burn him in the shade.
Pasty Irish heritage in me, as this one's down the leg side as well. Another run in the extras column. Yeah, the sun has come round nicely actually, so we're not in the shade anymore, which is nice. Unless you're part of the media team who were stationed under this fantastic gazebo. We're not complaining, are we? It's a very British thing to do, complain about when it's too hot and complain about the rain.
If we didn't moan about that, what else would we moan about?
Down the leg side again, so Lucy Hyam just... Oh no.
Oh, that's an interesting decision.
Must have flicked something, but Lucy Hyam just ruining Ellie Anderson's first over. There.
I'll apologise after the game. Sorry, Ellie. All me that.
2 without loss after 1, no runs off the bat yet. You're listening or you're watching the Blaze stream on Trent Bridge TV and on the Blaze YouTube channel. I'm James Carn. Delighted to say I've got Lucy Hyam sat next to me. Hopefully not for too much longer because she'll be back on the field herself, but it's always great to have your insight, Lucy. Appreciate your time during a period of recuperation and rehab.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Molly Robbins going to bowl from the pavilion, and also it's the first time I've heard all day because I actually took one of the headphones off my ears to be able to hear it. The athletic centre end, the far end. That's what they've been calling it. The far end.
The far end.
That is what he said, wasn't it? Yeah, the far end. I thought surely we can come up with a better name than the far end.
That's something you hear on a local cricket ground up north. The far end over there, you know.
Sort of far end. I mean, we might have got this end wrong, but at least we didn't be calling that one the far end. I mean, I could have come up with that.
You had me doing Scottish accents, and now you're mimicking northern people, Lucy.
I know,
Hyam.
sorry.
Shame on you.
Going to get cancelled. It's all right. Robbins in. Maddie Green, first ball. Defended. No run. Yeah, I reckon at least 50% of the stream have just muted us. After that northern accent. My bad.
The other 50% muted it in the first innings when they heard my real northern accent, perhaps.
Yeah, your Scottish accent was good though.
That was all right. Yeah. I'm joking. I'm being self-deprecating about my actual.
Yeah, you just wanted a
voice.
compliment there, didn't you?
Not really, no.
Robbins in. Green having a bit of a waft out there. No contact.
Nothing you can call me on air that would hurt me for all the things that I've been called off air.
Yeah, that's true actually. That's true. Oh, I would never anyway. I'm just, just a lovely, warm-hearted person, so I would never do that to you.
Yeah.
Why? Someone's laughing over there. Why are we laughing? No.
Because you're not being self-deprecating, I think.
Robbins comes in. Green waits. Forward this time, driving elegantly through the offside. Deep cover does the fielding. Another run added to the total for Blaze. Maddie Green's first run of the day.
How do you feel about that boundary rider out on the offside so early?
Yeah, I don't love deep cover. It does look like she's shaping the ball away. But
does that shot get through if that fielder's in? I'm not sure it does.
No, I don't know whether it's to encourage the drive with a slip in place, but I'm not convinced. Some dot ball played out into the leg side by Georgie Boyce. It's kind of a slingy action though, isn't it? With almost a split field, deep square behind and deep cover, so yeah, not sure how I feel about this. I mean,
it's defensive, but the runs are on the board.
I was going to say, I'll be eating my words if she takes a wicket. Unless it just allows her to get into a spell, which is completely fair. That's Robinson again. Low full toss this time, defended again into that mid-wicket region by Georgie Boyce for no run.
Quite rhythmical, isn't she, Molly Robbins? I haven't seen too much of her. I must admit, Somerset is the team that I seem to miss the most in terms of obtaining knowledge on, just because they're so far away, I think.
Georgie Boyce into the offside this time. Again, no run. Yeah, both their opening bowlers actually, I think, have got really nice, robust actions. Ellie Anderson in particular, I really enjoy watching her bowl. I think when she gets a wrist behind the ball, she's got the ability to move it both ways and hit a good length. Coupled with the height of Robbins and a slightly different slingier action, I think they match up pretty well.
Yeah, Robbins looks, very metronomic and rhythmical. Really good start that for her. Just one from that over. Hit the maker's name a few times there, drawing the batter forward. There's a slight collapse in that back leg, so she's not as tall as she could be, but I'm sure she'll be working on that. Real nice metronomic accuracy there. So 3 without loss after 2. Ellie Anderson will continue with her second. Maddie Green is on strike. Oh, She plays and misses at that one. Caught between the back foot drive and the cut shot. Looked a bit too close to cut.
Yeah, it looked, I'm not sure if it did, but it looked almost like it nipped back a little bit at Maddie Green there. Should be the first bit of movement I've seen off the seam, potentially all day, if it has. But yeah, just caught in two minds there.
Yeah, it did follow her back.
I think that's a nice length there from Ellie Anderson.
She's in again and on the money again. This time Green coming forward. She's played a couple of shots Green now. They've come out the screws with minimal effort.
I tell, she was netting alongside me the other day and she hits the ball so hard. With the fortune of being out with 2 wickets on the middle yesterday. Some of the shots she plays, and the noise off the bat, it's like a crack.
Just like that, square driven behind backward point. It will get cut off, so they won't get full value. Good fielding positions and angling from the Somerset skipper and field placing. So 2 off the bat to Maddie Green.
She's done well to beat Fran Wilson actually at backward point, who's one of the best fielders I've ever seen in that region. She's taken some absolute screamers, often in an England shirt actually over a time, but she'll get stuck in there.
Anderson in off the pads this one and just drop into the leg side and we'll take another extra. Signal by the umpire. Leg buys. Lots of chatter from the Somerset 11. Keeper crashing the cymbals. Lots of noise. Anderson in and full and straight. Boyce just stands tall. Plays that with a vertical bat. It's fielded by extra cover. It's a pretty tight start from Somerset. The key here for Blaze is to stay patient, perhaps.
I think that's it. I think when you look at the way that Somerset has a touch wayward, Blaze were in the power play and they got off to a bit of a flyer, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Blaze need to go about it the same way. Like the nutmeg, that one.
Not fully convincing by Boyce, but did enough, and it just squirms into the leg side for a single. So that's the end of the third, 6 without loss.
Yeah, slightly watchful start from Blaze. But it had to be the way with how Somerset have bowled. The 2 openers started nicely, being on the money. Tall figure of Molly Robbins is going to charge in to Georgie Boyce, promoted up to the top of the order today alongside Maddie Green.
Is this her natural position to open, or is she a middle order player, or where we've seen her previously?
Well, we signed her from Lancs, Nottinghamshire born and bred, as Robbins is in. Low full toss, Boyce pushes to mid-off for no run. She used to play for Nottinghamshire County, kind of when it was the county system was the top level.
Yeah.
And then signed a deal at Lancs, went there for, I think she was there for 3 years, opened the batting for them, came back to Blaze and has kind of batted anywhere from 1 to 5 really, just with the nature of the team we've kind of had, and with Marie, Sarah, Bryce, Tammy coming back in. Boyce, oh, she's been turned back down by Maddie Green and she's going to be run out. She's pushed it straight to mid-off, shouted yes and set off, and was kind of halfway down by the time that Maddie Green said no, wasn't she?
Yeah, unfortunately it wasn't really a good call from Boyce, and
No.
even though it wasn't Green's call to turn her down, I think...
She was never going there, was she,
No.
unfortunately?
No.
Well, that's going to be a real disappointment for Georgie Boyce.
That's the angle of my question to you really, Lucy, is you can go chasing because the they've started well with the ball and it's been pretty accurate. You can chase it and go over the top, and if it comes off, great. You've thrown a punch and it makes the bowler think. But that run out was born out of Boyce just perhaps not being a little bit patient, and so just absorbing a bit of pressure and almost forgetting about the scoreboard for a few overs, just to get in and get in tune with the pitch and the rhythm of the bowling and the rhythm of the pitch. And
yeah, I think that'll be in the back of mind, and she was 1 off 12 before that moment, so she'll be itching to get down the other end. I think almost regardless of the score on the board, you face 4, 5, 6 dots, you start getting stressed, and that's potentially up to your partner to come down and say, look mate, don't worry, we got time, it's fine, take a bit of time out of the game or whatever that may look like. But yeah, sometimes you've got to take a minute, take yourself for a little walk or something like that. But yeah, unfortunate for Georgie Boyce, but I think the right call by Maddie Green. I don't think she was ever going to get there, unfortunately. And Catherine Bryce, who's been in fantastic form, is going to take her first ball against Robbins. It's back of a length, and Catherine Bryce pulls off the front foot, beats mid-wicket in the ring, going to run the first hard and come back for 2. Oh, lovely sliding stop there. I think that's Alex Griffiths.
yeah, picked that one up straight away, didn't she, Catherine Bryce? Picks up length really well, doesn't she? Square of the wicket, cuts and pulls.
Yeah, very still when she plays those shots as well. She's offered a good sign. This one's fuller and just defended by Catherine Bryce. Yeah, she won't get flustered here, Catherine Bryce. She's very experienced. She's not old. She's not that old. She's at the ripe old age of 27, but has played a lot of cricket. And I think we'll understand the importance of this partnership potentially. And like you said, James, just need to give themselves a chance here, the Blaze girls. Robbins in. Catherine Bryce pushes into the offside and sets off quickly. There is one there this time. Fielder doesn't quite pick up cleanly.
Well, we saw with Sophie Love, didn't we? She took time to get in.
Yep.
She caught up. She dealt in singles. She negotiated the good bowling.
I think it showed you can catch up. Maddie Green on strike now. Taps a bat and waits. Good length delivery, just defended up the ground by Maddie Green. That's going to be the end of the third over. Blaze 10 for 1.
Yeah, and the other thing is, she's bowled really well there as Robbins, but the ball has already started to stop swinging. So, first over it actually hooped quite a bit. She was angling it in, angling it at kind of leg stump, and it was swinging right across, you know, the width of a set of stumps it was swinging. Whereas that over was just gentle, some of them just straight on. So, again, it's about allowing the bowlers sometimes, I think, you can win some passages of play, but you're just not going to have my wicket for a bit.
Absolutely.
Grind them down as Anderson is in. Bryce is driving. She snatched at it a little bit and lost her shape, so she couldn't get it through cleanly, so there's no run. You know, it's the old cliche, it does get easier to bat the longer you're there, and I think today is one of those. It's a fantastic batting conditions now.
Yeah, and like you said, they're allowed to bowl well for periods of time. The chances are they're not going to be able to continue in this vein.
Banged it and cut away. Good fielding there by Fran Wilson at backward point. It was a poor ball that deserved to go for 4, but it was well fielded and well struck by Catherine Bryce.
I think the one thing Blaze will have to be mindful of is, I think Somerset played our spinners very well. And actually, both ended up being relatively expensive.
Down the leg side this time, turned off the hip of Catherine Bryce. It's running away quickly. There's a chase on, but it finds the rope. 4 runs to Catherine Bryce. Lays a 14 for 1. in the 5th. Rogers doing the chasing there. Rogers got Somerset off to a good start. 50 before she was run out. Rogers probably was the most fluent. She came in and just, I won't say she went from ball one, but she didn't really take any time to get going. She just put bad balls away from the get-go, didn't she? As Anderson's back in and on the money after a radar going slightly askew the ball before. Seen your former colleague before in his England kit, Chris Gast, walking around the ground.
Oh, see, he loves it. Absolutely loves it.
Of course, he's full-time HQ now, isn't it?
He is.
Here at Loughborough. Back of a length this time from Anderson. I like that little breeze.
Yeah, it's pleasant, isn't it? Feels like a beautiful summer's day. Great afternoon for a spot of cricket. Especially when you see all the deck chairs up. It is a nice spectacle here, isn't it?
Anderson once again into Catherine Bryce, who pulls this one in front of square, be cut off by the deep square leg fielder. So a bit of damage limitation from Somerset with their field placings. If you've used the boundary riders well so far, just the one boundary so far in this innings of 15 without loss from 5 overs.
The helmet's being run out for Katie Jones here. So it looks like she's going to be up to the stumps to Molly Robbins. I wonder if Catherine Bryce has been batting out of crease. And whilst there's any hint of, I mean, there's very minimal movement, but any hint of any movement, and try and pin Catherine Bryce in the crease here. A slip and the gully. Amanda Jade Wellington just come into gully, so looks like they're sniffing a chance here, Somerset. Must have picked up on something. Still got that cover fielder through, which is interesting. Oof. Just looked like that moved away from Catherine Bryce slightly, who's tried to flay it through the offside, and nothing doing there. Bale's whipped off by Katie Jones. I've just had a bug fly directly into my eye. Took my sunglasses off for 30 seconds. That'll teach me. Robbins in again. Slightly leg side and left alone by Catherine Bryce. Just going to have to re-bowl that one. Just snuck down the leg side, but tidy work from Jones, stood up to the stumps.
That delivery was born out of the ball before that was played and missed out. Did swing quite a lot. So she's tried to tighten her line, but didn't quite get her fingers and her wrist behind the ball for it to tail away to that cordon.
That one back of a length and cut powerfully by Bryce, but it's just going to be one. It's Corny out there doing the fielding. I mean, I speak like I have any experience in opening batting, which obviously I do not. I can imagine it being harder when some swing and some don't, because you can't line yourself up. So whether it's intentional or not from Robbins, if she's getting some to go and some not to go, just going to keep Bryce and Green honest here. As it's Green's turn to tap her bat and wait. Fuller delivery, driven inside half of the bat. Slight misfield from mid-wicket, but no run taken.
Yeah, I think the key is not to chase her outside off stump unless it's really in your half and in your arc, and make her bowl straighter at you. Make her bowl at your bubble, at your silhouette, and then hit her up the ground. And take her into the leg side if she's on your hip.
Oh, an inside edge there from Maddie Green onto her pads. Yeah, I think this that was a hallmark of the Somerset innings, wasn't it? How well they hit. There was 2 or 3 crisp drives, top of the bounce, straight back down the ground, which was from both Odgers and Corney. Wouldn't mind seeing one of those from one of these Blaze girls. As in comes Robbins. Oh, Maddie Green's gone across that one. Big LBW appeal, but looked a touch high. Back of a length from Robbins. And Maddie Green's tried to flick that into the leg side. Struck her on the pads, but umpire says not out. And just to prove a point there, Maddie Green then shadows straight batted defensive shot.
High on the second look there, Lucy.
Yeah. Green waits, fuller delivery, driven straight to mid-wicket. End of another good over from Somerset. Blaze moved to 17 for 1 after 5 overs. Early dismissal of Georgie Boyce, who was run out after being sent back by Maddie Green.
James Whittaker, match referee, just walking past us there, looking very smart in his ECB embroidered sweater. Former director of cricket at Leicestershire. Of course, we're in Leicestershire at the moment, aren't we? Ellie Anderson to continue. Play and miss this time. That one just bounced a little bit. We saw a bit of carry there through to the keeper. False shot from Bryce. First one we've seen really beat the bat from Catherine Bryce from this end, and the bowling of Ellie Anderson. And again, same result. That one didn't quite carry as much. From what we can see, it looks like she's getting just to shape off the pitch a little bit away. Just tailing away ever so slightly.
Just enough to keep them interested, isn't it? And just enough to cause a couple of problems from Catherine Bryce. She needs to be pretty disciplined here. Resist the urge to chase one outside the off stump.
Bryce down the track a little bit here, shuffling. And crunches it to no avail as 3 Somerset fielders converge like seagulls on a scabby bit of bread.
What a scabby bit of bread. What a lovely, lovely analogy.
Anderson once again, and driven on the up. Just opens the blade, it goes square, it's cut off by Fran Wilson.
She's not offering a lot of width here, is she? Slightly back of a length, but not enough width for Catherine Bryce to throw her hands out, which I feel was in contrast potentially to some of the Blaze opening bowling that's potentially a bit both sides of the wicket, which was punished by Somerset's opening batters.
Bryce down the track a little bit, shuffling and wafting at that one, plays and misses again. A friend of mine, a teammate of mine, said at the interval of my club game on Saturday, we can't knock this 260 off in 10 overs, but we can definitely lose the game in the first 10 overs. And it's got that feel now that the Blaze can't win this game in 10 overs. As Anderson's in and down the leg side, it's called a wide. There was an appeal because there was some kind of noise, but the umpire feels it evaded everything. So another extra in the column. Yeah, I think that it's really kind of prevalent here that this game could be lost in the first 10-15 overs. It certainly can't be won in the first 10-15 overs. That person that said that, by the way, went and got 130 not out and won the game for us. But
We could do with that.
And that's exactly what's required here, isn't it? A couple of batters, a 70 and a 120 would certainly help. As Bryce pulls this one hard into the leg side, it'll be cut off by that backward square leg fielder again. So what I've really liked so far from Somerset is they've calculated where they may miss, and they've covered it well with a deep square leg and a deep cover. That's the end of the 7th. Blaze on 19 for 1.
Yeah, I've just looked at the required run rate, which I appreciate is an early time to look at it, but it's 6.65 per over.
So it's crept up a half, hasn't it?
Yeah, but again, it's not out of controls. On this wicket, I think chasing sevens with 2 set batters, that's going to be the feature of this game. Is if you've got 1 set batter in, you can get a big score, but you've got to build a partnership. I just feel like Somerset have had the momentum here. I know 7 overs into this innings, but for the last 6 overs of their batting innings as well, they had that momentum, and they've really carried it into this bowling innings and come out and shown Blaze what they're all about. It's up to Blaze to respond now, as Robbins comes into Bryce. Full delivery, dug out by Bryce to mid-on for no run. I have a feeling Molly Robbins is going to try and go pretty straight to Catherine Bryce here. They've got Amanda Jade Wellington at a very short straight mid-wicket. And she's been moved out of gully. So 2 mid-wickets in now. And a deep square leg. So I think the plan will be to be straight. Here she is, straight. Peel. Not particularly convincing as Catherine Bryce has gone slightly across that straight one.
Yeah, leg side. Good call from the umpire. I don't think it was a serious appeal.
Token hit the pads. Gives some energy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Catherine just needs to look to hit high up the ground here. She's taken the odd ball from middle stump and trying to hit it a little bit too square when she has made contact with the ball. I think she's going to get lots of value if she can just get one to squeeze through straight mid-on. Or put it there.
Or use the outside edge of your bat to nick it for 4. Yeah, I think her eyes lit up there. That was kind of a wide half volley that from Robbins. She's seen the space and she's seen the cheese. Thrown her hands at it. I wonder if there was a little bit of shape on that one. But 4 added to Catherine Bryce's total nonetheless.
It certainly looks that way from our vantage point. I just find it interesting they took the slip out. Like they had the courage to put it in.
Yep.
And they've even removed the gully and gone to kind of a fly gully on the circle.
Catherine Bryce cutting that time through the gap. Theatrical dive from Fran Wilson, but she was never getting anywhere near that. And Catherine Bryce slays that away. Through third man for 4. So 1 fortuitous boundary, 1 more controlled boundary. Catherine Bryce moved to 18. So like you said earlier, that ball she was facing now, pretty irrelevant when you hit back-to-back boundaries. It just shows how quickly the state of your innings can change as Robbins comes into Bryce. Back of a length, better delivery from Robbins. Tucks up Catherine Bryce, you can't do anything with that one.
Yeah, you're just waiting for the bad ball. It's so cliche, but it's so obvious. Just you wait for the bad ball, you put them away, you start to accumulate.
It's having that clarity whilst you're out there though, isn't it?
And let's be honest, the ball won't do loads forever, so the field will spread eventually and there will be runs to take.
Again, dug out by Catherine Bryce for no run. She moves to 18 off 22. And plays 27 for 1 off 7. So a couple of much needed boundaries in that over for the Blaze, I feel. Again, 1 slightly fortuitous, but no real risk, I wouldn't say. Probably a touch wide on 2 occasions there for Molly Robbins. Probably the first 2 bad balls she's bowled. She's been exceptional so far in partnership with Ellie Anderson. I'm sure Maddie Green would like a short wide one to get her innings fully underway. She hit 1 short wide one straight at Fran Wilson, which you would have thought had boundary written all over it.
Yeah, she's only faced 12 balls so far out of the 48 that have been delivered. Anderson's in and she turns this one into leg side, but can't get it through that straight mid wicket. So much experience from having Maddie Green come out at the top of the order. Been in and out of the White Ferns team at times, hasn't she? But tries to force a drive here, just squirms into the leg side. Scored a lot of runs at domestic level for Auckland.
Yeah, very calm head. Can't imagine much will fluster the two Blaze players at the crease currently. And again, when you lose someone like Tammy Beaumont that's been in the form that she's been in, having someone like Maddie Green to come in and step up is no doubt helpful.
Bryce shuffles into that beautifully and square drives it, bisects the two offside fielders square of the wicket. 4 runs to Catherine Bryce, 31 for 1 now, and Bryce just starting to find a bit of rhythm. I like what she did there, just a little shuffle, almost trying to get herself into the ball, bit of forced energy into the ball.
Yeah, it's a real strength of Catherine Bryce because she doesn't tend to traditionally move her foot towards the pitch of the ball. She kind of steps straight down the wicket, but it allows her to open up that front shoulder and carve it through the offside.
And now pulls one round the corner on the leg side. A lot of area to cover there for that deep backward square leg fielder, and that is 4 more runs through long leg. So the Somerset bowling starting to spray it a little bit.
Yeah, just a bit of overcompensation, wasn't there? She was a touch wide the ball before that, and has tried to go a bit straighter and cramp Catherine Bryce up, but such is the class of Catherine Bryce, she just kind of swivel pulled it into a very vacant area. Again, it goes back to not getting bored of being good for Ellie Anderson here, I think.
Full again, trying to correct from that previous delivery. Good solid drive from Bryce, but no runs as it's cut off by extra cover. Anderson in, just pegging Bryce back this time, stands tall, and there's no run. So after 9 overs, the Blaze are 36 for 1, 269 required. Just starting to creep the run rate up now, Lucy Hyam.
Yeah, 4 boundaries conceded in the last 2 overs for Somerset. So Robbins will be looking to put that right. She's into her 5th over their fielding innings. Yeah, Maddie Green been starved of the strike a little, hasn't she? So hopefully she stays patient, know that it will come for it.
14 balls she's faced from 54, that's quite a swing, isn't it?
Yeah. Someone's just walked right behind the sight screen. And unfortunately Molly Robbins is going to have to run in again, which I'm sure is exactly what she wants to do. Oh, to be a seamer.
278 on his high-vis jacket there of the security team. Dobbed him in.
Yeah, bless him. He'll be getting some stick, won't he, for that?
It's my serious ick in cricket.
Is it?
That.
Oh dear. It is unbelievably inventive from Maddie Green, who's, I think, a little frustrated and has just ramped Molly Robbins in the 9th over for 4 to a very vacant area of the ground. I actually don't think that's particularly high risk, to be fair. She's taken her off the stumps, but there's no fielder there. The keeper's up to the stumps. And it is an area of strength for Maddie Green. And I think if she keeps going that way, it's going to force Somerset to do something a little bit different, which might not be the worst thing in the world for Blaze. Oh, she's done it exactly the same thing again. She got into position early. It was a low full toss from Molly Robbins, and it's immediately forced Sophie Luff to go and have a chat with her.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Lucy. It's not high risk at all. It's a vacant area, and she backs her skills to make contact with the ball. The key is just creating that deflection.
Yeah, and she's forced Amanda Jade Wellington to move out of mid-wicket and plug that gap at 45. So just the one mid-wicket in the ring now. Which means if Robbins strays a little bit too straight, Maddie Green's got a bit more of a free swing, I would say. A bit lower risk for her to clip it through that mid-wicket region without the catcher in there. That's exactly what she does. Flicks that away through mid-wicket. It's not going to go for 4. It's being chased down by Griffiths. Blaze run 2. I think it's Griffiths. If I'm honest, the 2 problems I've got with the shirts being worn today, I love the gold on the Blaze Girls shirts, but you can't see the names. As soon as the sun shines, you can't see anything.
At least you know. You should know.
I should know,
you're
you're right.
Colleagues,
Yeah, I should, yeah. I think it's more my eyes, but I can't see the names on the back of the Somerset shirts either. Apart from that, though, I'm going well. Low full toss, clipped beautifully by Maddie Green, but straight to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I find it difficult at times when you've got players that have the same stature, under a cap and sunglasses and under a helmet. I find it very difficult at times to differentiate.
I should have written down the numbers, that would have been helpful, but here we are, we all make mistakes. Again, clipped into the leg side by Maddie Green, but no run taken. I'm pretty sure it's Alex Griffiths there. And there's no comments on YouTube, so no one can tell me I'm wrong anyway, so that's just perfect, isn't it? Maddie Green, currently on 14. Gets a full toss and dispatches it over the leg side. Poor delivery there from Molly Robbins, who's been put under some pressure in this over. Be frustrated with the way she's finished it. And takes a cap from the umpire. Well put away from Maddie Green. She moves on to 18. Has brought Blaze right back into this power play. I'll be really disappointed with the way they finished their Somerset.
50 for 1 after 10 as well. So at 16 for 1 off 5 overs, it looks very different 5 overs on. And Bryce and Green absorbing pressure and then punishing the bad balls so far. But yeah, you could see just with Robbins there, just a little bit flustered after those 2 ramp shots. And
the Aussie leg spinner now. Fantastic innings with a bat, didn't she? She can come in with her world-class leg spin. This will be a challenge for both of the Blaze batters. Mirrors similarly to how Blaze went with bowling. Scene to begin with, got a little bit expensive. Spin came straight in to try and strangle. So
on the money straight away, Amanda Jane Wellington. She's in again now. This one turned into the leg side. Mid-wicket will do the fielding. So 2 out on the leg side. Deep backward square. Deep mid-wicket. And then just 1 out on the offside. So not using all 4 boundary riders at this stage. The other one out at extra cover. Pulled away around the corner this time. Bit of work for deep backward square leg to do, but does it well. Great pick up there from... Who was that? Can you read the name there?
I'm pretty sure it says Corney. Number 21, Emma Corney.
Your eyes are younger than mine.
Oof. That's because I've got contact lenses in.
Wellington once again to Bryce, who laps this fine. It's going to run fast. The chase is on, but it's in vain. Real creative batting there from Catherine Bryce, who dispatches another one to the boundary.
Yeah, just a little bit of bat on that, which is absolutely right. It is slightly down a hill from this end.
Yeah, it teased Rebecca Hodges, didn't it? Because she was full tilt chasing it, and he just kept running and running and running on. So pressure applied back on the bowling of Amanda Jane Wellington. Bryce rocks back and cuts this one. It won't get through Fran Wilson though. Fuller this time, driven up the ground, long off. We'll do the fielding, easy single on offer there for Catherine Bryce. So that concludes the 11th, the first from AJ Wellington. Scoreboard is way behind, but it's 57 for 1. And then it caught up just as I said it.
Magic. Could be a change bowler from the pavilion end. I think this is going to be Chloe Skelton. I think. With some right arm off spin, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be Catherine Bryce on strike. Just broken the shackles, these two. Some fantastic bowling by Somerset early. They struggled to rotate the strike and also didn't get any bad balls to really hit for boundaries. But just picked up a couple of boundaries and over really from the past 3 or 4, which has set them nicely on their way. Skelton in, starts wide, half volley, slashed through backward point by Catherine Bryce, and that's going to run away for 4.
Yeah, well weighted there from Bryce, just waiting that second longer and let it kind of slide onto the face of the bat, open it up, and he just finds that gap, teasing the fielders, making the bowler think about where that boundary rider now gets placed and what angle.
Skelton in again, straighter this time. And Catherine Bryce goes back, tries to cut, but not quite enough width to get it through that backward point region. So better line that from Skelton, who's just moving her cover fielder squarer. Bryce cuts firmly to deep cover, takes a single. So 5 off the over so far for Blaze. Green about to face her ball, her first ball against Chloe Skelton.
A little bit of drift and dip, not too much turn off the pitch though.
A tough place to bowl off spin here. That's what I always tell myself. Ooh, sneaks under the bat of Maddie Green, who goes back and tries to cut.
You'd turn it on here though, wouldn't you, Lucy?
No. No. I don't think many spinners turn it on here, unfortunately. Skelton comes in nice and straight.
I remember being at a game up north in the northeast, an academy game, and I went into the clubhouse to see how the Superchargers were getting on, see how my colleagues were getting on, and whoever the Superchargers were playing were in their ascendancy.
Reverse sweep this time from Maddie Green. That's going to run away for 4. Inventive. Inventive but rewarding for Maddie Green. Adds 4 to her total.
Yeah, and you can tell me who they were playing in a minute because you'll know when I explain it. The Superchargers were getting beaten, I think, and you came on, and I think it was at Headingley. It turned square, and you changed the game. I think you got 3 or 4. A couple went underground. You came round the wicket, and it spun back.
Was that Trent Bridge?
Was that at Trent Bridge?
Yeah, it was.
You're playing for the Superchargers, I think. So it was against the Rockets, was it?
Yeah, because the first one, I remember this really vividly, was very fortuitous because I bowled one round the wicket and thought I'm just going to take all the pace off it. And if Nat Silverbrun wants to mow it for 6, then she's going to have to hit a 25-mile-an-hour delivery there. And it bounced, spun, hit a back hip, hit the stumps and hit Bess Heath in the head. It was eventful, but it was out. Yeah, offered a bit more turn at Trent Bridge than there is here, sadly for the spinners.
Wellington's on now. Creative from Bryce again, who went right across the stumps. It's got plenty of elevation on it, but it's probably taken a bit of the sting out the ball. And Hodges is able to chase and retrieve. So 2 more to the Blaze total.
Tell you what, as soon as Catherine Bryce got in a position to play that shot, Katie Jones backed off with both hands above her head. Rebecca Hodges has started running.
But what it has done is make the bowler and the captain change the field. So we've now got a very short fine leg, and they're very fine. It's Corney with 21 on her back. Wellington's in now. Traditional shot from Bryce, who cuts that, and it's cut off once again by Fran Wilson. In every game there's been a magnet in the field, hasn't there, that we've had. It was Catherine Bryce on week 1, and then it was Cassidy McCarthy, and today it seems to be Fran Wilson, the ball following her everywhere.
Yeah, you're going to have to take a good shot to beat Fran Wilson. She's fantastic in the field.
Wellington in again, slightly dragged down, and it'll be turned into the leg side by Bryce for another single.
I think Catherine Bryce has taken calculated risks so far. I think she knows if she doesn't take a little bit of risk, Wello's just going to bowl the same ball consistently and probably get a couple of wickets.
Wellington, the Australian to the Kiwi, Green this time, pushes it back in the crease, and there's no run as she tries to back foot force that through the offside. 69 for 1.
The one positive is at least Amanda Jade Wellington's googly won't spin.
This time square driven off the back foot. Going to come back for 2 here. It's cut off by the deep extra cover fielder running round to deep cover point. Blaze moves past 70 and on to 71.
Looked like another one there that she just opened the face slightly. Thought for a minute it was going to go straight to deep cover, and it's almost just kind of spun away from her, hasn't it, and allowed them to get up and down for 2. Skillful batting there from Maddie Green.
Wellington again. This time it is hit straighter, and it will go straight to that fielder on the edge for just the 1. Blaze just starting to pick up the pace, accumulate, pick off the boundaries when alpha, take the 1s and 2s. They move on to 72 for 1 now after 13. So the run rate almost approaching 6s.
It'll be interesting to see what Sophie Love does with Wellington at the far end, because she'll have brought her on in the hope to try and get a wicket. But Blaze seemed pretty comfortable against her so far. I wonder if she'll actually go to someone else rather than letting Wellington effectively just not waste overs, but don't know how many she'll let her get through before she decides to changes for the best.
What are the options? Captain Hyam.
That's a really good question. They've got. I wouldn't be surprised if Alex Griffiths has a go soon. Right arm, medium pace, almost off the wrong foot, but pretty straight, stump to stump, stumps in play. I think we'll do a similar role to Georgia Elwes. Oh, that's absolutely pummeled through mid-wicket, slightly short from Chloe Skelton, and unfortunately on this wicket, not much doing if you bowl there. And Maddie Green does not miss out on putting that away for 4. Waiting again is Green as Skelton comes in. Right arm over the wicket, back of a length cut to deep cover by Maddie Green. Another single added to her total. Just seemed to have sucked a bit of life out of Somerset the past 4 or 5 overs from Blaze. Bryce faces this time. Slower delivery, more flighted down the ground, and Amanda Jade Wellington does the fielding at long on.
And this is the key, isn't it? It's about staying present in the game, isn't it, as the fielding unit. You can't allow a 5 or 10 over passage to just drift.
Green can't beat mid-wicket. Dot ball. It just shows how, for me, how good Catherine Bryce is. She struggled to get away early, and before you know it, she's on 41. Must be about to run a ball. That's pulled it straight into the gap. Oh, it's a good effort out there from the deep mid-wicket fielder, but couldn't quite get round. Just rocked back did Maddie Green, slightly short from Skelton. Unfortunately, isn't going to get away with bowling that length on a fantastic wicket. A margin for error is so small. And punished by Green.
Yeah, Bryce, the scoreboard's still wrong. The total says 69, but on our graphics, Bryce is 42 from 40 balls.
Beaten on the outside edge this time is Maddie Green going back trying to cut.
Maddie Green is 34 from 30 balls. So after a slow start, like you say, they've both caught up.
Well, she was 3 off 12, wasn't she?
Yeah.
So it just shows a couple of boundaries and they're well away.
It's an important message, that, isn't it, for anyone young learning the game or anyone new to the game. That, you know, we see a lot of highlights packages and short formats, and it's boundary every other ball, but actually sometimes absorbing pressure and playing a bit more traditional and conventional can be the way. In between the ramps and laps and reverse sweeps. So 82 for 1 from 14. Partnership worth 75 now as Amanda Jane Wellington is in. Catherine Bryce going back, pushing that into the offside. Looks like it was off the stumps, and that's why there was a bit of an ooh and an ah from the Somerset fielders. Bryce trusting this surface that she's played so many times on. Wellington flighted this time. Will beat extra cover as Bryce is drawn forward into a cover drive. Just a single though. Scoreboard's fixed.
Hey. Still requiring over 6 displays. They'll feel pretty comfortable with that, but will definitely keep Somerset interested. I think sometimes when you bowl 4 or 5 overs and they go for plenty after you've been pretty tidy, it can feel like the game's slipping away pretty quickly. So you just need to string a couple of tidy overs together, do Amanda Jade Wellington and Somerset. Dot balls will certainly help do that.
They will indeed, as Fran Wilson's in the game again, cutting that one off. Wellington just misses a length slightly. It'll be played off the back foot to that boundary rider for another single. Some easy pickings for the Blaze. No boundaries in this over. Different batter, same result. Another single into the offside as deep extra cover cuts the ball off. Top of the bat from Maddie Green. Wellington in. Same again, 3 balls in a row, just pushed into the offside off the back foot. Deep extra cover does the fielding. So control from Wellington, but not necessarily that penetrative area.
Yeah, it looks very comfortable, doesn't it? Out there for the 2 Blaze girls at the minute.
End of the 15th then. 86 for 1 are the Blaze. Partnership worth 77 now.
Just a bit of a conflab between Wellington and Skelton. A bit of advice passed from the bowlers currently in tandem. Wellington makes her way back out to long on. Skelton's going to continue. Maddie Green ready to face. Reverse sweep. Well fielded there by short third. Oh, has it still gone for 4? It has. Thought she got a good bit of that, didn't she? She's diving away. I think it might have just almost hit a knee.
Yeah, it's hit the thigh as she slid.
That's unfortunate.
She's done everything she possibly can there. Just hit so hard, and it was met on the full, wasn't it, to create that whip.
Yeah, she almost smothers it, doesn't she? It's she's incredibly quick, flat wrists, Maddie Green there. And I think the Skeleton's going to struggle to control. They're going to make a change, I think. I think they're going to take mid-wicket out, which, as an off-spinner, is not something you want to be doing because she has even a little bit straight now. She's going to end up with about 10 off this over, having already hit the first ball for 4. Huge vacant area out on the leg side now. She's almost hit that straight in the gap as Maddie Green. They're going to push for 2 and they're going to come back for 2. Excellent running and excellent batting. Just sat back, didn't she, and pushed it into that gap, up and down quickly. And this is what's so hard about this pitch, is you get a little bit inventive, you get a boundary, you change your field, and easily you're picking up 8, 9, 10 without taking too much of a risk, especially if you play the more unorthodox reverse sweeps and sweeps as well as Maddie Green can, and Catherine Bryce for that matter. It's incredibly challenging. Another field change. Square leg comes up. So they've brought square leg up into the ring into a mid-wicket saving one, which looks pretty deep there. They've got deep square in front and long on. So they're going to try and block off that area, aren't they? Oh, Maddie Green's gone straight across it there. Big appeal, but not out. Her eyes lit up there, didn't it? Stepped across with that change of field. Thought for a minute she was going to sweep, realised it's too full, and a low full toss. It's hit her onto the pads in the end. Just waiting for our third umpire to tell us if it's close.
Hit outside the line of off stump.
So it looked like a decent shout from here, to be honest. Green down the wicket this time. Just knocks it off a hip. Trots through for a single. Both batters well into the 40s now. I think giving Sophie Luff some headaches currently. The Skeleton's going to have a go at Catherine Bryce this time, who waits. It's a 4 ball outside off stump and drives out to deep cover. Another added to the total. Profitable over so far for the Blaze.
I wonder, and a penny for your thoughts again as an off spinner, whether the bowler should come round the wicket.
Oh, is it? Yeah. I would agree with that statement, as this is worked off. Oh, she's managed to pierce between 2 fielders about 2 metres apart there, Maddie Green, down the wicket. Another one taken to the long on. Yeah, I think go round the wicket.
Because I think you can set 3 out on the leg side then, and even push 1 through on the offside for the reverse sweep, and perhaps cut off the offside, bar the reverse sweep, which you can use a boundary rider to do, perhaps. But there's not a lot of spin either, so the margins for error are so tight.
Yeah, I think if you go around the wicket, you could almost move your mid-off and your extra cover wider and say, look, if I overpitch, I'm going to get banged down the ground. I'll take my medicine and have almost your back point can be quite far behind and almost a deep cover point. And you almost got to go quicker and into the wicket and say, look, if I bowl a half volley, I'm going to get whacked for 4.
Wellington to continue to the overseas green. Down the leg side, it's at least a bye. No, it's going to be 2 wides. Didn't clip anything on the way down the leg side. So 6 still remain in this over. 2 from it as well. So frustration already. This one's pitched up.
Yeah,
Bryce.
she looks like she's trying to tempt Catherine Bryce into something. 2 straights back. She's kind of going really slow. Right above the eye line to Catherine Bryce.
Into the leg side this time. Going to call through for a quick single. Made very comfortably.
Oh, it's well backed up there.
Put the pressure on the short fine leg fielder. She rocketed it through, didn't she? It was well backed up.
Yeah, it could have been 4 overthrows that for a second. It was a good bit of work. Can't quite see who that is, fortunately.
Wellington in again and driven hard at that extra cover fielder by Maddie Green for no run. 98 for 1.
I think it's Chloe Skelton in there currently having the ball absolutely whacked at her. She's doing a good job for a team.
Oh, she went back to that one and turned it into the leg side. Wellington put her hands on her head thinking maybe she was in the hunt for an LBW shout there, but it's a single to the Blaze nevertheless. 99 for one as they approach the three figures. Bryce back on strike. Rocks back and cuts this one behind square. It's going to run away for four. As good as Fran Wilson is, she can't stop that. So the Blaze pass 100, they move on to 103 for one, and Catherine Bryce makes it to 50 as well as she raises the bat to the gentle applause of the Loughborough crowd. One still to come in this over as well.
Yeah, just classic trademark Catherine Bryce, just puts her head down and goes about her way, doesn't she? She looks pretty comfortable, very calm, very composed. It really has been a pleasure to watch her bat for the first half of this season. She's carrying on her merry little way is our Catherine Bryce.
Wellington in again off Centurion. Catherine Bryce, no run. That's the final ball of that over. The Blaze are 103 for one after 17. Let's have a look at that Catherine Bryce innings of 50 so far. 48 balls, 8 fours in 50 minutes. A run a minute. Long way to go for the Blaze yet, but making steady inroads. A lot to think about for Somerset. Trying to make something happen here.
Yeah, Skelton's going to continue, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a change from the other end. I think Amanda Jade Wellington's got to come on against a new batter, I think, and try and really rattle through a few. Skelton into green, rocks back, pushed into the offside, sets off quickly. Pretty comfortable single in the end. But nice areas that from Chloe Skelton. It's a good line and length that, not much Maddie Green can do apart from try and tuck it in and set off quickly for a single. In this time to Catherine Bryce. Slower, Catherine Bryce gone across to sweep, appeal, not out. That one looked close to me.
My gut feel is she's outside the line of off
Yeah,
stump
she has
again.
stepped across to try and sweep. It was a big vacant area. No 45 and square leg in front. Skelton into Bryce again, this time back, cutting hard. Fielding done by Corney at deep cover. Moves on to 51. Yeah, it looks like the only way you're really going to get a wicket is if one of the Blaze girls steps across and misses it. There's been a couple of close appeals, hasn't there?
I looked at that again, way outside off stump.
Not close, take it back.
And high.
Green pulling off the back foot, straight to that square leg fielder who just takes a couple of steps in and then rockets it into Katie Jones behind the stumps.
Not wanting to dig you out, Lucy.
Yeah, well, you just have. You've thrown me right under a bus.
I've got the benefit of a laptop in the shaded area of our commentary position to be able to look at it again.
You just keep going over to that shade to pretend you're looking at your laptop. Catherine Bryce goes back, cuts that one to deep cover, comes through for another single.
Well, we said, didn't we, during the interval, we went for a walk for a coffee, and we said, you know, how do Blaze chase this down? And we said someone's got to go big. So far, we've got two batters.
Down the ground that time by Maddie Green. And Wellington does the fielding at long on.
We've got two batters compiling a important partnership.
Yeah, good work that from Chloe Skelton. She's had a tough couple of overs, but she's come back really nicely there. She's kept the stumps in play. It's not an easy job. Like I said, your margin for error is so small on this pitch, but she'll be pretty proud of that over. As there is going to be a change, and Alex Griffiths is going to come on as the Blaze girls just take a well-earned little drink.
Yeah, 100 partnership up. Catherine Bryce walked out number 3. 7 for 1 at the time. We're 107 for 1 now. After 17, lots of 1s and 7s in that there, wasn't there?
Yeah, look at that scoreboard.
I say it's 17, it's 18. This scoreboard has done me so many times today. That's why I should look at the laptop, because it's correct.
Well, you're only going over there because it's in the shade, and you secretly want to be in the shade.
Best check the scores right as well. It's not, it's 108.
Oh, do you? Do you want to do your little update again?
We'll just keep digging.
Guys, can you just take another drink? Because we actually got that wrong.
It's 108 for 1 after 18 here at Hazelgrave. We've got a change of bowling.
Nice, well recovered.
Alex Griffiths going to bowl right arm over the wicket from the far end. She's in now. Maddie Green just tickles that into the leg side. Mid-wicket does the fielding. It worked all right, that didn't it? The far end.
Yeah, the far end. I just can't get a ball
It's
with
stuck
the
now.
far end.
It's stuck.
No, far end. Surely there's a better name. Maybe we made up High Pack.
Griffiths in again, driven hard up the ground. Bit of work to be done by the fielders, but same result. It's just so quick, this outfield, and particularly at that far end down the hill. Maddie Green goes to 50 and 51. So both batters passing 50 in consecutive overs.
It was dismissive, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, 52 in fact, because the scoreboard's done me again in 46 balls. To say she was not so many off a lot of balls to begin with, just absorbing the pressure as Griffiths is in again. This one's turned round the corner, but that short 45 cuts it off for no run. $112 for 1. Griffiths in. Green hits the ball hard back at the bowler. It's well fielded and there'll be no run.
Yeah, she's done really well there, Griffiths. Never easy in your follow through. She managed to get her hands in front of her body there and deny Maddie Green another run.
Griffiths in on the legs of Green will turn this into the off leg side for another single. Just a bit subdued since both batters passing 50 are Somerset. Griffiths in again. Just adjusts the line and keeps Catherine Bryce honest, who stands tall and plays into the offside for no run. So that's the end of the 19th. The Blaze are 113 for 1. Catherine Bryce 52 from 52. Maddie Green 53 from 49. The stage is set for a long, deep run chase.
Yeah, Skelton going to continue from the pavilion end.
The run rate, you'll be happy to know now, Lucy, is 5.95.
Absolutely wonderful. Skelton into Green, goes back and cuts. Play take one. Brings Catherine Bryce on to strike. Skelton in once more, right arm over the wicket. Good length delivery, well bowled. Just defended by Catherine Bryce. Not much she can do there. That's why she's got to be there, Skelton. Not that it's easy to continue to bowl the same ball over and over again, but looks challenging on that line and length. Another good delivery from Skelton. Oh, almost impeded by Maddie Green, who effectively does the fielding for her very generously. Bryce shuffles across, sweeps, vacant square leg region, 4 runs. She's been looking to do that for quite some time, Catherine Bryce. Stepping outside off stump, and sweeping well behind square, and there's nothing the fielder out on the boundary can do about that one. She's about 20 yards in front of square, so it's a huge area of ground for her to cover. This time full outside off stump given wide by the umpire.
Yeah, it's just put the pressure back on the bowler.
Good delivery that time. Just knocked into mid-wicket and the batter's come through for a quick single.
It's amazing how it can change, because Skelton's looked a bit more settled in the last over or so. He's bowled with a real nice pace and flight the first couple of balls of the over, and then Bryce just does something creative.
Maddie Green this time hits it hard, extra cover, slight misfield, and they set off quickly for a single. It's actually a good bit of work from Sophie Luff. It was hit really hard from Maddie Green. She did well to get it down. She picked herself up a bit gingerly there as well. End of another good over from Blaze there.
Should we do a rundown of Maddie Green's 50?
I would love to.
Eight fours in 70 minutes. So Griffiths to continue from the far end. She's full, straight there. Hit really hard by Maddie Green, but can't get it through.
Yeah, interestingly, Fran Wilson's been moved from backward point to extra cover, so that was the high tariff area that Skelton was getting absolutely peppered in earlier. And they've put their best fielder in there now, which is good captaincy from Sophie Luff. We'd expect nothing less.
Griffiths in again, strays onto the pads, turn around the corner. Just be a single as it's cut off by short fine leg. I think the scoreboard's caught up again. Can trust it for the next few moments, hopefully. 1, 2, 2 for 1 in the 21st. As Griffiths is in, and false shot from Bryce. Looked like pace was taken off that one, a bit floaty outside off stump, and foxed Catherine Bryce slightly.
Yeah, great bit of work from Katie Jones there. By the time I'd blinked, she had the bails off. Incredibly quick bit of work from her.
Griffith once again, wide outside off stump. Not quite short enough to cut. Bryce plays another false shot there. Not seen many of them. Very sombre as the afternoon sun heats up here at Loughborough, and Bryce is hit on the pads. It's darting down the leg side and then squirts into the offside, and they'll take a leg by. You hear that? Just very, very sombre.
It's relaxing. I feel like I might need to put some sun cream back on in a minute.
Yeah, you do. Griffith once again, this time cut hard behind backward point, and that'll be 4 more to the Blaze total, 4 more to Maddie Green. Look to give herself a bit of room there and snap the hands through. A boundary to end the 20th over. Blaze are 127 for 1.
Yeah, she just leant on that, waited for it to come to her and leant on it and dismissed it through backward point. Great bit of timing from Maddie Green there. She carries on her merry way. And Skelton takes a cap off.
It's 3:33 in Loughborough and it's 21 degrees.
Is it?
Yeah.
21 degrees, who'd have thought? You said spring earlier, it's definitely summer. If this isn't summer...
Is May classed as summer though?
Look, summer is classed as whenever it's not raining. in the UK, and I feel like we're going to have to say it's now because we've had a beautiful 2 weeks of heat waves. So when it starts raining in August, we'll call that winter.
Okay, so we just have 2 seasons now.
Yeah.
Okay. We pretty much do, don't we?
We pretty much, yeah. We do, wet or hot.
Yeah. Nice or not nice?
Yeah, literally. But it is a beautiful day for a bit of cricket. I'm enjoying that.
Have we got a change up here?
Slight breeze. Yes, we do.
Left arm spin.
Patiently waiting for the announcer to do us a favour here, but it doesn't seem to be coming.
Barnes.
Left
arm round the wicket from the pavilion end.
Oh, that looked like it spun.
Starts with a wide. Did purchase a little bit.
Yes, bit of spin. Molly Robbins has stationed herself in front of us with a very important job of protecting us. As Barnes comes in again, a bit slower that time. Hit through the covers by Catherine Bryce. Oh, Courtney's done an excellent job out there. She's been fantastic on that cover boundary. She's saved numerous runs, just pelting at the ball and releasing it quickly. Maddie Green to face her first ball of Barnes. Back goes Green to that one and cuts. Again, Courtney does the work. They come through for a single. Liv Barnes comes in, cut again. Good fielding. We're disappointed she's missed out there, Catherine Bryce, but well cut off in that backward point region. Barnes in again. Cut by Catherine Bryce again. On debut is Olivia Barnes. Again, 1 run. Captained Kent under 18s. Made her way through the pathway and signed, I think, 2 years with Somerset. And she looks so far like a very good find. Tidy. Getting a bit of purchase. Catherine Bryce steps across, sweep. She's bowled her. She's bowled her. Huge wicket from Olivia Barnes on debut. She deserved that. Fantastic 5 balls. Catherine Bryce, bored from playing that shot. Olivia Barnes not straying from the stumps, claims her maiden wicket.
Yeah, the remarkable thing there is, not only is it a wicket in your first over of professional cricket, but it hit off stump. Catherine Bryce got so far across there and just showed too much of the stumps. But I think that wicket was born out of single, single, dot, single, single. Just making the Blaze chase it a little bit. And it gets a breakthrough. The change gets the breakthrough. So there'll be a round of applause for Catherine Bryce as she departs.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you post a big total. It might only seem like 1 over, but the run rates are 6s, so you can't go many overs really without hitting a boundary. So excellent to see that from Olivia Barnes, isn't it?
Yeah. So Bryce bowled Barnes for 59, 63 balls, 68 minutes, 9 fours. Made a dent into this target of 305.
Yeah. I don't know if that's her 4th or 5th 50 of the 50 over campaign so far. And she's taken a fifer as well in one of their games. So she's been in fantastic fettle as Catherine Bryce, but it's going to be up to Sarah Bryce and Maddie Green now to get the job done for Blaze, or get as much of it done as possible. She looked good, Maddie Green. Struggled a little bit early, didn't she, to get herself going, but she settled into her work very nicely and she just needs to keep going.
So Griffiths to bowl her 3rd. She's hit Green on the pads. It was a polite appeal that was
Ambitious.
ambitious and ended very quickly. There's no run. Yeah, leg side. Very leg side.
Always a sign when the keeper's a foot down the leg side, isn't it? I feel. We still appeal though.
Green on strike. Full and straight and just beautifully stroked up the ground to long on for a single. Gorgeous balance there. It's going to bring the new batter, Sarah Bryce, on strike. Is it fair to say she's due one, isn't she?
Yeah, I think she would like to get herself back in the runs here, Sarah Bryce.
She's on strike now, down the leg side. I think that's flicked the hip on the way through. No signal of wide by the umpire.
She's got time here to settle in as Sarah Bryce, which will be good for her. And I think that'll be one thing she'll have taken from the way that Catherine and Maddie started is you don't need to go from ball one. You'll get reward from playing good shots.
Griffiths in on the money and Bryce is equal to it with a forward defensive. Yeah, well, the required rate's 6.25, the current rate is 5.91, so there's just shy of 0.3 difference with a lot of depth.
Yeah, there's a lot of depth in this Blaze lineup today.
A lot of time to go hard nearer the end, should it be required. Bryce on strike again is going to drive this one beautifully through the covers. It's fielded in front of the scoreboard, so just be 2.
Yeah, and whilst it'll have been slightly frustrating in the way that the AJ Wellington got away from Blaze at the end, it will also show them that if we can take it deep, you know, there are runs to be had at this back end, and it is easy to score with the dimensions of the ground, so just got to keep batting here and be patient.
Griffiths in, dragged down the leg side. This one will be single a wide. Sarah would have loved to have been able to swivel on that and pull it, but she'll take the extra nevertheless. Griffiths in again. A little shuffle. Oh, she shuffled across the crease there, leading edge. Dropped on the return catch. So a let off for Sarah Bryce at the end of that over. Lucy Hyam applying sun cream to her face and just looked at me with a slight worrying look for a second there. That's the end of the 23rd, 136 for 2. Will the Somerset women look back at that opportunity to get a high-class batter out so cheaply?
I was going to ask you if my sun cream was rubbed in, but I don't feel like you're giving me a reliable answer anyway, so I'm just gonna hope for the best and pretend that it is. Yeah, that one did make me a bit nervous, I'm not going to lie.
Always difficult off your own bowling,
Oh,
especially when you're a seamer as well. You should catch them as a spinner.
oh, don't
all the
you start,
time,
you should catch them as a
Lucy.
spinner. I strap my hands on the wrong way round when I'm fielding off my bowling. Barnes, and again, driven up the ground by Maddie Green.
No excuse for spinners not to catch them off.
I think it's harder when you're a spinner. I think you've got too much time to think.
You've got no time to react when you're a
Well,
seamer.
that's perfect, because there's no expectation on you to catch it, is there? Whereas when you're a spinner, everyone thinks, oh, you've got time to catch it. And I think, no, I don't. Well, that's my excuse anyway. I'm not sure I'm going to get away with that. Flighted delivery. Oh, I'm not sure that's actually hit anything. Was it an outside edge from from Sarah Bryce? She comes through for a run. Yeah, it was bat. Real full from Olivia Barnes. Almost snuck straight through Sarah Bryce there. Just jabbed her bat down in the end.
Got a little bit of turn so far, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's bowled unbelievably well so far. She's got lovely repetitive action. Goes through the crease nicely. As Green goes back and cuts that one. Tell you what, Molly Robbins must be having a great time. She's opened the bowling, and now she's doing the old in to one batter, out to the other. It's very warm. So that's driven nicely by Sarah Bryce. They're going to push hard for 2. In and out real quick, Sarah Bryce. Rapid between the wickets, as is Maddie Green. Good running from Blaze. Well fielded again by Emma Corney, who's done fabulous work out on that deep cover boundary. She's covered a lot of ground. Barnes in again to Bryce, who waits, goes back, dabs it down. We're going to take a quick single to backward point. That's well run, good understanding between these two.
I thought you were going to say because she can hear the dulcet tones of the commentators.
Yeah, honestly. Driven yet again by Green. Another good over there by Olivia Barnes, wasn't it? She's bowled tidily so far.
Lots of control. And she's got that breakthrough. She's broke the partnership.
Yeah, it was important, that, wasn't it? Really important, just before drinks.
On 4-3 for 2 after 24. Well earned drink for everybody in this heat. After this one, Green on strike. Griffith with ball in hand. Misses a length slightly. It's pulled well in front of square, but there's a deep mid wicket who'll mop that one up. So it's just the single.
Wasn't that short, that delivery, I don't think. Picked up the length quickly, did Maddie Green, but I don't think Griffiths will mind that. Because if she misses that, it's halfway up the stumps. She'll feel in the game with Maddie Green going back to that.
Bryce on strike, and was there a feather there? The reaction suggests there was, or was it just because it was a play and a miss?
Oh, I think she might have hit that. I think there might have been a little feather on that from Sarah Bryce. She's not looked particularly comfortable on that 4th stump line.
That one bounced as well.
Yeah,
Keeper
it did.
took that above waist height. Perhaps another life for Sarah Bryce, who is on strike again and is pushed back in the crease by Alex Griffiths, who bowls another dot ball. So perhaps a little passage of control from the Somerset women. 1-4-4 for 2 in the 25th. Turned into leg side this time, off the legs of Sarah Bryce for another single. A good gauge, I think, Lucy. I was saying this to, who was I saying it to? Can't remember now.
Oh, I know what you're going to say.
Go on.
You're going to say about Douglas Lewis?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just looking at that. 20 ahead, 19 ahead.
Pushed up the ground again by Green, well cut off. I think it was to Marie. I was saying to her, you know, good gauge for just pacing this run chase will be the DLS pass score when it takes into consideration the wickets lost and the actual total come the end of this 50 overs. So 19 ahead of DLS as it stands. Griffiths once again to Maddie Green, floated up this time and driven up the ground once again with balance and precision from the Kiwi international. So 25 gone here at Hazelgrave. Players are trotting over towards the HPC for a well-earned drink. The Blaze are 146 for 2. Maddie Green 68 not out. She's been joined at the wicket by Sarah Bryce. She's currently 7 not out Earlier on, Georgie Boyce ran out for 1. And Catherine Bryce bowled by the debutant Barnes for 59. They shared a partnership of 125, did Catherine Bryce and Maddie Green. 6 bowlers used so far. Olivia Barnes, the 1 wicket taker. Of course, the other wicket was a run out. Current run rate of 5.8, so not far off the asking rate of 6.3. A long way to go in this game with wickets in hand. Somerset will be looking to make some more inroads and build pressure through that wicket column. Blaze will be just looking to form another partnership. Take this game deep on what's very, very friendly batting conditions. Lots of values for your runs. We're going to take a short break while the players do. We'll be back very, very shortly.
Everyone well refreshed after that little drinks break. I think Molly Robbins will be happy after she's been pelting it in and out. That's what you want when a spinner's bowling. Finally, a little bit of shade covering Hazel Grave, and Olivia Barnes is going to resume to Maddie Green, who's poised on 66 not out. Barnes in. Green goes back, hits hard back at Barnes, who does a fielding off her own bowling, dot ball. Back this time goes Green, cuts. Corney again with that fielding. And Green moves to 67, bringing Sarah Bryce back on strike. Who's not looked wholly comfortable yet. But as we saw with the batters earlier, it can change pretty quickly. She feels like she needs to get one away. Oh, it was a caught and bowled effort. It would have been an absolute screamer from Olivia Barnes driving away, just pushed at by Sarah Bryce to the left hand of Olivia Barnes, who did well to get to it, to be quite frank. Unfortunately, just goes down, but she's creating chances here. Is Barnes on debut, just 18 years old. Sarah Bryce goes back, tries to work that leg side delivery, but misses a pad and is called wide. So another one to the total. She bowled with really good control here, has Barnes, on a pitch that's been hard to contain on. She's done a fantastic job as the young off spinner, left arm spinner should I say. Sarah Bryce driving from no run. Barnes in. Short of a length. Sarah Bryce goes back and pulls into the leg side. Just for a single, 2 fielders out on that leg side boundary. This brings Maddie Green back on strike. Maddie Green just has a look around to the leg side field and Barnes comes in. Fuller delivery, floated, driven down the ground to Robbins by Maddie Green. End of another tidy over from Olivia Barnes. Chance created, not quite taken. That's the 150 up for Blaze, 150 for 2. Off 26 overs. Maddie Green on 69 not out, off 66. And Sarah Bryce, 8 of 13. Alex Griffiths going to continue. She's been tidy so far as well. She's bowled nice and straight, fuller ball whipped. Beating Sophie Luff diving at mid-wicket. Sarah Bryce runs the first hard, but no 2. Well fielded out on that boundary. I think it's Chloe Skelton out there now. Griffiths in. Oh, it's bowled Sarah Bryce round her legs. She's looking back at her stumps. I'm not sure if she found herself a long way over there, but it has clipped leg stump, and Alex Griffiths has bowled well and deserved reward, and she's got it in the prize wicket of Sarah Bryce, who, like I said previously, hasn't looked wholly comfortable at the crease. I think might have just moved a little bit too far to the offside there to try and work the ball into the leg. It was being bowled round her legs, I think.
Lucy, what have you done while I quickly nipped away? Yeah, just looking at the replay, and she did just shuffle across. You could only just about see the leg stump, and look, it flicked the outside of a pad and then onto the stump. So
you always feel a bit hard done to when you get out like that, I think.
Yeah.
But like I said, these Griffiths and Barnes have bowled really nicely together and have really strangled Blaze, pulled it back and managed to gather some control in what was looking pretty comfortable, especially with Maddie Green at the crease. But here comes the experience of Georgia Elwes, whose bat does fit through the plastic gauge.
And good to see her come out, given she was
Absolutely.
off the field for a considerable amount of time.
She was off for about 20 overs, wasn't she, I think? 15, 20 overs. With ice on either a dodgy digit or a sore hand, which we think came from being hit. I was trying to field off her own bowling. Oh, she's got a big job to do with the bat here, has Elwes. Another experienced cricketer for Blaze walks to the crease.
Griffiths then to continue. It's the thigh pad of Elwes, and it's cut off by that short fine leg fielder. So the 2 changes have yielded wickets. As Griffiths is in once again, full and wide outside off stump. It'll be square driven by Elwes. We've seen her score so many runs through that cover point region. She's off the mark. Sun just went behind the clouds for a second, and take your sunglasses off, and then it comes back out. Griffiths is in, bit straight this time, and we see another one of those on drives from Maddie Green. She'll just get the 1 for it, but she's happy taking the singles, striking at more than a run a ball. Sunglasses off, sunglasses on, sunglasses off.
No, I'm a little bit grateful for that. That bit of shade. I've put 3 locks of Factor 50 on and I still feel my face is slightly rouge.
Elwes back on strike to the bowling of Griffiths, who square drives again on the up. So that's the end of the 27th over.
Yeah, another tidy set there from Alex Griffiths. She bowled really nicely. Again, simple game plan. It's easy to say, but it's hard to do on this kind of wicket. She's bowled at the stumps. She's bowled at the stumps with deep cover out, knowing that her margin for error is probably just between off stump and fourth stump. She's been happy to be hit to cover. She's had a long on out, and she's gone full and at the stumps, and she's got her reward. And now Georgia Elwes is going to have the task of facing Olivia Barnes, who I've been very, very impressed with so far.
Yeah, got a very tall action, hasn't she? Tall release point. Wrist behind the ball. It's got some purchase off the surface, which we haven't seen a great deal of throughout the day. It's offered control.
In she comes to Elwes, who waits. Full delivery, driven back. Partially stopped by bowler, partially stopped by Maddie Green. End result, dot ball. Elwes waits again. Full flighted. Tempter from Barnes that. Elwes doesn't bite, she just drives it patiently to mid-off.
She doesn't look too uncomfortable either, does she? Does Elwes, which suggests the finger is okay.
Down the wicket this time. Just nudged into the leg side and sets off for a quick single. Yeah, I wonder with the way it got her, it might have actually been kind of where the thumb joint connects to like that kind of wristy area, you know, where there's just no fat and it gets you on the bone and you almost can't. It's like a stinger, isn't it? You just can't feel your hand. And sometimes it can just take a bit of time for you to actually get the feeling back. As Maddie Green goes through the rituals of touching both pads before she taps her bat and waits. Barnes in, full delivery, flighted, driven. To long off even, by Maddie Green. Robbins does the fielding again, and the field switches. Square leg goes back out, 45 comes over to Elwes. So we're going to try and squeeze Elwes a little bit. Who waits back of a length. It's the offside, sets off. Easy single taken. I don't think Somerset are going to mind going at 4s or 5s for the next 5 or 6 overs in the slightest. It was a crucial wicket at a crucial time. Leg side delivery swept by Maddie Green, straight to 45, quick single. Ooh. Georgia was set off really quickly there. Didn't look far away, the throw, did it?
No, it needed to be a direct hit though.
Set off straight away. Score moves to 158 for 3. Let me do my little ritual of checking the required run rate. Rising 6.68 it's gone back to, so there was a couple of overs about just before drinks, was it? When Catherine Bryce and Maddie Green had both made their 50s, the run rate was at 5.9. Couple of quick wickets, just stifled it slightly. Gone back up to 6.68. And just to rub salt in the wound, Amanda Jade Wellington's coming back on.
Yeah, just trying to disrupt Maddie Green's rhythm perhaps. Have a go at the new batter in Georgia Elwes. 158 for 3 then. 28 gone. AJ Wellington from the far end. It's going to be turned into leg side for an easy single. So Elwes to face up to Wellington for the first time in the game. She's just scratching her mark.
I'll tell you what, I've just looked at the bowling figures for Blaze as well, and I didn't realise, it's 6 overs 1 for 20 going at threes.
Yeah.
Seriously impressive stuff from her.
Wellington in, full flighted. Elwes just pushes the ball back down to the ground, back down the ground, and Wellington fields off her own. In again and tried to cut that one away and mistimed. I said that she looked like she didn't have any discomfort, but she's just taken a bottom hand off the bat a couple of times in the last few strokes, and suggesting perhaps she is struggling. She's teased Wellington with the drive up the ground that time off her own ball and just bounces in front of her.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't look 100% comfortable. She looks more comfortable than I thought she was going to be, having spent that much time off the ground, but she's not 100%, I don't think. There's another example of that bottom hand coming off, isn't there?
Yeah.
Which makes me think thumb.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like she's probably okay with the top hand shots, the vertical back shots, but the cross back shots she may struggle when you need to use that bottom hand to whip it for a pull and a cut shot. Wellington in to Green this time. He turns it into leg side. There's a whisper of 2 between the two batters, but it's quickly turned down by Georgia Elwes. That's the end of the 29th. These overs seem to be ticking down pretty quickly. 160 for 3, the Blaze.
Yeah, sometimes she looks pretty uncomfortable. Sometimes it's a mix of the pain and also the tape. If you've got tape applied under your glove, it can actually restrict quite a lot of your movement, but yeah, she's definitely not 100% out there.
There's been a passage of play either side of drinks where Somerset have just slowed the run rate down. It's gone out now to over 1.3 differential between the required and the actual.
Green goes back and cuts Barnes into deep cover. Another single taken. Yeah.
So it's gone out a whole run since we last checked it, just around that 21 mark. It was 0.3, wasn't it? It's 1.3 now.
Yeah, no, it's testament to the way these two have bowled together. They've just really contained. That's a full ball. Elwes gone across the front pad. Big appeal, not out. It's pretty much yorked herself there as Elwes, but still there.
Good use of flight there. Just
Yeah,
made a fall over, didn't it?
Barnes in again to Elwes. Down the wicket, driving. Lovely cricket shot. Down the wicket, holds a shape, punches it down the ground. Trots through for a single. Fielding done by Chloe Skelton, who's been a bit of everywhere on this field. She's been peppered in extra cover. She's done some yards at Cow Corner, and now she finds herself at long on. Green now, 75 not out. Barnes in. Lovely delivery, flipped, even clipped to deep mid-wicket. Flipped. Why not? Why not?
Was that a hybrid of flick and clipped?
Yeah, I think so. I like it. I'm just going to roll with it. Elwes waits. Down the wicket again. Carving. Runs the first one hard, but not going to be able to come back for 2, but good intensity in the running, and equally good fielding by Emma Corney again out there.
Yeah, slight drag down, but the insurance of that boundary rider paying off.
Short, pulled by Maddie Green. Not a lot anyone can do about that one. Short of a length from Barnes. Maddie Green just sits back and dismisses that. Straight past manager Jade Wellington at mid-wicket in the ring. And a much-needed boundary for the Blaze. Yeah, I think she's been so effective because, okay, she bowled a couple of drag downs in that over, but she's not strayed from the stumps. And as is often the way, don't get me wrong, it's much easier to say than it is to do, as I know oh too well. But if you keep the stumps in play, it's hard to score because you're forcing the batters to do something else. And I feel like at this particular point, 165 for 3 off 30 overs. You know, Blaze are kind of biding the time. Somerset are sticking in there. No one really wants to make the first move.
But Green just paces her innings perfectly, doesn't she? Just to keep the Blaze score ticking towards that summit of 305. Wellington to continue. Turn round the corner. It'll be a quick single here. They're going to go to the non-strikers end as it was Elwes who just slightly hesitated to begin with, but she gets back with safety.
Yeah, it's a good call there. Really, it's good batting that from Maddie Green, I think. Elwes has struggled against Amanda Jade Wellington. It's a little bit uncomfortable, and the teammate down at the other end's gone, don't worry, mate, I'll help you out. Get you off strike.
Hit hard up the ground by Maddie Green. She won't get a run for it though. Cut off by that floating mid-wicket fielder now. Don't trust that scoreboard again, Lucy.
Oh, is it wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
170 for 3, Blaze, as a Wellington's in. Turned into the leg side. Could be a shout or 2 here. They think about it and they change their mind as it's cut off by that leg side boundary rider.
It's fizzed in that out there. Didn't even have to move behind the stumps, Katie Jones. Beautiful one bounce throw. I always enjoy that. Spectator. I enjoy seeing that.
Wellington floats this one up. Cut away by Elwes. Another single. Hot zone for Georgia Elwes through cover point.
Yeah, she's particularly effective if that kind of gets a front pad and bat together and drops it and runs.
Yeah.
When she played for Vipers, we used to have a point really close. Bit similar to how you do against Danny Wyatt.
Hacked hard into the leg side, this one by Maddie Green. Again, they think about a second, but Green sends Elwes back. It's just a single.
It was a very wise decision in the end. Because by the time they both thought about it, there was definitely not 2.
Wellington floated outside off stump, slightly aerial for a second, but into a gap, and another single through the offside for Georgia Elwes. Just dealing in singles at the moment, Elwes. She's moved on to 9 from her 16 deliveries. That's the end of the 31st. The Blaze 174 for 3. Maddie Green 84 not out from 79 deliveries. Blaze require 131 from 19 overs. Required rate almost up to 7s now, Lucy. 6.89.
It's one of those ones where you don't panic, but you got to stay conscious of it. I think they'll be happy in the last 5 or 6, letting it get to 8s or 9s. But any higher than that, and it is getting a little bit. It's one of those. It's a tough one, isn't it? Because I guess it's a double-edged sword. If you've got your set batter in all the way through, you can afford to let it rise. But I think what kills teams is when it rises to 9s, 10s, and then you lose 2 wickets, and you've got 2 fresh batters in, and expecting kind of 7, 8, 9, 10 to come in. As Elwes comes down the wicket, hand off the bat, no run. Oh, Molly Robbins has thrown the ball at her, and Katie Jones has done well to try and get that. As Robbins puts up an apologetic hand.
Change your ball into Skelton's, come back on. So that boundary in the previous over, forcing the captain into a change.
Yeah, and the umpires had a polite word with Molly Robbins there, saying, don't throw the ball at the batter. Elwes back, pulls hard. Square leg does the work, 1 run. I feel her figures aren't reflective of her performance, Chloe Skelton. I actually think she bowled better than her figures may suggest at a very tough time to come in. She came in with 2 set batters in, both looking to be pretty positive. And she's got an important job to do now as she comes into Green, who steps across and sweeping. Griffiths out there does well, bounces just in front of her, picks up cleanly and throws it back to Skelton. Another single added. As Elwes Weights, back raised, slight bend in the knees, dragged down, pulled again hard, straight at Griffiths again, who's again done well. Coming out to it pretty quickly there. Skelton's field is very much in the right place currently. There's green weights this time. Fuller delivery, outside off stump, and Maddie Green leans back and cuts. Somerset girls. Just a little bit of energy in the past over or so. Short ball again, pulled. Can't beat Wellington at short mid-wicket. Oh, it's not Wellington, I've lied to you. Can't beat the fielder at short mid-wicket on this occasion. Dot ball to finish. I'll let James read you the score, because if I look at the scoreboard, it'll be wrong.
I think it's right again.
Oh.
It's 178 for 3.
Honestly, the one time I don't do it's right.
From 32.
Classic. It's making me look silly, this scoreboard.
You and I both, Lucy Hyam. Amanda Jane Wellington will continue. Maddie Green is the batter on strike. She's in now. Rocked back and pulled hard to that. Floating mid-wicket on the edge of the circle.
That's a good field position, that, from Luffy. And Maddie Green's been in the crease for a long time, and she's thinking, hit the pockets hard.
Yeah, either side and it's 4, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Clever
Just
to
keeps
be a bit
hitting at
deeper.
her.
Slog swept over that position, and that'll be 4.
That's what she's been looking for. Just that length. That length to be able to get it over Sophie Luff at mid-wicket. Picked it early, slightly outside off stump, I think, and she's just slog swept her into a massive vacant gap out there.
Green into the 90s. Got almost half of these Blaze runs so far. Wellington in, turn into leg side, cut off by mid-wicket. Wellington once again floats this up. It's going to be chipped into the leg side. It'll bounce once in front of the mid-wicket fielder who throws it in, and it's a direct hit. The umpire thought about that for a second, didn't he?
I think that was close. Luffy, who threw the ball, thinks it's close. And she's a pretty fair character, so you often get a good indication, not saying that other cricketers aren't fair, obviously. But you often get a good indication with her as to where things are at. Good bit of fielding.
Wellington once again to Maddie Green, who pushes it up the ground for an easy single as long off is out. 1 to come in this over. Elvis on strike. She's in now, drags it down, pulled forward and straight from Elvis. She'll get another single up to long on. That completes the 33rd over. Blaze 184 for 3.
Yeah, Elwes still isn't comfortable, is she? That was another one hand off the bat, unfortunately for her. But she's powering through, and she's doing a job at the minute. Just needs to keep rotating the strike.
Now, Lucy, I know the answer to this question, but for the benefit of our viewers and followers, some impetus into this run chase, who are we sending in next, in your opinion?
I reckon you'd send Josie Groves in. She hits an unbelievably long cricket ball. Oh, the physio's coming out now. Sorry, I've distracted myself. I think it's actually for Maddie Green. It requires something from the Blaze physio. And some tablets, it looks like. Yeah, Josie Groves hits an incredibly long ball. Clean hitter. So we've got Michaela Kirk waiting. Ella Claridge also hits a long ball. But if we're going to get anyone up there, if you need to bring the run rate down a couple of overs, you want to give someone some licence. Or Cassidy McCarthy, but I'd probably say Josie Groves would be your one. She's played some fantastic innings of doing that, actually. She does it quite a bit in T20 cricket. When you struggle in the power play and the rate's climbing, Chris Guest used to say, stick your pads on, Josie, and go in, and just for 2 overs, just try and get that run rate down.
Yeah, like a 15 off 7 or a 20 off 10.
Cassidy McCarthy did it a couple of times last year as well, where she just went out and hit kind of 2 boundaries in 2 balls. And actually sometimes even that's pretty effective. Skelton in. Elwes, diving effort from Molly Robbins. Again, would have been a fantastic catch. Put down, diving away to her right. And Amanda Jade Wellington has just thrown it on the bounce to the keeper and been told off by umpire Jazz. I don't know about that, because in men's cricket you're allowed to throw the ball to the wicketkeeper on the bounce. So I don't know whether she felt she should have thrown it to the bowler on the full. I'm not sure about that one, personally. Back this time goes Green and pulls to Amanda Jade Wellington. Wouldn't be surprised if she underarms this one in.
Yeah,
Was it on the wicket, maybe?
Perhaps. I mean, the face I'm pulling at you is, I think it's just nonsense. You should be able to throw the ball in and whatever happens, happens.
Short ball punished by Georgia Elwes. I'm not quite sure either of the fielders out there picked it up. Either way, she's dissected the 2 of them and she's got 4. Yeah, I agree. I think in the ring I've got a problem with it on the bounce, obviously. But I think if Amanda Jade Wellington picks the ball up from there from long on and throws it into the keeper's end and it hits the pitch, sometimes, gotta let it slide. Elwes down the wicket this time. Well fielded by Skelton off her own bowling.
The question to be asked is, was that throw within the spirit of cricket? And it was. Wasn't purposely thrown like that.
Skelton and Elwes back, cuts straight to Corney and I come through for a single. I think it's more to do with ruining the ball or the pitch. I think if it hits the strip, they sometimes get a bit moody about it. That's the thing, for a better phrase.
If this game goes a distance, the ball will hit the pitch 600 times.
Yeah, isn't going to make a difference.
And it's played like a dream. It's played like the M1.
Yeah, they do. I don't know. Back again goes Maddie Green. She pulls it into a vacant square leg region. Big sprint on, 4 runs. A couple of occasions there in that over. Skelton's dropped short, and Maddie Green and Elwes both had the class to go back and punish it. That scoreboard's wrong. I'm not going to read it out because it's going to be wrong. I'm not doing it to myself anymore.
It's just behind from the boundary. I'll update in a minute, but the score is 195 for 3.
Maddie Green, 96, not out of 88 balls.
16 remain then. Runs required 110. That equation's all right, isn't it? In a T20, 100 off 15, 110 off 16. It's not terrible, is it?
No, not with 2 pretty relatively set batters in. Well, I mean, Maddie Green's 100% set, but Elwes looking much more comfortable now. Change of bowler. I think this is going to be Ellie Anderson, is it?
Yeah, it needs something, doesn't it?
Yep.
Needs something. Run rate is still slightly concerning. It's in the balance, but the Somerset women do need to do something about that wicket column. They need to have a go at a new batter. Especially when you've got the class of Maddie Green and Georgia Elwes at the wicket. So 195 for 3. Ellie Anderson to start a new spell. Right arm over the wicket, square driven from Georgia Elwes, as we are all too familiar, for another single. So the Kiwi, Maddie Green on strike.
Square leg just come up into the ring, so anything short of a length hit, Maddie Green's eyes are going to light up.
Anderson is in, it's full. And whacked hard up the ground, just going to be the single. That would have been the one to try and manoeuvre into the leg side into a gap, wouldn't it? But just playing it straight for now. 97 to Maddie Green.
I think regardless of her milestone, she's done the right thing with that delivery.
Yeah. Anderson in. Shuffle from Elwis, who then swipes across the line into the leg side. Gets a decent contact on it. They think about a second, but it's cut off by long on. So Elwis looking to be creative here. Perhaps she'll be the one that goes hard in the next few overs. Lucy Hyam. And Maddie Green will just keep ticking along at 1.1, 1.2 runs per ball.
Yeah, it's interesting. Blaze will be saying sixes wins us this game, plus a few. And
Green.
Somerset will be saying 2 dots.
Green on strike. Oh, slower ball by Anderson, and she's castled Maddie Green. 2 stumps out the ground. A swipe across the line from Maddie Green as she approached the 3 figures. But instead she's got to depart for 97. The Blaze are 198 for 4. 93 balls remain, 107 runs required. And that change has brought the wicket that was desperately needed by the Somerset women. Anderson picking up her first of the game. And it's just a little, there's a applause now, but it just went quiet there. Because that is a huge wicket from a Blaze point of view, and a huge wicket from a Somerset point of view, and how that bowling change may change the course of this game, Lucy.
Yeah. Gutted for Maddie Green there. There's not many innings you see where you think someone deserves 100, but it was chanceless. Batted with beautiful tempo. And unfortunately undone by a wonderful bit of bowling, and you'd have to say an inspired bowling change by Sophie Luff. And to be quite frank, every time she's brought a bowler on, they've broken a partnership. It's often been the way in this game.
So Maddie Green bowled by Ellie Anderson for 97 from 90 balls in 130 minutes, 12 fours. So
Ella Claridge being bumped up 1 spot.
New batter then, Ella Claridge, takes guard, assumes her position, and then withdraws as there's going to be a fielding change. Short final leg is coming round to mid-wicket. Deep square leg is moving round behind square. Not quite long leg, just a very backward square leg on the boundary rope as Anderson is in, banged in, pulled away by Claridge, so she's off the mark straight away, will be cut off by that deep mid-wicket. How are your nerves, Lucy Hyam?
I don't feel nervous. It's going to sound really soppy. I feel a bit sad for Maddie Green, actually. I was gearing myself up to stand and clap. I don't feel too nervous yet. Give me another... I'll let you know in 6 overs time. When it gets to 40 overs, I'll be stressed.
Anderson, low full toss, driven.
It's a great shot.
By Elwis. A bit of work to be done out on the field there. It'll be 4 runs in front of the scoreboard. Great effort on the boundary there. Four more to the Blaze total, which now passes 200. 203 for 4. Elwis on to 25. And that is the end of the 35th. Another over that ends with a boundary. We've had a lot of them today, haven't we?
We have. This time last year, Ella Claridge played a crucial... was actually back in the summer. Claridge played a crucial role in a win over Somerset at Cheltenham. Again, young player, very, very calm, very composed, very cricket smart, and her and Elwis will have had a chat here about exactly how they want to go about the rest of this run chase. Might be a case of bat together for 2-3 overs, Just rotate the strike. 8s is manageable. 7s, 8s are manageable. And then we can look to be aggressive. Still got Michaela Kirk, Josie Groves, Kirsty Gordon, Cassidy McCarthy and Grace Ballinger to come. All of which can bat. Probably all play slightly different roles, but all can yield the willow. Barnes is going to come back on from the pavilion end to Ella Claridge, who waits bat lofted, full ball driven. Takes a couple of steps, but no run to be had there. Molly Robbins throws it back into Katie Jones. How are your nerves? Who's happier?
I think Somerset are happier after the enormity of the wicket.
Yeah, I agree. Barnes in, swept by Claridge top edge, fielder running in, should be taken, she has taken it as well. I think it's Sally Anderson out there potentially. Ball was there to sweep, and Ella Claridge just, unfortunately gets a top edge on it and it's flown. It's carried further than I thought it was going to a very long square leg boundary, to be frank. Calm and composed, looking up into the sun.
Yeah, we've seen it opt for that slog sweep a few times, haven't we, so far this year? Just getting under that, perhaps just losing its shape, trying to hit it too hard and getting a thick top edge. It went miles in the sky, like you say, and a very well judged catch.
Brings Michaela Kirk to the crease. First 50 over game of the season for her. I'm feeling a bit stressed now. Very, very competent with the bat is Michaela Kirk. Knows the game very well. Will run well with Elwes here, and I'll be putting pressure on the fielders, I think. She does play spin well, so that makes me less stressed. That's a positive.
Don't stress, Lucy.
I'll try not to.
But to answer your question that you asked me one ball ago,
Yeah, Somerset.
Somerset definitely are happier now. Double breakthrough.
Barnes in, Kirk, first ball. Beaten on the outside edge, that is a beautiful bit of bowling. Flight, dip. Looks to me as though it's spun past the outside edge. Kirk just pressing forward. Not wanting to overcommit to that delivery. Beaten all ends up by Olivia Barnes, who comes in again now. Reverse swept by Kirk. Good contact, unfortunately just straight to short third.
Yeah, Barnes has spun the ball, got the most purchase out of the pitch, hasn't she?
I can't say anyone else has spun it, to be frank. Whether that's because it's warmer, pitch is baked and it has got slightly worse. Kirk reverse sweeping again. Oh, I'm not entirely sure who that was. I think it might have been Fran Wilson, who ran in the wrong direction, managed to change direction, slip over and still stop it, which is pretty impressive. An eventful dot ball. Field changes. Sophie Luff, the captain, comes into backward point, gets rid of mid-wicket. Saying to Michaela Kirk, go on then, you can have one if you want to go across it. Into that very big leg side boundary. You can have one run. In she comes again. Kirk goes back, cuts, and cuts well. Out to deep cover. Single taken off the final ball of that over. Another fantastic over by Olivia Barnes.
Yeah, applying the squeeze now. The Somerset women. 36 gone. 204 for 5. 2 for 29 from 6 on debut. What a start to your professional career, Olivia Barnes. Michaela Kirk will be on strike. I haven't seen too much of her because she's ran the drinks a lot or been down the order here and then not batted because plays have made light work of some of the chases if she has played. But she's got that courage, hasn't she? She's willing to get the sweeping brush out. And
yeah, she's gritty. She's a gritty cricketer. She's pretty resilient.
Anderson in now to Kirk, who pulls this one away. Doesn't quite get all of it. It'll just be a single. Local girl? Kirk?
No,
Uni girl?
South African.
Oh, she ended up
Yeah.
here, didn't she?
Yep. Signed her first pro deal this year. Worked incredibly hard. Got great work ethic.
Elvis on strike. Banged in, pulled away again, not quite timed. She holds her hand up there like it's just been irritated. Another single to the Blaze.
It's hard to tell if it's hurting or she's getting frustrated.
I think it's probably both.
Yeah, I
isn't
think it might be both, yeah. She's into position early, she just can't quite find the middle of the bat to get the result she wants.
Kirk back on strike. Oh, that was a high full toss and it's a no ball. It was almost a free hit that, but Kirk didn't quite pick it up. It's a shame because if she'd have got any bat on that, it would have added to the total beyond the 1 run for the no ball. But we're going to get a free hit anyway.
Right, where's your money?
Well, the real hot pocket is fine leg.
Oh, she's 100% ramping this delivery.
So I'm glad I've got it right then. She come round the wicket?
She has come round the wicket.
That should not be allowed.
She can't come round the wicket. She can't. Okay.
Well, she's tried to ramp
that.
it. She's tried to ramp it. Should be a wide.
It is
5
a wide.
wides. I would love to know if that's allowed, you know.
I'm
You can't change the field. Why can you come round the wicket?
I'm pretty sure.
Because the batter didn't change, did it?
I'm pretty sure you can't do that.
We don't know. But it has happened, and it's still a free hit.
I think it's an incredibly bold move to come round the wicket with no fine leg.
And you can't change the field. It seems it's going to come back over now. Do you think she'll still ramp?
Yeah.
Mid off is up, so she could go over the top there. She could go over extra cover as well.
I think she'll ramp again.
Anderson in. She shapes to ramp, but
Shot.
it's more of a sweep. It's going to get the gap. Great shot by Michaela Kirk. Real good, courageous cricket there.
She did well to readjust because for 70% of that run-up, she's thinking reverse ramp.
Yeah.
And she almost stepped like she was going to ramp, got into a position, and then played a more orthodox sweep shot, really, and paddled it around the corner. So, inventive from Michaela Kirk.
Kirk still on strike. 3 hits over. So, field change, short fine leg now. She's shown the card of I'm willing to ramp. Anderson in. She'll just push it up the ground for 1. Real smart cricket there.
Great cricket there from Michaela Kirk. Got everything they need out of this over. And now just tick along, low risk.
Elvis back on strike. Anderson in. Down the leg side, keeper misses it. It's going to be 5 more wides. Is this the over that swings the game back in Blaze's favour? Some real untidy cricket there from the Somerset women.
.13 off this with a ball to go. 2 balls to go, I think.
Banged in, pulled away.
It's gonna be 4 more.
Chase is on, but it's in vain. Lucy Hyam, you are right. 4 more. This time to Georgia Elvis, a really, really expensive over. 10 wides, a no ball.
I was about to say an excellent hand here from Georgia Ellis, but I don't think she'll appreciate the irony.
And 11 off the bat. That's 22 off the over.
I looked at the figures before she bowled that over and she was going at 4.4s, Ellie Anderson. 7.05s now.
1 over. It's incredible, isn't it? So the Blaze are 2-2-6 for 5 after 37. Who's the happiest now, Lucy Hyam?
I feel more relaxed, if that gives you any indication. I feel more relaxed. 6 and over required. I think.
Yeah, 79 off 79.
Barnes into Kirk, sweeping.
Not possible, 78.
Out for 1 run. Grace Ballinger from the Blaze dugout really enjoyed that shot. Pretty low risk, I think, to sweep Olivia Barnes, not getting too much bounce. Strength of Kirky. That's what you want players to do in this high pressure moment, stick to their strengths. Always on strike for this delivery. Barnes again, always down the track. Controls it nicely, 1 run. Added to long on. The 2 reverse sweeps she's played, Kirky. She's not executed massively on either of them, but she has forced Somerset to change that field. So she can just rotate now by knocking it into mid-wicket, which is pretty much what she does. It was a full toss, didn't quite get hold of it. Griffiths busy out there again, covering a lot of acreage at that cow corner pocket. 3 off the over, 3 singles. Barnes in again. Always waits, but goes back, cuts, turns down the single as Sophie Luff. Quick as ever.
That breeze has picked up again, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm thoroughly enjoying it, if I'm honest. Barnes in, always down the track, chipped. Beats a diving mid-wicket. Just a single taken. Kirk taps a bat. Barnes in. She goes back, cuts. Cuts well. They push hard. She's dived. They were going to take 1 on the arm. Excellent running from Kirk and Elwes that. Corny out there, she's been fantastic, but she had to go to ground just to make sure she properly got that in both hands. And Blaze took that opportunity and snuck back for a second.
It was great fielding, wasn't it? But it was smart running because of the role that was required for the clean fielding.
Yeah, and I think as soon as you see someone go to floor, I mean, it's a long boundary that. As soon as someone has to go to floor, you can pretty much always run 1, I think personally, if you're running out quick and you're decisive. I think if someone gets up off the floor, throws it in 60, 65 metres and hits the stumps and runs you out.
I've calculated it before.
Oh, have you?
I didn't tell you. 60 metres because there's 10 stripes and each stripe is 6 metres wide because it's the width of 2 pitches.
How can you see the strips from here?
I've just counted them with my eyes, Lucy.
Oh. Maybe because I'm so low to the ground that I can't see the strips from here.
Yeah, and maybe your sunglasses.
So these sunglasses are £10 market job.
£10 special.
Yeah, but the only thing is they don't actually block out any of the sun.
Change your bowling then. Griffiths is going to start a new spell. Short and pulled back with a square into the Blaze dugout under the gazebo, and 4 more runs to the Blaze total to start the 6 over from Alex Griffiths.
Yeah, big first ball of that. I think starting the boundary with a 4 is always exceptionally helpful. It just takes off all the pressure out of this over now with no mid-wicket in the ring. These 2 can just knock it around and run and they'll be at 8-9s pretty comfortably.
Griffiths will be looking to adjust here. She does.
That's well bowled.
It doesn't stop the run flow. Cool head and experience of Elwes. Just taking the single, having hit the boundary the ball before. The perfect combo. Hit a boundary, take a single, get off strike. Griffiths in once again. Driven on the up by Kirk. Cut off at extra cover. No run.
What are you thinking at this pavilion end? You sticking, you twisting? Who's going to get you a wicket?
I think I would just go one more over of the left arm spinner.
Yep.
The debutant has offered enough control. She's gone below the asking rate throughout. Griffiths in. Player miss this time. Maybe a bit too close to cut. She's rapid at taking those bails off as well, stood up, isn't she?
Yeah, she's got a fantastic pair of hands, Katie Jones. I think she was under-19s World Cup keeper, wasn't she, for England? Been given the gloves this year for Somerset and really taken hold of that opportunity. It's good to see, isn't it? One definitely for the future. If not the current, to be fair.
Griffiths in. Can't get that through. No run. So Griffiths trying to recover and squeeze this over as best she can. It's gone for 5 so far. Last ball about to be delivered. She's in past the umpire, right arm over the wicket. It's full, driven up the ground. It's cut off by mid-off, but they'll get through for a single, so Kirk will keep the strike. Blaze move on to 2-3-8 for 5. After 39, 11 remain. Runs required, 66. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Runs required, 67 from 66 balls. So, as Lucy Hyam said, run a ball wins it. Bit of VAT gets you over the line a bit more comfortable. Blaze set well with just 5 wickets down and 11 overs remaining.
Yeah, it is going to be a change in the pavilion end. As Kirsty Gordon would say, they've gone chips in. Amanda Jade Wellington is going to be the one to try and break this partnership. They know how important Elwys in particular, but Kirky started really well. 1 wicket here. And you're into the bowlers for Blaze.
Yeah, I don't think this is much of a change in the sense that left arm spin versus right arm over the wrist, and the fact that there's been so much control from Olivia Barnes, but Wellington hasn't bowled from this end, so it almost is like a bit of a change up.
Yeah, it's just a lot of space. Oh no, sweep shot by Michaela Kirk, first ball. The umpire's raised a finger. Not sure Kirk looked too thrilled with that, but I think it was pretty adjacent.
My gut reaction is yes, it was in line. I just felt it hit her in a mid-wrist and perhaps was high.
She took a while to give it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it again. I think it's out. Yeah, it's probably hitting the top 2 inches of the stumps.
Yeah.
On first look, I did think it was high, and I think that's what Kirk thinks because it's hit her high. If she was in a stood-up position, you would feel it was high,
Yeah.
but she wasn't.
The bail trimmer.
A bail trimmer indeed.
Wow.
So the change has brought another wicket, Lucy Hyam.
Yeah, again, Sophie Luff. Whatever she does seems to be working. Change your bowler, wicket first ball. Big disappointed with that Michaela Kirk. She looked pretty comfortable. Really didn't need to take that risk without facing a ball from Wellington. Kirsty Gordon going to come in ahead of Josie Groves. Probably not renowned for her power hitting quite as much as Josie Groves is, but will be able to get Georgia Elwys on strike. And I think at this point, this moment in time, that's what the game's calling for. Not that I'm putting it all on Georgia Elwys' shoulders, obviously.
Just slight change of subject. I've been reliably informed that you can change
Can
the
you?
side of the wicket you can bowl from if you bowl a no ball.
Wellington in. Gordon drives. Nice looking shot for no run. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think we're both clear what we felt about it at the time. How you can't change the field, but you can change your action is bonkers.
Wellington in again. Slightly back for length, defended by Gordon.
But I don't want to upset the umpires too much, because I've already whinged about throwing the ball in and it not reaching when it wasn't on purpose. So.
I'm not sure they'll listen to this back, if I'm honest. Wellington in. Fuller delivery. Gordon clips off her legs nicely. Just going to be the one. Well, there's a bowler in first class men's cricket, David something, can't remember his last name, that's helpful. And Marie Kelly can also bowl right and left arm.
Yeah.
Do you think then, if you bowled a no ball left-handed, you could bowl your next ball right-handed? It's technically a change of action.
I'm getting nods from the tent.
Wellington beats the outside edge. Can you actually?
Yeah, apparently so.
Oh, it's ludicrous, that.
I suppose if the batter, I mean, there's so much weight in, I'm going to contradict myself, so much weight in the batter's favour, they can turn left-handed and sweep and reverse sweep. Perhaps it is okay.
Wellington into Elwes, fly to delivery, flicked. Is that going to beat square leg? Yes, it is. 4 crucial runs to Georgia Elwes. Slightly leg side from Amanda Jade Wellington, and Elwes isn't going to miss out on that, and she moves to 41. Yeah, I mean, I'll stick my head on the line. I don't like that. I'm just saying.
So what you're saying is, if you stick your front left leg over the line from over the wicket, you should correct it with your free hit.
Well,
the same action, regardless of what hand.
If I'm batting and I kick my stumps over, I don't get to go left-handed.
That's true. That's true.
Well, probably that's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? But
well, you get more goes bowling, you get more chances, don't you?
yeah.
You get one chance with the bat.
I'm glad they've changed the no ball height rule to just dangerous, though, because that used to wind me up. If someone bowls a wide ball 5 yards down the leg side and it was given as a no ball danger warning.
Griffiths to continue then to the new bat. Skipper Kirsty Gordon, who turns that into leg side, high up the ground for a single, cut off by deep mid-wicket. Did you expect Gordon to come out at 8?
Yeah. At this stage of the game, yeah.
Captain's head.
She'll be relishing this opportunity. Kirsty Gordon, she likes to take responsibility. And she's got one of her best mates down the other end.
Elwes on strike, runs that down to
Well
short third, and it's cut off, but they'll get through for a single.
Oh, that's really woeful, to be quite frank. Ellie Anderson with a fantastic bit of fielding. Can't quite tell you who threw it in, but straight over Katie Jones's head. I mean, the batters were stood doing not a lot and managed to sneak through for another one, so I think that'll please the captain. Yeah, I think Josie Groves hits a long ball, but Kirsty Gordon's ability to rotate strike is more suited for this situation, having a set batter in.
Elwes pushes this one up the ground. There'll be no run. Yeah, I think Groves is now suited to the last 5 overs, isn't she, with her style of batting?
Yeah, I just think if Elwes is stuck up the other end, and I'm not saying that would happen, but if she does get stuck up the other end for a period of time, it's going to ruin her flow. And she holds the key here for me.
Well, she's on strike, and she's caressed that one on the up through extra cover. It'll just be the single, but it keeps the scoreboard ticking for the Blaze as they approach the 250 mark. 2-4-7 for 6 in the 41st. Alex Griffiths, the bowler. She's 1 for 30 from her 6.3 overs so far. What'll she do for another wicket now as she's in?
Oh, that's lovely cricket, Kirsty Gordon.
Exactly what you described there, Lucy. Just ticking.
Oh, it makes me happy, that.
Ticking the strike over.
That makes me relaxed. Just let the ball come, drop it in the offside, get down the other end, Kirsty.
We need a com-cam for Lucy Hyam.
No, I really don't think we do.
She's been stressed, she's been sunbathing, she's been on the beach, and now she's cool, calm, and...
Oh no.
Just trying to force that one, Elwes. Oh no, I think it went into the ground, but it bounced high, didn't it?
I will. When I get really stressed, I'll just mute myself. I am one of the worst watchers of cricket. The finals day last year in the T20 comp. Kirsty and I were batting like 9 or 10, or 10 and 11, where we probably should be batting. And I kid you not, for the whole batting innings, everyone was in the dugout, Kirsty, Gordon and I, in the changing room. But I don't think either of us watched much of it. I couldn't watch. I felt sick. I don't know where Kirsty went for half of the innings. She wasn't even in the changing room. I don't cope well.
Slight pause in play here.
There's a lot of different conversations going on out here.
Yeah. We're going to have a change again.
Yeah.
Wellington's off.
Wellington's done her job, hasn't she? She's broken the partnership. Barnes is going to bowl out here, I think. Which is what you were calling for, James.
I was indeed. Yeah, I think we're both just very impressed with her. She's offered lots of control on debut beyond her years and experience. So, 248 for 6 after 41.
Barnes in. Cut from Kirsty Gordon. A rousing round of applause that from the Blaze camp for every single.
Yeah, I'm relatively relaxed as a player,
Oh.
whether I'm batting or watching. But when my own children or I'm coaching a team or I'm involved with a team, I'm not a great watcher then. It's almost like you feel everything they feel.
Down the wicket, Elwes, one-handed. Jade Wellington waits. Oh, she's dropped it. She's dropped it at long off. It's long on even. I'm confused myself. I'm stressed. She's dropped it at long on. Elwes down the wicket. Didn't quite get there. Went through with a shot. One hand off the bat. Wellington to move sharply to her left, a couple of steps in, but she'd have expected herself to take that.
I don't think she picked it up.
No, I don't think she did
Till
either.
quite late. It held in the air higher longer than I thought it would have.
The one thing is the depth perception sometimes when there's no clouds can be incredibly hard, as that's just clipped Kirsty Gordon's pads and Elwes calls her through for a single. Yeah, sometimes when there's no clouds in the sky at all, with the white ball it's the hardest time to catch because you can't pick up really the ball effectively.
Yeah.
Or how quickly it's coming out of the sky, which makes it really tough, especially moving forward, like I was for that one. Elwes down the wicket, clips that one firmly along the floor to Wellington. Feels in the balance now, doesn't it? Barnes to Gordon. Full delivery, driven to deep cover. I always looked interested in too. Kirsty Gordon did not. Score 252 for 6. Elwes waits, 46 not out. Barnes in. Elwes down, driving. Oh, fantastic bit of fielding there from Sophie Luff.
That was an important
How
hand.
she stopped that, it was almost, I mean, it bounced in front of her and almost that mid-range kind of height where you've got a kind of goalkeeper-esque. They're sometimes the hardest ones, I think, when they're in range height. Kind of just bounce and it's torso level, but she did fantastically well there to save a boundary for a team.
Yeah, if he gets through, it just skips away for 4, doesn't it, to that extra cover boundary. So, 42 gone, Blaze 254 for 6. This partnership trickles on to 16.
Trickles, it's powered on, James, it's powered on to 16.
Off 17 balls.
Yeah, look at that. Run a ball. Run a ball.
Elwes 47 not out. Gordon 5 not out.
Again, Elwes has not played reckless cricket. She's 47 or 45. Just shows it doesn't have to be big lofted cover drives and 6s down the ground. You can accumulate quickly and put the bad ball away for 4. We've got one of the calmest heads in the regional cricket game at the crease in Georgia Elwes.
Wellington is come back on from the far end, as christened by our ground announcer. Slightly dragged down, forward cut into the offside for a single. So the game just teases us along.
I think the far end is growing on me, having slated it quite heavily earlier.
Wellington in on the money. Gordon just pushing forward, keeping that one out. Nod of approval from Lucy Hyam in her chair.
Tailenders unite over here. Oh,
That
that's
was
delightful.
That's hit hard and straight. Oh, it's cut off. That was cut off really well. Tracked the ball incredibly well. Bounced once and into the hands.
She'll be livid there, Kirsty Gordon. That was going straight on her highlights reel, that. Driven down the ground to long on for 4. And the fielder's got in the way.
Wellington in, and Elwes down the track and hits this into the leg side. Cut off again by long gone, but they're going to get back for 2. Lucy, how many viewers do you think we've got across both our channels?
I reckon... Hang on.
Wellington in, cut away this time, we'll get through for another single, and 50 to Georgia. Really calm 50. A subdued nod to the applause because she knows there's a lot more work to be done yet. But 50 coming up in 47 deliveries.
Yeah, fantastic from Elwes.
Wellington in, down the leg side, it'll be a wide. Another one in the extras column. Greatly received by the place.
At least no one's clapping.
Wellington again, and this time full and pushed up the ground for another single.
Do you know what? Kirsty Gordon, when she came back from Australia last winter, worked incredibly hard on her batting. And last year, for the first couple of games, we had 4 or 5 injuries and a couple of players away, and we effectively struggled to put the team out. And she ended up opening the batting at a game in Scarborough, which I think, in the politest way, we would argue she's not an opening batter.
Yeah.
But she took one for the team and she went out and did it. And I think she actually really relished the opportunity. She did a fantastic job. And since then, her batting has come on leaps and bounds.
Just a pause in play at the moment.
Yeah, it was wrong.
Because I can hear the umpires. I can see the umpires using the walkie-talkies. We can hear the noise. We can't hear what they're saying, but the scoreboard is all over the place again. Our score on the screen isn't quite right. I think Elwes, when she got 50, actually got 51. So apologies for that.
Barnes in to Gordon, who waits, goes back, chops it into the floor, 1 run. All that is required.
So Lucy, pick a number. How many people, to the nearest 1,000, do you think is watching this game across our channels today?
Well, there was 7,000 on one stream earlier, whether that was both streams or one stream. 10.
10,000 people. Spot on.
Is that right?
Yep.
Barnes in, Elwes down the wicket, clips it off her legs, pushing hard. They're going to come back for 2. Goes quite a long way to square legs right hand. Well run from the Blaze girls. It's a good effort, that 10,000. How many of them are muted?
Can we put a survey out for that?
Yeah, makes sense. 9.5. Producer Kirsty just said, oh, that is drilled down the ground by Elwes. And Barnes stuck a hand out, but to be honest, I think she did well to dodge that. It was struck like a tracer bullet. Wellington had 3 metres to move to a left and got nowhere near it.
It's really smart cricket, though. It went straight as a die. So it beats mid off.
There's never a fielder behind the bowler.
Exactly. It's such smart cricket.
Elwes on strike, cuts straight to Sophie Luff. Dot ball. Elwes waits. Barnes in. Elwes down the wicket. Just knocks it into the leg side. And they trot through for another single. Gordon dragged down from Barnes, pulled by Gordon, straight to the fielder, 1 run. And of another over. Ticks by. Catherine Bryce's thick Scottish accent, shouting, "Very good, you two." Enjoying that in the Blaze dugout.
So the Blaze are 270 for 6 from 44. Camera operators do not pan to that scoreboard because it is wrong again. It's a hot day, but there must be something electrical going on.
I think there's got to be a change from this pavilion end now. I think Griffiths has got to come back on, potentially. She's been the most economical of the bowlers. Barnes looks like she's just struggling to hold her line and length a little bit under the pressure she's being put under currently.
Wellington will continue from the far end. She is in. This is turned into the leg side for a single by the captain, Kirsty Gordon. Every run clap now as the Blaze get closer to that summit of 305. Elwes on strike as AJ Wellington's in. She rocks back and cuts this well forward a square on the offside. It'll be cut off by that boundary rider, so just be a single. Who is down at long off? Lucy Hyam, because they are warming up quite rigorously.
Oh my gosh, I can't see that far.
24 on the back, I think.
24.
Wellington on the pads, and it's turned into leg side, and it's a
I think it's Molly Robbins down there.
quick single.
The blonde bun.
That's incredible. She's done long off
Yeah,
to
she
long
has,
off,
yeah.
hasn't she? And
But
opened the bowling.
But unfortunately on this kind of ground you need the height there,
Yeah.
because it's so important to have your best field in the best position.
Wellington a bit fuller this time, driven up the ground by Elwes. Another single taken. They'll be happy with this, the Blaze, just taking the singles for now. They need a runner ball.
Yeah, I think so.
32 required from, sorry, 31 required now from 32. Wellington in again.
Oh, bounce.
Hit hard, aerial for a moment, but Molly Robbins, as Lucy Hyam said, will field that down at long off.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at who's got overs left, the one person you do not need to take a risk against is Wellington. You're going to get a bad ball at some point from another bowler.
She's in now, and again, easy single up the ground. So they need to do something differently, Somerset.
Yeah, I think for Wellington to be effective.
6 singles from that over.
I'm trying. How many overs has Wellington got left? 2.
No, she's bowled out.
Oh,
She's
see,
bowled
I
out.
think they've got that wrong. I think you've got to bring long off up there and go. If you want to take a risk, charge down and hit me over your head. Hit me over my head, even, not your head.
It was too easy, wasn't it?
On you go. But she's gone at 6 there, and they've mitigated all risk.
1 for 57 from her 10, AJ Wellington. The Blaze, 276 for 6. The game is in the balance. Runs required 29. Balls remaining 30. Wickets in hand 4. You would feel, just the way that these two batters have forged a partnership, that the Blaze are in control, but 1 wicket changes it, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think they're going to have to start squeezing against Gordon here. She's knocking it around too easily. I think it was a bit criminal that they had long off out to Kirsty Gordon and she got off strike every single ball. That for me is too easy. Especially with the calibre of Wellington. Like, it will start to prey on your mind, Gordon. If she faces 2 or 3 dots against an international world-class leg spinner, she'll get stressed. Griff's getting the Alex Griffiths is going to come on from the other end, but it's going to be Molly Robinson in the meantime from the pavilion end.
It was pretty tidy up front.
Yeah, she bowled really well up top.
We saw shape, didn't we? I'm not sure we're going to see the same degree of shape through the air now.
Yeah, front 4, so she's going to have to go full or off pace. Back of a length, wow. Back of a length to Elwes, but it looked like an off cutter. Just didn't quite get her hands through it. I still think here you've got to get one of your straights up. Do you agree?
I think you've got to ask a question of the Blaze batters. Are you good enough to take on mid-off or mid-on?
Yeah. Elwes just ringing that hand out again. I think the field will change to Kirsty Gordon. I think it has to. Robbins in. Elwes on strike. Full. Bunted down the ground. Well dodged by Kirsty Gordon, actually.
Unless, it's like you say, they're trying to manage the over, get into the over. One from two.
You go the other way, don't you? You try and squeeze some dots and then drop it towards the back end.
Perhaps.
Field.
Or do you bookend it? And
I don't know. But I think, well, Blaze needs sixes, so at the minute they're going to get sixes.
no field change
No
here.
field change. Kirsty Gordon being allowed the single. Robbins comes in. Tall figure over the wicket. Gordon defended. Well bowled by Robbins. That's one of the dots she needs. Good line and length that from Molly Robbins. Gordon waits. Robbins in. Gordon goes across. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't know how to describe that. She's gone to ramp, realised it's not there, reverse ramped, missed it, and the bowler's appealed. And it was a dot ball. That a fair summation?
Absolutely verbatim.
Thank you. I do try.
But there's no need for that, actually, is there?
No.
Like you say, just bunt it up the ground if it's there, or squeeze it into the offside.
But this is what I mean. 1 or 2 dots makes you do funny things. Slower ball, pulled by Kirsty Gordon. That's going to be 4. Well put away. Not what Rolly Mobbins.
The sun's got to us all now. The scoreboard's...
It's hot. It's hot, everyone. I can't speak.
The scoreboard's gone.
Molly Robbins. Yeah, I'm having 2 minutes of...
I've been saying that the overs have done the ball before. The scoreboard's out.
I'm getting people's names wrong. I quite like Lolly Robbins, whatever.
Robbie Mullins.
Yeah, nice.
He plays for the Somerset men, doesn't he?
Long lost relative. Robbins in again. On pace delivery, cut, well fielded again. Fran Wilson there. Unsurprisingly, standards always high at backward point. Crucial she cut that off because Kirsty Gordon timed that well. Oh dear.
2-8-1 for 6. What I find interesting there from Robbins is she bowled the variation she didn't need to.
Well, it's similar to the ball before of Kirsty Gordon playing a ramp shot that she didn't need to do. There's short third and short fine in. Kirsty Gordon's gone to ramp, missed it. Molly Robbins has bowled a superb over and then tried, I think, a back of a hand slow ball or an off cutter. It's come out as a low full toss and it's been whacked for 4.
And then the over goes for 5, which is not terrible from a Blaze point of view, given the run rate 6. So, what's the equation? 4 left, 24 balls remain.
Oh, I feel truly privileged, everyone. I've been tagged by Hypercourse. 305 would be the second highest successful women's List A run chase in England. The 3 highest on the list have all been achieved in Metro Bank League 1 this season. That's a ridiculous stat.
It shows the weather we've had and the quality of the pitches and also the quality of cricket,
Yeah,
surely.
So just run through this. So Warwickshire beat Surrey at the Kent at Beckenham. 314 they chased. The second highest currently is 297, Lancashire versus Surrey. So if Blaze chase this, second highest successful List A run chase.
Does that include, is that since the professional era? The whole of the professional era? Since
It includes
2020?
county cricket.
Oh, does it?
Buckinghamshire versus Hertfordshire in 2018.
Right.
Buckinghamshire chased 280.
Can we ask him or her what the highest run chase is since the turn of the professional era in 2020?
314.
That is the highest, right, okay.
Yeah. And it was chased 2 weeks ago by Warwickshire.
Got you, yeah.
That was an unbelievable game
At
of cricket as
Beckenham.
well.
That was at Beckenham, wasn't it?
It was.
Right, what is going on here? We've got a change of bowling from the far end. It's Griffiths who bangs this one in. It's going to be pulled round the corner by Georgia Elwes for a single. 24 or 23 required now from 23 balls. Can we get a camera on that whiteboard that's being held up by one of the 12th or 13th players? See what it says.
I actually dread to think what that says.
Griffiths in. Opened up the offside this time. Does skipper Gordon. Takes another single. Where's the squeeze coming from, Lucy? Where can Somerset squeeze the Blaze here?
I think you've got to get one of the straights up. And ironically bowl straight. I think you've got to bring mid on up. Or long on up, and say, if you want to take a risk now and hit me over my head, then be my guest.
Griffiths once again. Bit of a shuffle from Elvis, who's going to squeeze this through the offside between point and short third, and she'll get 4 runs. Greatly received from the crowd. 287 for 6, halfway through the 47th over.
But see, that's the problem. Your good balls are going for 1 and your bad balls are going for 4, so you're not creating any pressure really, which is not ideal.
Up the ground this time, easy single. As long on, cuts that off. 288 for 6. Runs required 17. Balls remain 20. That rate comes down quickly now as the game reaches its finale. Griffiths once again, full outside off stump, dug out by Gordon, and it'll be cut off by backward point. Yeah, this over's gone for 1, 1, 4, 1, dot. Singles far too easy from a Somerset point of view. Greatly received from a Blaze point of view.
Are you changing the field here? The thing is, I still think it's got to be at the start of the over.
To build the pressure.
Yeah, and then you make them do something silly at the back end of the over.
Griffiths in, hit hard by Gordon, but it's just an easy single to get out of that over. So 8 from it. 8 from it without really a bad ball being bowled. That's the killer there, isn't it?
Yeah, but for me, if you have 4 out for 3 balls and Blaze get 3 singles, well, they're still not going to try and hit a boundary because they need 17 off 19, so they'll take 4 off an over for 1 over.
Yeah.
You've got to do it the other way around.
Roll the dice early.
Yeah, like for me, having a long off here against Kirsty Gordon.
Yeah. You squeeze Gordo, don't you?
Is wrong.
Love having a conversation with the bowler.
Because purely based off how Kirsty Gordon played the last over, I think if you bring long off up here, she panics. No disrespect to her. I mean, I love the game, so I probably won't get back in the team after saying that. But I'm just thinking, for me as a tail ender, I'd see another person in my eye line, not a gap, and I'd feel stressed. Robinson, Gordy ramps. Oh, and she loves it. It's gone for 4. She absolutely loves it. In position early. She tried it the over before.
Surely now the field has to come in to just try and save the over. I'd bring them all in.
Yeah, I think Wellington will come in now. We need to get Wellington mic'd up and see what she's thinking here. She's going in for a chat. Yeah, I think even if you bring long off up and put fine leg out, you save a boundary, because here if you get it wrong from Robbins and she strays leg side, it's 4.
Yeah.
So you put fine leg out and go, right, I can bowl straight.
Well, I'd put third and fine leg out and have everybody else in and say hit me straight.
But again, having no mid wicket in the ring here, like all Kirsty's got to do is get inside it, drop it into mid wicket and run 1. They've already got a boundary off the over. Oh, she drives it down the ground. They're going to run 1. Oh, it's got to be quick here. Wellington holds on to it. Yeah, I think this is, for me, the kind of field you would set in the first innings, where you're not quite sure what you're trying to defend.
Yeah.
And it's hard. It's hard in the mix. It's hard when you feel like you're under the pump. You know, Luffy's been out there for a long time. She batted unbelievably well. It's hot. There's experienced heads together now. Wellington and Luff having a chat.
2 balls into the 48th. 11 required. 16 remain.
Oh, there was a little nod there from Wellington, and Wellington said yes. So I think this is going to be some kind of variation as she runs into Elwes. No, it's going to be driven for 4. All class from Georgia Elwes. Absolute class. Overpitched. Slightly wide from Molly Robbins. Punished. Effortlessly through extra cover.
Yeah, really cloudy plans here from Somerset as this game reaches its near end. 7 required from 15. This partnership worth 60 now. How valuable a knock that 23 from skipper Gordon has been. Supporting the experience of G. Elwes.
Yeah, I reckon she's in a bit of a jam here, Sophie Luff. As to what she does with the field, it's a tough position to be in. Just lent on from Elwes. Calm, cool, composed as always. Gets herself down the other end and gives a strike back to Kirsty Gordon. Six runs required. Yeah, and 100% the right thing done here by Molly Robbins. Wellington comes up. She was at long off. She's been brought in. Carved out the cover from Kirsty Gordon. Tell you what, I've got a lot of respect here for Georgia Elwes. She's obviously got a sore thumb / hand / finger. She looked really uncomfortable for her first kind of couple of overs really. It was kind of one hand off the bat. And she's just gone about her business. Full delivery, punched out through the covers by Elwes, who moves on to 74. Blaze bring up 300.
That's the end of the 48. 300 for 6. 301 for 6 even. Four required from 2 overs.
Griffiths is going to continue. It's really hard to sit here and obviously we both played cricket and play cricket. It's really easy to sit here and spot things you would do differently, but in the heat of the moment, the top and bottom of it is Sophie Luff might have a completely different gut feel to what we've got.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of cricket, I think, is everyone will have a different opinion.
They've been so creative though, haven't they? And
yeah.
they've yielded wickets from changing it and changing ends and changing bowlers and bringing them back. And when they just needed to squeeze these last 4 or 5 overs, it's just been a bit easy for the Blaze, and the Blaze have absorbed pressure wonderfully.
Yeah, and I think on grounds like this, you've almost got to squeeze sooner than you think.
Yeah.
Because it's not, it's not going to nibble around, it's not going to spin. Your best bowler's bowled out. Like, you've got to squeeze with 20 to win, really, and try and really put some pressure on. Because effectively, squeezing's not even going to win you a game. You've got to take a wicket. And I guess that's the dilemma that Somerset have found themselves in. 4 required. Elwes set on 74, not out.
1 blow away are the Blaze from a monumental chase. Elwes on strike. Down the leg side. He'll be a wide. So just 3 required now.
So you'd think now I feel less stressed, but I don't.
Well, stranger things have happened, but...
That's not helping, James. Why would you say that? Thought we were friends.
We are, and on the road at Loughborough, you should just not be stressed when you need you're one below away. This one's down the leg side, so 2 required from 12 now. Griffiths struggling with the line as this game is almost at the end. Kudos to you, Lucy. You know, you're a player in the squad, and it's difficult, I know, to call the balls and, you know, be part of the team. Elwes stands tall on this one.
I would like to apologise for any viewers that were expecting unbiased commentary. I tried. Apparently I failed.
No, you haven't failed at all, I don't think.
Well, it's not been unbiased, has it? Let's be honest.
I don't think it has to be. I think it's been authentic. And
It's definitely been authentic, I'll give you
It's
that.
really insightful, actually. So it's just a shame you can't read the names on the back of these shirts. Griffiths in and Elwes again. Just biding her time, playing straight, waiting for the right ball to get the Blaze over the line.
Sorry, I'll blame the scoreboard for that. Some of them have got the names on the scoreboard. Trent Bridge, see? Trent Bridge got the names on. Got the bowlers' names on. .303 for 6. Griffiths on away. Right arm over the wicket. Elwes hits this one hard up the ground to mid-on, and there's no run. See that? They needed that fielding position 3 overs ago. Yeah, 100%.
That was a single just an over ago. Now it's a dot.
Oh, I reckon Elwes is battling internally here.
Do you think she wants to finish big?
I think she wants... No, I don't think she...
Yeah.
But with all the fielders in the ring, sometimes, unless you get a bad ball, you have to create something.
Griffiths in again. He's going to get this one through. No. Thoughts of a single for a second, then sent back by Elwes. So 3 dots after the 2 wides. Griffiths trying to squeeze what seems an impossible task from a Somerset point of view.
I'm just going to say before the conclusion, what a fantastic game of cricket to have been a part in.
Griffiths in. Hit hard through mid-wicket. Definitely one. Cut off by mid-on, who's backing up.
Oh, she's just had a look to fine leg, James, and honestly...
She's going to finish with a ramp.
I can't bear it. Oh, God.
1 required
I'm
from
going to beat
7.
myself.
Captain Kirsty Gordon on strike as Griffiths is in. Turned into the leg side. They're going to take one. They will get there. It was close, but they will get there. The Blaze win by 4 wickets. Chasing down the target of 305. The second highest run chase in women's cricket in this country. Incredible feat. It's gone the distance. Lucy Hyam's got no nails left.
A real privilege to watch that, and for me one of the most impressive things was a mix of young guns turning up and old heads putting teams in good positions. I mean, Rebecca Rogers in the first innings, fantastic batting performance. Sophie Luff, I mean, just never ages, does she? It gets better and better like fine wine. And then the Blaze, Maddie Green doing a fantastic job. Catherine Bryce keeps on marching on. Georgia Elwes, I mean, similar to Sophie Luff, you just know what you're going to get. Reliable, calm, composed, experienced. A lot of pressure on the two of them when they both went in, but again, just losing wickets around them, just keep marching on. For me, really impressed with Olivia Barnes on debut, 18 years old from Kent. One definitely to keep an eye on, one for the future. Yeah, second highest run chase in list A cricket in England, and a huge privilege to be a part of and be able to call this game. So thanks for having me, James.
You're very welcome. The pleasure is all ours. We break for the T20 now, don't we?
We do. Took me a minute, we do.
We do. So we will see you back on the stream for the Vitality Blast in the few weeks. The players and staff shaking hands. here at Hazelgrave. We'll give you a quick summary of what's gone on and get some of the statistics for you. So Somerset posting 304, the highlights there. Rebecca Hodges with 50. Sophie Luff, skipper, with 72. And a late dash from Amanda Jane Wellington, 48 from 25 balls. Incredibly competitive target. Wickets shared around, 5 bowlers taking a wicket apiece for the Blaze. And then in that Blaze run chase, Maddie Green, 97 from 90 balls up top. Kiwi overseas international, setting the tone for the Blaze. Catherine Bryce joined her at the wicket with 59. Huge partnership of 125. Really set the foundations for the Blaze. Georgia Elwis came out with an injured hand and played a really mature, classy innings, finishing 75 not out. And after a couple of scares, Kirsty Gordon steered the ship home with a rearguard action, 25 not out, at just shy of run a ball from 27 balls. As Lucy Hyam said, Olivia Barnes on debut, pick of the bowlers, 2 for 49 from her 9. But unfortunately, the pitch was too good. The heads were a bit too cool from a Blaze point of view for the Somerset women. And the Blaze get up with a 4-wicket win. We'll be back for the Vitality Blast during June. I've been James Carth. Big thanks to Lucy Hyam for joining us and offering her insight. We'll see you very soon.